Good morning. Okay, I'm gonna see if you're awake. Good morning. Much better. We're gonna call this meeting to order, and we'll call, somebody's not, Chuck and Jose. Okay, we are all here, and we're gonna begin with the invocation by Derek Anderson, the volunteer chaplain for Riverside County Sheriff, and pledge allegiance followed by Don Kent.
Will you bow your heads as I pray? Dear wise and loving Father, I stand before you to thank you, Lord, for your goodness and your mercy. We give you all the praise, all the honor, and all the glory. Lord, we thank you for your many blessings. We thank you for life. We thank you for the measure of health that you have given us to fulfill your calling. We thank you for our fellowship with one another. We thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of being yours. Thank you, Lord, for the freedom to embrace you or the freedom to reject you. Thank you, Lord, for loving us. In the scriptures, you have said that citizens are to obey the governing authorities. Therefore, I pray for our county board of supervisors, for the various levels of county officials, and for these, the citizens of our great county. I ask that you, Lord, would bless this board, give them wisdom to govern with joy, give them recognition of justice and the discernment of the needs of the people. Give them knowledge in what is good, just, and fitting, and the ability to work together in harmony. I pray for this agenda set before them today, Lord. Please lead them, guide them in their duties, that they will benefit and this county will benefit from their work. These things, Lord, we pray in thy name. Amen.
Amen.
Good morning, everybody. Please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is our presentations. Oh no, our most important item. We have a friend visiting today.
Yes, good morning. Mic check, mic check. Usually okay, there we go, we got it. All right, hello everybody, my name is Veronica Perez. I'm the Public Information Officer with Riverside County Department of Animal Services. And today I have superstar Baby Blue with me. So Baby Blue is 6 months old, so she is a puppy and she is still growing. And if I talked to you earlier, I'm a little out of breath because she does have a lot of energy, which is to be expected because she is a puppy. We have her listed as a Doberman, Pinscher, Shepherd, mix, and so she's got a little bit of everything going on, but we were playing fetch with her earlier at the shelter, and she is just a really smart dog. I'm going to show you. Let's see if she'll sit for you. Ready, baby? So she's very smart. And so right now we do have fee-waived adoptions going on across all of our shelters. We have our shelter in Western Riverside, Coachella, and San Jacinto. And I didn't put the flyer up, but we're going to have a promotion this Saturday for Valentine's Day. If you come in and you adopt a dog, you'll also receive a Wisdom Discovery breed kit. So if you adopt Baby Blue and you get that kit, you can find out what her breed actually is. So that's a fun promotion we have coming up. And if you are not able to adopt, we do have foster opportunities, volunteer opportunities. Definitely encourage you to look at our social media and see all the ways you can get involved and tell your friends and family about fee-waived adoptions. And final thing, all fee-waived adoptions include spay and neuter surgery, microchips, vaccinations, as well as an engraved ID tag and collar if available. She is also spayed, so she's already had her surgery, so she really is ready to go. If you are interested in adopting her, I'll be hanging out in the back for a little bit, or you can come by to the shelter later today. So thank you all for your time.
She would certainly do well having to chase after him. Oh no, I have a big dog. Okay, we now begin with our presentations, beginning with Supervisor Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have, this is off topic, but we have 3 grandchildren. And what you just said about having a dog that you can chase makes you young. So the youngest of our 3 is 6, and he has me out riding my bike again. And my daughter was commenting one day when I was telling her about it. She said, "Dad, it's like when you have an old dog and you get a puppy, and the puppy kind of brings out new energy in the old dog." I asked her, are you saying I'm an old dog? She said, "Yes, Dad, I am." So there, she agrees with you. As we recognize Black History Month, it's important to remember that this history is still being written every day. Across Riverside County, Black leaders are serving in our community in meaningful ways, often behind the scenes. I'd like to share a short video that highlights their leadership and impact. Please run the video. Black History Month is an important time to reflect on where we've been and recognize the leaders who continue to move us forward. It's not just about honoring history, it's about acknowledging how that history shows up in our communities today. When people think about county government, they often think about services. What they don't always see are the people behind the scenes who make those services possible. Here at Riverside County, many of those leaders are Black professionals serving as department heads, managers, and team leaders, guiding programs, mentoring others, and making decisions that impact thousands of residents every day. These change makers are shaping our county in real and meaningful ways. They bring experience, perspective, and a deep commitment to service. Their leadership honors those who came before them and helps open doors for the next generation. This Black History Month, I encourage everyone to take time to learn, to celebrate the leaders making a difference today, and to be inspired to serve your community in your own way. Together, we continue building a Riverside County that is strong, inclusive, and full of opportunity. I want to thank the leaders featured in this video and all of our employees who serve our county with dedication and pride. Their work strengthens our community and helps move Riverside County forward, and so I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you.
I think they deserve a round of applause.
Yeah.
Supervisor Perez.
Thank you, Chuck, for leading the charge on that, and appreciate you doing that. And obviously, it's important that we recognize and acknowledge all our staff. But I really appreciate the fact that you did so for Black History Month. We have leadership in every area you can think of, and just want to say we appreciate you all. So very quickly, folks, I know we've been talking about the state of the county for quite some time now. It's already been a couple months, but nonetheless, though, what we wanted to do, though, was to ensure that our IT team be recognized for the good work that they did on that day. And not only that day, leading up to that day, the work it took to make sure that we had a nice event. And so I understand that there's a video, a 1-minute video, but before we play it, Executive Office, once again, thank you so much. Obviously, and also the Office of Economic Development, I want to thank you and my colleagues for ensuring ultimately that we had a successful event, and for all the good work that you're doing as well in your districts. Very quickly, if you think about it, if you haven't heard already, our county team has reduced unsheltered homelessness by 19%, constructing over 1,000 affordable homes in the last year. The work of public safety personnel will keep Riverside County in the top 5 safest large counties in the state of California. We invest in education literacy by building 10 new libraries in the last 5 years. And just very quickly as well, we've also built new fire stations, 5 of them, in our unincorporated communities. That's what our team does. So very quickly, let's play the video.
Thank you for sharing the talent that we have. By the way, we don't know when, but if anybody knows of a place on the western part of Riverside County that can hold 1,000 people, we're looking.
Just very quickly,
I'm back there.
Your
folks that are
backyard.
here from our IT, I know that you're probably dispersed, but would you please rise if you're here? I know we had 2 at least here, right? You help. I think we have some in the back.
They're in the back.
If you don't mind coming, those of you that are in the back, come on up to the front.
They're waving over here.
Where are they? Oh, there they are. Look at that. I just think it's important that we acknowledge them too. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Well, this is our last meeting for February, so I just wanted to say that it's also American Heart Month. It's Eating Disorder and Anorexia Bulimia Awareness Month, National Cancer Prevention Month, and Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. And these are ones that the County of Riverside has on a commemorative list that we have recognized over the years as being the ones that we are focusing on. So if there's something you want to add, please talk to your county supervisor, and we will certainly look at adding to the list. We don't always recognize them at a meeting, but I just want everybody to know that. Also, commemorative weeks, we have Ramadan starting the evening of February 17th. We have the President's Day, Lincoln's birthday, and President's Day, as well as Washington's birthday, all in February. Of course, we all know that Valentine's, and thank you, we got some nice little Valentine treats. And Chinese New Year, you've probably seen some of the Lunar New Year's and some of the events. Eastvale has one coming up on the 21st, so if you want to see it and experience it, I just experienced a Vietnamese Lunar New Year this past weekend, and of course Ash Wednesday. So these are the things that we recognize, and I just wanted to make sure that we did do that. Going on, we now are at the, whoops. Of course I
Madam
have these.
Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Supervisor Washington for the video honoring past heroes and the current leaders in the county. Just this weekend, we at UCR honored Dr. Ed Blakely. Dr. Ed Blakely was one of the first 3 African-American students at UCR. Went on to have a very illustrious career, was one of the leaders at the Katrina recovery after the hurricane. And so just want to thank Supervisor for bringing that forward. And again, looking forward to many Black History events in the county this following month. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Clerk of the Board update.
There are no additions, deletions, or corrections. Under notations, item 15.1 is a public hearing, and we have speakers signed up for public comment. And items 2.5, 2.6, 3.9, 3.22, and public hearing items 21.2 and 23.2.
Okay, do any of my colleagues have anything? Okay, I just had 3.9, but that's been pulled by the public. Okay. That passes 5-0. So we will begin with 2.5.
Errol Koshwitz.
Thanks. Now, since I'm going to be talking about the auditor controller, which we need to have some accountability with this, personally, this is what I want to say. Can you put that up there? I want to read that up. Okay. Can you put it on the overhead? Okay, there you go. Now, I requested back on September 19th, under request number 255639, I asked the County of Riverside who owns the property and the land at 3525 Mission Avenue, Riverside, California. The county has denied me the public the records and information I'm seeking. I'm seeking who is the registered owner of this land and the building. Now, the county responded back to me. Now, I asked who owns the property and the building at 3525 Mission Avenue. This is the county auditor controller, assessor, whatever you want to say anymore, okay? Now, you go down to the bottom of this. We are unable to process your request based on the information I provided. Now, it's a simple question that I've asked you. Who owns the land and the property and the building at 3525 Mission Avenue? That's all I asked the county to ask. And you guys have failed to answer my question again and again and again. Okay, I asked you, who is the registered owner of 3525 Mission Avenue? And you guys have failed to provide me the information. I am the public. I'm asking this information. Now, I got another one up here I'm gonna put up here. I still got time. Now, can you put that back up there? I'll just cover it now. This one here. I got tons of them, guys. Like, you guys can't even make this stuff up, okay? I'm requesting public records who owns the property and building at 4040 Vine Street, Riverside, California. Now, all records have been answered. Thank you for submitting your Public Records Act request. Assessor, which is you, the County of Riverside, provided me with City Works as the owner. Now, who the hell is City Works? Now, you guys just make stuff up. You've committed fraud. I have pages galore. City Works, I Googled City Works. It's in Florida. I don't understand what you guys are doing. But I want to make a comment. This is the assessor, the auditor. We have a lot of problems, you guys. You've committed serious fraud here forever. And you guys, I hope you go to jail in the future. I really do. Answer the question that I'm asking you. It's simple. You don't have to have a degree to know this.
Your time's up. Can you just stay up there? Did you have 2.6?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. There you go. I'll make a comment on this too, since it's the county.
Okay, is this 2.6?
Yes.
Please start the clock.
Okay, start the clock. There you go. Now, under this, can you put it up there for a second? Now, these names, I have all the records, you guys. I mean, it's crazy. Now, these are names that the county auditor will not give me the information why we made the payments to these people. Now, I have pages and pages galore, guys. You're not getting the files. I got them put away. So these people here, I asked the county, how many times? What did we pay these payments to? It's not a hard question to ask you guys. You guys are refusing to give me the information. You can look at me stupid. You can look at me however you want. I'm asking you, I am the public. I have that authority to ask, where is my money going to? And you guys have refused to answer. You think this is a game? I want to know where this money, why we paid these people. I have over 4,000 pages of this. I can give the names right here. I can read them. Look at the payments on these lists right here. $507, $521 to Nam King. Now, he lives in San Francisco. I Googled him. I don't know who the hell he is. Look, names galore, payments. Now, is this from Department of Social Services? I have no idea. I'm asking you. I'm seeking the information. It's not that hard to understand that. I asked you, why are we giving these people money? Simple. There's the voucher number. There's the dollar figure. There's the name. This is your records. I've asked you for years. And what have you done? Like this. You look the other way. You've committed serious fraud. You've interfered with our elections, our state elections, county elections, federal elections. You bought votes. Do you understand that, you guys? I don't understand what you guys are doing.
Madam Chair, this is there's no relation at all to the item that we're supposed to be speaking to. It's 2.6.
I can keep going on, guys. I got files galore. So, okay, like, The auditor controller, I asked, well, I'll go to the next one. It's 2.6. This is the audit control. Now, you put that up there, the audit control. I'm gonna ask this for a second. So, does the county of Riverside have any outstanding public pension bonds? She responded back to me. Star
Carol,
Sanchez, my favorite girl.
Carol, your time's almost up, but this is not referring to 2.6.
Whatever. I'll go to the next. I'll go on public comment with you anyway.
Are you on, did you pull 3.9?
Yes, I did.
Well, why don't you stay up here and do it?
Did we want to go ahead and complete the vote for 2.5?
Now, this is the auditor controller. Now, I'm gonna ask right here, if you can put that on the overhead projector. Okay, these are payments to the library system. Okay, right here. Can you make it a little bit larger, guys? Now, this is the auditor controller. I'm asking, why are we giving millions of dollars to the library's system services, LLC? It's an LLC. There's no accountability to this money that you guys have done.
Okay, this is not what this item is about. It's about an audit committee and bylaws.
Okay, well, I like to be part of that audit committee. That's what I'm gonna ask you guys. What do we have to do to sign up for an audit committee?
I think when the item comes up and the auditor's here, he'll explain it.
Okay, then I wanna, because this is crazy what you guys have done. I wanna be the part of the audit committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, what do we need to still vote on? I know there's a,
So we'll complete item 2.6 vote, and then we'll set 3.9.
well, 3.9 is, we're still going to, I have, if he pulled it, I also pulled it, and we have the auditor here, auditor controller that we want to hear from. So I pulled it because I wanted to hear from.
I wanna be part of it.
Good morning, Supervisors. First off, thank you for taking the time to take this item up this morning, and I recognize there were other items that came up, but obviously those weren't related to the two audits that were previously on the agenda, but thank you for going and passing those. My team was really worried that it might be an issue with those, but no, they weren't. We're really excited about this. This is an opportunity to create a committee, an audit committee that we've been recommended to by a few times by an external group to create this committee. I've heard from many folks from the members of the public that would like to potentially be a part of this committee. We're looking at forming a committee of 2 public members, 2 members of the Board of Supervisors or their appointees, as well as myself and my Chief of Audit and someone from the Executive Office. So that would be what the committee we can constitute of. This committee would meet regularly to look over the audits, maybe make recommendations. We would also have this committee look at our 2-year audit plan to also, again, make recommendations. But ultimately, all those recommendations would then come back to the board.
Can you repeat who's on this committee?
Sure. 2 members of the public, 2 members of the Board of Staff or their designees, so your staff maybe, your Chief of Staff, member from the Executive Office, and 2 members from my office, including myself.
And do you define how we pick the members of the public?
That's part of the bylaws that are part of this item
Okay.
today.
All right.
And that's in that bylaws. I'm sure we'll do what we normally do for these committees, which is to put out a request for applications. We'll take all those applications and then we'll sort through those. Yep.
Sorry to
that?
interrupt.
That's okay. Any other questions?
Did you want to explain the bylaw? I mean, is there anything specific we should know what the ultimate goal is?
To create this committee and make sure they're giving good recommendations to you as a board, so you know that it's not just myself and my staff looking over these audits before they come to you in the meetings, but also this committee's looked at it. Again, looking for, is there anything else we should be doing, making other further recommendations, future recommendations for future audits of that particular department as they come up. So it's not just my office saying, hey, we should audit that. It's also that opportunity for those members of the public that are on that committee. And this will be a Brown Act committee. It'll be open to the public. They're welcome to join as just public comment as well. So, Supervisor?
Supervisor Medina.
Yep.
Question, you said 2 members of the public?
Yes.
And that they would be selected in the normal way?
Appointed by the board members. The way
Appointed
you,
by the board members.
right.
There's no possibility of having each board member name somebody?
Well, there would be the possibility for not only 2 board members to either be there themselves or their staff, but then also potentially any one of the board members could recommend somebody, sure.
Well, yeah, so my question was, my point is it possible for each board member, 5 of us, to appoint somebody from the public?
That would expand this committee quite a bit. I would want to talk with.
By
Yeah,
three.
I'd want
By
to talk
three.
with my staff about that before we did that and maybe look at the bylaws again. But I think for now, just to get started, I'd feel more comfortable with just the 2 members of the public, 2 board members or their designee, and that's how we have it constituted right now.
I understand what Jose, how are the 5 of us going to pick just 2 people is what he's
Well,
really getting
you know,
to?
one other committee that our office also runs is the committee for redevelopment. And we regularly struggle to get the board members to recommend the one person from the public that we get on that board. And sometimes it's hard to get that member of the public to show up. So I'd like to at least just get it started. These bylaws can change. That board has the opportunity to change those bylaws. And if that body comes together and wants to do that, they can.
And generally, to my understanding is, and I think that's how some of the other committees work, where there's 2 people that the board picks, at least my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the chair gives those recommendations. So it would come from the chair. For example, I forgot which other committees it was. Yeah, I don't know.
Redevelopment was one.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. I think redevelopment's one. Yeah, where it comes that way. It just makes it cleaner. But I also understand your point of view as well.
So the 2 board members would be the chair and vice chair? And
That's
rotate-
usually how it
and
works, is the chair rotate it.
annually?
Well, actually, this committee, the way it's constituted in the bylaws, the chair would be the auditor controller, since this is the body for the auditor
no.
controller's office.
How do you
No,
pick 2
it
board
says 2
members?
Oh, I see.
The
That-
chair
board
and vice
members
chair.
from the
That is up
board.
to you guys, however you want to do that.
Well, we just solved it, but you just threw in something that,
Sorry, I was thinking
He's
of.
the chair of the committee, we're just
committee.
right, we're talking
participants.
about chair of the board of supervisors and the vice chair being those 2 board members that sit on that committee.
If you would like to do it that way, that would work well.
That's how we've done it in the other committees, so just makes it easier.
Great,
You have 1 year of a lot of stuff as a chair or vice chair.
very true.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Yeah, just I forgot my question, what I was going to ask originally, but no, thank you for the presentation. I think you did a great job with the presentation. Appreciate it. And I believe I just wanted to confirm what you mentioned is that this auditor or auditing committee, right?
Audit committee, yep.
Okay, audit committee, that they're going to be basically looking at the recommendations for the 2-year plan.
Right.
And then also any other ones that come in between, and then make those recommendations to the whole board.
Exactly.
Perfect. Okay.
Those items all still come back to the whole board, and this committee's not going to be doing anything on its own or
Got
taking authority away from the board. Yeah,
I just wanted to confirm that, so I appreciate it. Thank you, Ben.
absolutely.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
so then also, I want to point out or underscore something that you put into the Form 11. The 2 public members would need to have audit and financial expertise.
That is something we're asking for, yes. That would be part of that application process.
Seems to make sense.
It does. All right. With that, I would ask for your votes. Thank you.
Is there any other? What?
Sorry. I was just asking that we maybe get this started and then we can bring up the other idea, and he said that was fine later.
Yeah, we're open to exploring that. I'd like to go ahead and get it started, and then we can explore that.
See, in other words, if we had to send it back to make those changes, it'll be another month. He wants to
or
get
more.
going. At least a
Yes.
month. So that's why he wants to get going as is. Okay,
Appreciate it.
thank you, Mr. Benoit. So we are now, I guess we move on to land use, huh?
3.22.
Oh, sorry, yes, 3.22.
Errol Koshowitz.
I tried.
Now, I read actually on the Office of Aging, under the Office of Aging, as it's basically saying it's getting education and SNAP funding from CalFresh, healthy living expansion for a period of performance. Now, why is the Office of Aging into the SNAP benefit program, CalFresh? That's what it's saying right there. I read English. It's, shouldn't it, if they're not getting any SNAP or EDD, CalFresh benefits for the Office of Aging, why is the Office of Aging getting into the SNAP benefit program? Do you guys know?
Yeah.
Can you?
Because seniors need help.
Well, it shouldn't be coming from SNAP benefits. It should not be coming from SNAP benefits. That's another problem with California has. Now
This is federal funding.
I understand this. That's where all the corruption's been.
Okay.
All right. I'm just saying right now, seniors should not be getting SNAP benefits. Period. With no accountability. Okay. Period. That's why I said something about this. How do we see? How do we know how much money is going to the seniors? Nobody has any accountability to nothing. You have no budget here either, Karen, okay? I've already told you this. You have a good day. I want to make a public comment, though, too.
I'm going to move approval of the item.
Thank you. So we need to go back to 15.1 for the first public hearing? Is that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Andy Cortez from Waste Resources. I'm here today to present a proposed landfill rate adjustment, a necessary step to ensure our financial stability of our landfill operations. Our department conducts ongoing reviews of operational costs, revenues, future capital needs to maintain a sustainable waste system. Regulatory mandates targeting a 75% landfill diversion rate continue to limit tonnage growth, impacting revenue over time. To better understand our financial outlook, we commissioned a rate study by MSW consultants which evaluated our revenues, our expenses, and our future capital needs. The study concluded that existing disposal fees are not sufficient to meet future financial obligations. Without adequate CPI adjustments, our financial reserves are projected to be depleted in 2029. To address this, we are seeking approval for a multi-year rate structure. For fiscal year 26-27, we propose a 2.94 disposal fee increase based on the percentage change on the Riverside, San Bernardino, Ontario CPI index for the 12-month period ending January 2025. Following that, we will implement automatic CPI adjustments annually through the end of the 10-year model, ending in fiscal year 2031-32. This approach provides predictability for ratepayers while ensuring we can fund critical infrastructure improvements and maintain compliant and reliable waste disposal services. Even with these CPI-based adjustments, Riverside County's landfill disposal rates will remain the lowest in the region, where neighboring rates are significantly higher, 24 to 95% above our rates based on current comparisons. This proposal is essential to protecting the long-term viability of our waste resource management system and continuing to serve the needs of Riverside County residents and businesses effectively. I appreciate your time and consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
I want to thank you for all your years of service to
Thank you.
to the county. I understand you came here directly after graduating UC Riverside.
That's correct.
How many years?
27.
27 years with the county of Riverside. You mentioned that Riverside County rates are much lower or lower than adjoining areas.
Right.
Question to you is, how are we able to do that?
The simple answer is that we have never asked for more than CPI in our rate adjustments. I can't speak for other public entities in San Bernardino, Orange County, LA, and San Diego, but my best guess is that they have asked for more than CPI. And there is the difference between what we offer and what the other counties charge.
So the proposal in front of us is just to keep up with inflation?
Correct. It's just the cost of doing business.
Thank you.
Supervisor Perez.
And just so that the public understands this better, how many years, what was the last time we actually did this? How long have we been on this structure?
We've been asking for CPI since I've been here. I believe in the late 90s.
Yeah, but
When was the last time an increase?
exactly. Well, the last time we ever actually increased the amount that we need in order for us not to be subsidizing, if you will. In other words, and cost recovery at least.
We have not.
I know. When was the last time we did that? Ever?
We've never done it.
And where do we fall with all the other counties around us?
So we are at $51 a ton. San Bernardino's at 63, Orange County's at 71, LA's in the 90s, and San Diego is also in the 90s.
Okay, thank you.
Do we see people coming from other counties to use our services, landfill?
On occasion, our landfill in Corona, run by WM, they take the out-of-county tonnage. So that's the landfill that receives most of the out-of-county tonnage.
But if somebody came from another county, would we discourage them from utilizing the services there, or?
No, we would accept it.
We would accept it.
Right, but the haul distance to go from county to county doesn't make sense, so most of the time, if the waste is generated in the county, it'll stay in the county.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions?
Thank you.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Oh, is there any public?
There are no public speakers.
Thought you had said that. We'll close the public hearing and bring it back for final vote. Mr. Washington.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, that passes 5-0. Our next item would be item 21.1, our assessor, county clerk, recorder.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Steve Horn, Assistant Assessor Clerk Recorder, representing this item today regarding an amendment to Ordinance 735 related to timeshares. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Other than that, I recommend opening the public hearing to take public testimony, and we'll go from there.
Do any of my colleagues have any questions? I just want to make sure everybody understands is that this stems from basically a lawsuit, and that we, although some people think differently, only can charge what it costs us. This is not profit-making.
Yes,
Correct?
ma'am. That's correct.
So it's actually, I think it's lower than what it costs us.
Cost recovery.
So those of you that have a challenge with understanding that is that the county is not to make money, it's just to recover the cost so that we can continue to move forward. So with that, if there's no other comments, we close the public hearing and vote. Mr. Medina? Okay, thank you so much,
Thank
Andy.
you.
Okay, so we are now on 21.2, Office of Economic Development. Ms. Wright, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Kim Wright, Office of Economic Development. Item 21.2 is a public hearing regarding the proposed renewal of the Temecula Valley Wine and Agricultural Heritage District. The Office of Economic Development serves in a facilitative role in this process. The district was originally formed in March of 2021 for a 5-year term through March of this year as a benefit assessment district to support targeted marketing, brand building, events, and other promotional activities that benefit wineries located in Temecula Valley wine country. The purpose of the district is to strengthen visitation, support economic vitality, and elevate the region's profile as a premier wine and tourism destination. The district is managed by the Temecula Valley Wine Growers Association, which serves as the owners association responsible for implementing the district's programs in accordance with the approved management district plan and for providing annual reports to the board. At this time, I respectfully request that the chair open the public hearing on item 21.2 to allow members of the public to provide testimony. Once public testimony has concluded and the hearing is closed, representatives from the district will be available by phone to respond to questions and clarify any aspects of the staff report or proposed resolution. The recommended action following the close of the public hearing is for the board to adopt resolution number 2026-20, declaring the results of majority protest proceedings and renewing the district. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
None? Anybody? Okay, with that, we will open the public hearing. I know we have some speakers.
Yes, Mike Rennie, and Mike is online.
Is there anybody here?
I don't have anybody here for this item.
Okay.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Mike Rennie, and I'm honored to serve as the board president of the Temecula Valley Wine Growers Association. I represent the wineries and the growers of the Temecula Valley Wine and Agricultural Heritage District. And I want to thank you for your continued partnership and support of our wine community. Over the past 5 years, the district has helped transform Temecula Valley into a stronger, more visible, and more competitive wine destination. And we really could never have done it without the support of the county. This program has delivered meaningful results through collective marketing, public relations, events, and education. We've increased direct-to-customer sales. We've strengthened our regional and national profile. We've supported local family-owned wineries. And this success benefits not just our industry, but it also provides a lot of local jobs, our hotels, our restaurants, and the most important thing is our agricultural community across Riverside County. And what I'm most proud of is the collaboration, the wineries of all sizes that we work together. We invest in our own future and operate with transparency and accountability. Importantly, this is a collective investment of our industry. Through the assessment, our wineries have chosen to pool resources to strengthen Temecula Valley wine country because we believe in the region's long-term success. So the renewal allows us to continue that momentum and keep building Temecula Valley as Southern California's wine country. So on behalf of our members, we sincerely appreciate your support throughout this renewal process. And I want to thank you for your time and for being such a strong partner to our wine community. Thank you again.
Mike was our only public speaker.
Kim, thank you for facilitating the presentation there. And just for clarity's sake and everyone's understanding, this is the Wine Growers Association assessing its members to collect funds that they use to promote wine country.
Yes, that is correct, and we do have members from the district, the Owners Association on the line who may want to elaborate a little further.
No, that's okay.
Yes, that's correct.
I just don't want the general public to think the county's assessing a tax.
Right, yes. No, it's privately assessed by a third party through the district, and the county is not a part of that.
Right. We collect no money from that.
Correct.
It goes directly to the wineries. They use it to promote themselves.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. If there are no other public comments, I'd like to move the item.
I will close the public hearing, and now please move. Okay, and that passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, we are now on 23.1.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, Supervisors. Jose Merlon, presenting for agenda item 23.1. Today's item includes 6 agricultural preserve establishments, 1 agricultural preserve enlargement, and 7 changes on applications. This includes 2,566 acres across 53 parcels for new preserves and 46 acres added to the existing Blythe 15 agricultural preserve. Some background on the Williamson Act. The Williamson Act is intended to prevent the premature conversion of farmland into urban development. Under the Act, landowners may voluntarily enter into a 10-year contract to maintain the land for agricultural uses. The Riverside County Board Resolution 84-526 governs agricultural uses in the county. Related to agricultural preserve requirements, agricultural preserve establishments require a minimum of 100 contiguous acres, while enlargements require at least 10 contiguous acres, and parcels must be appropriately zoned for agriculture. Once approved, permitted land uses are limited to those allowed under ordinance number 509, which are generally ag-related uses, including employee housing. To formalize ag preserve establishments, approved ag preserve property owners must return signed land conservation contracts to the board within 90 days. How do we get here? On April 18, 2024, the CAPTAP committee unanimously approved in a 3-0 vote to move the ag preserve establishment and the enlargement. The Planning Commission also approved it on May 21st, 2025 in a 5-0 vote. The project is located in the 4th District within the Palo Verde Mesa Area Plan, spanning the South Palo Verde, Chacawala, and Blythe zoning areas. It is located in the southeastern Riverside County, bordered by unincorporated county land, generally south of 10 Freeway and west of the Colorado River. Surrounding land uses are residential, ag dwelling units in all directions, as well as agriculture and the Colorado River to the east. The primary use of the ag preserves will be used for alfalfa growth. The 53 parcels that make up the ag preserve application are largely agriculture and rural community state density residential. The current zoning is rural residential, light agriculture, and heavy agriculture. The applicant proposes to change all of the parcels to heavy ag. Planning conducted extensive outreach. We published the notice in the Desert Sun, the Palo Verde Times, and mailed direct mailings to property owners within 2,000 feet and posted physical signs within 14 days. The City of Blythe and RivCo were also notified within 30 days in advance of the public hearing. No comments were received. With that, staff recommends the Board of Supervisors approve 7 changes on applications, 7 associated zoning ordinances, adopt 7 board resolutions approving the 6 agricultural preserve establishments and 1 agricultural preserve enlargement. That concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is also here to address any questions.
Does anybody have any questions? No. Please.
So it's in the 4th District. Who is the applicant?
The applicant is here.
I just wanted to know the applicant.
Chris Webb.
Why now, not before? You know, what made you decide to go this way? Not that I'm disagreeing. I just wanted to understand the theory here, the thinking behind it.
Oh, good morning, Chair, Supervisors.
This public comment? Public?
I don't know, I'm asking for him.
Oh, the applicant, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Chris Webb with the Rose Law Group. I'm the applicant here on behalf of the property owner. Supervisor, could you ask your question again?
Just wondering why now? And how we got here, what was the thinking behind all this?
Yeah. Good question. So the owner acquired this property approximately 8 to 10 years ago. They've been farming primarily alfalfa over the last 8 to 10 years. They have some additional rotational crops, wheat and other things, but it's primarily alfalfa. And their plan is to continue to farm it in perpetuity as long as they can. That's what they want to do. I think the why now question is they recently became aware of the Williamson Act program, the opportunity there. When they acquired the property, they weren't aware of that, became aware of it approximately 3 years ago, and so decided to initiate this process. So that's why we're here now.
Let me open the public comment.
There are no public speakers.
Okay, with that, we'll close the public comments. And please vote. Okay, that passes 5-0. So we are now on 23.2.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Van Wagenen, Mr. Perez, and Mr. Tran. I'm Scott Bruckner with TLMA's Planning Department, and with me today is our Code Enforcement Director, Brian Contino, here today to provide this staff report on proposed County Ordinance 927.3, otherwise known as the Short-Term Rental Ordinance. So for today's presentation, I'll provide a brief history on Ordinance 927 and bring that discussion forward into an overview of the changes that are being proposed today. We're also proposing an adjustment to the STR application fees that would take the form of an amendment to Ordinance 671. We want to bring those fees, the proposal is to bring those fees current with today's deposit-based fee rates. And then we'll discuss Ordinance 449255, which is an urgency ordinance which led to the current temporary moratorium on new short-term rental certificates in the unincorporated communities of Thousand Palms and B-Bar H Ranch. That moratorium is still in place today. Staff have analyzed the situation. We'll provide the results of our analysis, provide a recommendation, and that has a nexus to the board's consideration of Ordinance 927 today. And we'll conclude with staff's recommendation. So like most programs, most government programs, the county's STR program is the result of an iterative process. As the STR industry has grown, as the number of STRs in the county have grown, so too has our program, and we've adapted our ordinance and program based on our lessons learned. In January of 2016, the board first adopted the first iteration of 927. It was estimated there were around 300 STRs countywide at that point. In 2020, the board initiated an amendment to Ordinance 927. That was a comprehensive amendment, and it was adopted in 2 phases. Phase 1 was adopted in October of 2022. That included some substantive changes to the ordinance, but most notably, that's the point where the board first allocated dedicated funding from application fees and TOT towards dedicated STR admin and enforcement teams. In December of 2023, the board adopted Phase 2. That's the current version of the ordinance that we are under today, and that includes, among other things, a limit on the number of STRs in the unincorporated communities of Idlewild and Wine Country. Which brings us to present day. Due to continued industry growth, and at the community's request, the board initiated an amendment to Ordinance 927.2, and the purpose was to incorporate provisions to enhance enforcement capability where neighborhoods are being adversely impacted. It's estimated there are around 1,100 certified STRs countywide at this point. So consistent with the board's intent, the language revisions that we're proposing today are focused on enhanced enforcement and mitigation of impacts to adjacent residences. And so to discuss those changes further, I'll turn it over to our Code Enforcement Director.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Brian Contino. I'm the Code Enforcement Director, and I will be talking about some of the changes that we're proposing to the ordinance. Some Some of the revised enforcement provisions are in 3 areas. It's the STR properties with repeated violations, the response to resident complaints, and severe circumstances. One of the big changes that we're going to make, or that we're asking to make, is to define notice and have it replace notice of violation of verified notice of violation. Code enforcement issues many different types of notices. You know, they issue notices of violation, citations, cease and desist letters, letters intent to inspect. And so this will allow us to encompass everything the way the code is written right now for us to move forward with any revocation or fines. It has to be a notice of violation and a verified notice of violation, which has to go through a hearing process. It's a long, drawn-out journey for us to even be able to continue moving forward towards revocation or issuing any citations if warranted. So this will allow us to much more quickly address the issues that we need to address through various different methods that are at our disposal, because we don't just issue notice of violations, we issue multiple forms of enforcement notices. I do want to make it clear, is that when we say notice, that it's not a complaint. A notice is only issued when staff actually verifies that the violation is actually happening on the site. So somebody can call in, we can go out, verify it, then we issue the notice, the citation, the cease and desist, whatever it needs to be. It's not just somebody calls us in and that's a notice on the property. It does need to be verified by code enforcement staff and or the sheriff's office, who we've built a great relationship with, and they will give us the information if we are not able to be at that site. Another change that we are looking to initiate is being able to screen the applicants before we issue the STR permits. Right now, due to the Planning Commission suggestions, it's if a property is applying for an application and they have 3 notices of violation from code enforcement within a 6-month period, that we have a right to deny that application. Or if they have 5 notices in total on their property throughout the course of them owning that property, we have a right to deny that. We initially had 12 months. Planning Commission felt that it was appropriate to go with 6 months. STR certification for properties that already have their licenses for suspending, revoking would be the same time frame. If they receive 3 notices within a 6-month period, we have a right to suspend or revoke that. With the suspension or revocation, they will go through a hearing process to determine whether or not everything was fairly justified against that property, that the violations are standing. I see you have a question. Yes.
Just to clarify, the first 3, if it's denied the initial certification because they had 3 notices, those don't come back up on the suspending or revoke, right?
No, that
These
is
would be
correct.
3 new ones.
These are for, the very first one is for first-time applicants. So we can screen them before they get into the system and determine whether or not we feel that they're going to be good operators for the county. The second one is current operators who have repeated violations, that we have that ability to suspend or revoke.
But it's not a carryover of those?
No, it's not.
Okay. Just wanna make sure.
And then, so again, it's three notices from the Code Enforcement Division within a 6-month period, or 5 notices in total. We have a right to suspend that. And again, they would go through the hearing process to be able to either maintain or keep that. The other thing is, if a once it goes into suspension, they will be required to cease all rentals, canceling all the reservations, so it does impact them financially as well. The other change that we want to make is escalating the response from the owners and their property management companies to residential complaints. Right now, it's set up when code enforcement receives a complaint, especially regarding noise, the property owner has 60 minutes to respond to it and let code enforcement know what actions have been taken. What we're going to propose is shortening that down to 30 minutes for code enforcement to contact the property manager or the owner saying, there's this complaint at this property, noise, you need to address it with your tenants, and then allowing that 30 minutes for them to call back to us, telling us what actions they've taken. One of the changes we do want to make is that if we receive a second similar complaint within a 24-hour period, that the property owner and manager will have to meet us or the sheriff's out on site, regardless of the hour, so that way we can get that complaint addressed immediately and taken care of within that time frame. So if it's 2 a.m. and it's the second complaint within a 24-hour period, they will be required to meet us. Failure to meet us could potentially result in citations or notice of violation. And if it's the second, third one, then they could be up for suspension. So we will be making sure that they are being held accountable.
Is there a dedicated line when they call, or are they got to get a recording that says?
No, we have a dedicated 24-hour hotline that, or I should say, from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. they have a dedicated hotline that will answer these calls, forward it out to the staff that's in the field, or send it over to the sheriff's department. So it does run all hours of the night.
Okay, so the owner operator, if they get an initial complaint, they must notify code enforcement within 30 minutes. They call in 20 minutes, and they're gonna get a real person.
Yes, they will.
Okay, thanks.
And then, like I said, failure to meet with code enforcement or sheriff's department will result in a citation and possible revocation. The last change we want to make is adding a phrase for urgent circumstances, which will allow us, either at my discretion or the discretion of the planning director, to immediately revoke or suspend a license due to urgent circumstances, which could be anything that ranges from damaging properties to health and safety concerns, however we deem it to be a public nuisance that we need to address immediately, and we cannot continue to allow this property to operate. So this is in order to protect the public health and safety and the surrounding property values around it. Again, it could range from massive parties and multiple massive parties where we say, hey, this person has no control of their property, they're a detriment to the community. We need to cease this immediately before we get to the second or the third notice of violation, before we can even start the revocation process. This will just immediately jump them up to the head of the line and go through that revocation process. So these are the changes that we are proposing for the enforcement. We feel that these are the changes that are necessary to get the better control of enforcement and actually hold property owners accountable and property management companies accountable for making sure that their tenants are being good stewards of the neighborhood and blending into the community as these STRs are meant to do. With that, I will turn it back over to Scott, and he can finish the presentation.
So in response to some comments received from the community, some additional adjustments that we're proposing with this iteration is a prohibition on hourly rentals. Hourly rentals are actually already prohibited under the ordinance. We've just added some clarifying language. We're also adding some clarifying language prohibiting temporary events, again, already prohibited. Some clarifying language requiring compliance with the county's trash collection and disposal ordinance. And then an additional add is that STRs within the capped areas of Idlewild and Wine Country would need to rent to guests a minimum of 4 times per year. And the purpose for that is these in the capped areas, certificates are obviously very highly sought after. So we want to ensure that the certificate is being used consistent with the purpose for which it was issued. And then on the administrative end, we're reducing the grace period to renew certificates from 90 days to 60 days after expiration. As mentioned, we're proposing an increase to the application fee that, again, would take the form of adjustment to Ordinance 671. The last time we adjusted fees was July of 2022. They are currently, the initial application, first-time application fee amount is $740. Each year thereafter to renew is $540. The way that the fee is calculated is we take the average amount of time it takes for certain classifications to process an application, for code enforcement to do their inspection, and we multiply that by the board-approved deposit-based fee amount. The current fees are utilizing the DBF amount approved by the board in 2017. So in December of 2024, this board approved an increase to the DBF rates. So we're not proposing to change the methodology by which it's calculated, just bring it consistent with today's DBF rates. That would result in initial application fee amount of $1,040 and then a renewal fee amount of $750. And if you look at the table there, our neighboring counties, we are currently on the lower end, so this would bring us up current with our adjacent counties. So on a separate but related item is board urgency ordinance 449255. So in response to community complaints, this board in March of last year adopted interim ordinance 449254 that resulted in a temporary moratorium on issuance of new STR certificates in the unincorporated areas of Thousand Palms and Bebar H Ranch. The purpose for board adoption of that ordinance was to provide county staff with the time to hear from the community and STR stakeholders, evaluate the impacts of STR concentrations, and research regulatory options if necessary. On April 1st, we held a community meeting in Thousand Palms with residents and STR stakeholders. Interestingly, the comments that we received at that meeting were many, if not most, were in favor of STRs or STRs with additional enforcement, more so than there were those that were against STRs or not in favor of STRs. Government code only allows that first iteration of an urgency ordinance can last 45 days. So on April 15th, the board adopted interim ordinance 449255 that extended the moratorium for an additional 10 months and 15 days to allow staff additional time to evaluate impacts and mitigation measures. That 10 months and 15 days is due to expire February 28th of this year. So jumping into the data, staff reviewed data for Thousand Palms and Bebar H with regard to density of STRs to residential dwelling units and the complaints that we've received on the code enforcement hotline that Brian mentioned earlier, and then also enforcement data. So the blue table up top shows STR density. In Thousand Palms, the density of STRs to residential dwelling units is 2.78%, so not too high. In Bebar H Ranch, it could be more considerable with 11.28%, but the true test is to look at complaints, actual complaints, and enforcement actions that are taking place in these communities. So the red table below depicts STR and noise-related complaints received from the code enforcement hotline from the period of July to December of last year. In Thousand Palms, we received a total of 25 complaints from 8 complainants complaining on 6 properties. In Bebar H Ranch, received 12 complaints from 7 complainants complaining on a total of 8 properties. So the key takeaway here is that the number of complainants and the properties being complained on or against represents a smaller subset of both communities. And so moving to STR and noise-related enforcement data, the green table at the top depicts STR and noise-related enforcement actions from the 9-month period leading up to the board adoption of the moratorium. In Thousand Palms, code opened a total of 17 cases, and that resulted in issuance of 4 citations. In Bebar H Ranch, 4 code cases were opened, resulting in issuance of 1 NOV. In the 9-month period after the board adopted the moratorium, in Thousand Palms, the number of cases opened were 30, resulting in 7 issued citations and 1 NOV. In Bebar H Ranch, 14 cases were opened, resulting in issuance of 2 citations. So the key takeaway here is a couple of them. One, the amount of complaints that are actually being substantiated into observed observed violations and issuance of citations seems to be on the lower end, and that enforcement actually increased after imposition of the moratorium. So on to analysis and findings. With regard to density, at 2.78%, density does not appear to be an issue in Thousand Palms. It may be in Bebar H Ranch. However, with looking at the complaint and enforcement data, again, the number of complainants and the number of properties receiving complaints represents a smaller subset of the community, so it does not appear to be a widespread issue in either community. Importantly as well, the data tables show both noise and STR related complaints. So most complaints they originate as a noise complaint. So when a resident is in their home and they're calling the hotline, they hear loud noises. Most times they don't really know where the noise is coming from, what property it is, and certainly whether or not it's an STR or not. So it's up to code enforcement and sheriff upon response to substantiate those details. In either case, Noise appears to be a common denominator here, and it's a strong factor when considering this issue. With regard to enforcement, again, less than 1 out of every 4 complaints is actually resulting in an observed violation and issued citation. So because there is no density issue, because the issue is limited to a small subset of properties in these communities, and the new moratorium appears to not have assisted with the issue, staff's conclusion is that the issues in these communities are related to enforcement and noise. So our recommendation is that the board allow Ordinance 449255 to expire on its February 28th expiration date, as the enhanced enforcement provisions of proposed Ordinance 927.3 and the recent initiation of board initiation of amendment to Ordinance 847, which is our noise ordinance, those two in tandem are expected to address the issues in Thousand Palms and Bee Bar H Ranch. With that, staff's recommendation is that the board find this project is exempt from CEQA, introduce, read title, and waive further reading of Ordinance 927.3, introduce, read title, and waive further reading of Ordinance 671.25, receive and file staff's report on urgency interim Ordinance 449255, and allow the ordinance to expire on February 28th based on the findings presented in the staff report. That concludes our presentation.
Does any of my colleagues have any questions or comments?
Not at this time.
Okay. With that, thank you so much. With that, we will now move to the public hearing. I will open the public hearing.
Okay, first public speaker, Alex de Cordoba, followed by Harris Vertlieb. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, I was just adding a little bit based upon this report. Thank you for that. That was very helpful. My name is Alex de Cordoba. I own a cabin in Idlewild. Over the past 3 years, I've hosted nearly 200 guest stays with a 99% 5-star rating and contributed over $10,000 in TOT revenue to the county. I'm not here to oppose regulation. I'm here because this ordinance imposes standards you yourselves couldn't meet and solves a problem you've never actually measured in a meaningful way. This is actually the first time I've heard some hard numbers which, indicate the size of the problem. So I'm glad to hear things are happening in terms of that. Before you vote on ordinance, I propose the golden rule test. If these rules are truly reasonable, you should be willing to live under them yourselves. You're requiring me to answer complaint calls within 30 minutes, 24/7, even in a cell dead zone, in a snowstorm, or asleep. I'm an owner-operator in Idlewild, not a corporate management company with a 24/7 call center. Would each of you publish your personal cell numbers and answer every constituent call within 30 minutes, day or night? 3 missed calls and you're suspended from office? Of course not. So why impose it on us? If a neighbor files a false complaint while I'm driving through a snowstorm and I miss the 30-minute window, I get a strike. 3 strikes and my permit is suspended. You're forcing independent owners out of the market because we can't staff round-the-clock hotlines like corporate owners can. You remove verified from Section 14. We heard the reason why, but I see it differently. 3 unverified complaints, potentially from 1 hostile neighbor, can revoke my permit. Would you accept being removed from office based on 3 unproven allegations? No due process, just accusations? The data from Thousand Palms shows 1 resident called code enforcement 20 times in a single month. Under this ordinance, where a notice equals a strike, as I understand it, that 1 neighbor could revoke every permit on their street in a weekend. You're not creating a tool for enforcement, you're creating a weapon for harassment. Verification is the only protection we have. The Nexus study on efficiency fees and broken systems. The Nexus study admits it takes the county staff 4 hours to process a simple renewal because your vendor systems are incomplete. You're charging small business owners nearly $1,000 for a system that doesn't work. Many of us have received county letters claiming we failed to renew, even though we paid on time and followed every rule. When we call panicked about losing our business, staff says, oh, ignore that letter, it was sent in error. I've spoken with your team. They're frustrated too, spending their time cleaning up system errors and sending revocation letters when everyone's done everything right. Talk to your staff. Since you implemented this ordinance, what has their experience been like for them? If your system is so broken it sends false termination letters, why are we paying premium fees to fund it? There's a credibility gap. I'm running out of time, but I would love to be extended if you guys allow that.
Sorry, if we do it for you, we'd have to do it for everybody.
I have a question.
Yes.
Scott, well, my wife and I are members of the Marriott Vacation Club program. She was just complaining to me last night that she got a letter from Marriott saying we didn't pay our membership dues, which is about $300 a year. She gets mad when she gets those kind of letters, so she goes and she looks it up on her bank account, and the check was sent in November and cashed in November. So now she's got to go through and go call Marriott. So my point is, things happen not just in government, things also happen in the private sector. There are goof-ups. If we are having goof-ups here, then we need to fix those. I think perhaps the property owner has a couple points to make, but I also want to make the point that what we're trying to do here is be responsive to neighbors as well, because we're allowing a residential use, we're allowing a residence to be used in a commercial way, and it has to be done without impacting the neighborhood. But I can see how if you're really against STRs, then you could become a harasser of sorts. So maybe you could answer a couple of those questions, maybe point out, you've seen some of those things happen, and what are we doing to fix it? And I don't think you intended that just a call or a complaint. It has to be verified, and I think you already said that.
Absolutely, Supervisor. No, absolutely. I'll answer the last question first with regard to the gentleman was speaking to our striking of the definition of verified notice of violation. That has been supplanted with notice. Complaints, the new language reads where 3 notices are issued, and notices are the result of complaints substantiated into observed non-compliance. So those all need to be substantiated. So that's not, as mentioned before with the Thousand Palms and Beach Ranch case, complaints are not always substantiated into issued notices. So that's one. With regard to the system, the way we interpret, and it's exactly the way you described. Folks generally, when they renew, they pay their renewal fee, but it doesn't end there. There's a list of documents we need. We need to recheck the grant deed, for example. We need a self-certification form. So there's a number of forms, and when those are not all submitted, yes, we do extend out longer. However, typically the way we administratively handle that is once the payment is in, we work with them. So if it takes a while to get all of the documentation, we don't shut them off. They're allowed to continually operate. And so we don't expire their short.
Madam Chair, just very quickly. You know, at the end of the day, obviously we got to this place because you had these conversations. We had these conversations both in Thousand Palms and Ottawa and other areas. I hear you when you talk about Thousand Palms. There are folks that just continuously complain without any type of evidence whatsoever, and they just don't like certain individuals or what have you, and it is what it is. I don't think that's the case going on in Ottawa. However, it could happen. My main concern there, although there is to be accountability, is the issue of the 30 minutes. That's one thing I don't think it was brought up to my attention in the conversations that we had as staff and with me. You know, I think there is a good point to be made there that first of all, we shouldn't get there in the first place, but let's say we do. 30 minutes when there's a snowstorm or 30 minutes when there's something going on where it's difficult to get up there. It may take an hour. So I don't know, there's something that can be done in that aspect, but nonetheless though, something needs to get done regardless, and if that be the owner or the property manager, someone needs to show up, especially if it's already a second complaint, a third complaint, or what have you. But 30 minutes, that seems a little too tight.
And just for clarification, Supervisor, so the initial 30 minutes is when code enforcement gets the first complaint. We reach out to the property owner saying, hey, you need to contact your tenants within, and address this issue and get back to us within 30 minutes. They don't need to meet us on site. That's only with the second complaint within a 24-hour period where you'd say, okay, you have to meet us on site to address this issue. So that first 30 minutes is just for them even to pick up the phone, call their tenants, say, hey, we got a noise complaint, you guys need to turn it down, and then give us a call back and say, this is the actions that we've taken. At that point, there is no need for us to meet out on site at that time.
Okay,
Now,
I hear you there, but even still, 30 minutes is still, I don't think, enough time. Only because what if the individual is on vacation? What if the individual is sick, right? And I hear you about the 30 minutes after they hear the complaint, but as well, what if the system is not working on our end and there's no one answering the phone? That happens as well. So I would prefer that somehow gets amended to at least an hour at the minimum. And I think that makes more sense.
Can I ask
Please,
Brian
please.
another question? Thanks. We don't have snow in wine country. So I'm and I told him I would keep Idlewild if he didn't want it. He took it anyway. But is there some language that we might consider that says, well, Supervisor Perez has already suggested going back to the hour, but I'm wondering if maybe extenuating circumstances such as a snowstorm or roads being closed or a wildfire, perhaps those extenuating circumstances can extend the response time.
Understood, Supervisor. And to be honest, staff is aware of all the situations that are going on within the community. There's a snowstorm in Idlewild. We will be cognizant of that, and we understand that if it's going to take somebody an hour, or if we call them and say, hey, we have this complaint, and they say, you know what, I'm doing this, it's going to take me an hour, and I'll get right back to you. If they're willing to work with us, and that is something that we can facilitate. But we are in the community as well, so when it's a call in Idlewild and a snowstorm, we're verifying it. So my officers are already up there to verify it and saying this is where we're at, and please address it or meet us up there, because we will be there as well. If we know it's going to take longer than the prescribed time, we'll work that out with the property owner.
And traditionally, if you own a small business and you're expected to be open, but you got sick or you take a vacation, you have a designated representative that watches or manages your business in your absence. That's a reasonable assumption, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thanks.
Supervisor Medina.
The question of the time, the 30 minutes, was my question as well. And to me, to put that in, and then to say, however, given different circumstances, it doesn't apply. To me, that's not a good rule. If you're going to make a rule and put, however, in these circumstances, the rule doesn't apply, doesn't seem to me to be a good rule. My opinion. What happens if they don't comply or reach you in 30 minutes? What's the consequence?
If they don't respond to code enforcement within the 30 minutes or the sheriff's office within the 30 minutes, that's when they would be subject to either a citation, notice of violation, depending on what's justified at that point.
Yeah, again, I have a concern about the complying within 30 minutes, except in given snowstorms or fires, or, you know, if you're sick or, right, you're out of town. So I just have issue with that, putting something like that, such a limited amount of time to respond. I would prefer to see something different, but certainly not 30 minutes.
Supervisor Gutierrez.
Thank you. I thought I also heard too, but I'm not too sure. Didn't you mention, Scott, that there was also going to be a mechanism? Well, one, each complaint has to be substantiated, right? And then there has to be at least 3. But didn't you also mention that there would have to be a hearing and all that as well? Or no?
No, so the hearing would come if they receive a certain number of notices of violation or citations or letters from the Code Enforcement Department to potentially suspend or revoke the permit. That's when the hearing would be brought about. As it stands right now, you know, every notice of violation, verified notice of violation, is one that would have to go through that hearing process, which draws everything out to allow them to continuing operate and continue stacking the violations against them. So that's where we're trying to eliminate the verified notice of violation. But the complaints for us to issue any notice to a property owner, we need to verify the complaint and that there is actually a violation of this ordinance.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Perez.
When it rains, it pours.
Yes.
Wait a minute. You guys understand this is our first public comment? Thank you. Hopefully everybody's listening to this and not repeating the same concerns.
So what happens, for example, obviously a lot of this has to do with also code enforcement. And we've had struggles in the past with having enough code enforcement, but I think we're ramping that up, which is a good thing. I just want to make sure we're clear with this, that way the public understands this.
So Supervisor
What- I'm
Rania
not done yet.
Oyambati,
I'm not
LMA
done
Director.
yet.
My apologies.
And so with the code enforcement, also I'm wondering about, okay, so we're ramping up code enforcement, that's a good thing. However, you know, going up and down a hill, it's quite a bit of a drive. Assuming that there's a code enforcement officer up there, that makes good sense. However, if there is no code enforcement because it's after 10 p.m., then who do the folks call, or who do we call to ensure that there's someone there in a timely manner? Would that be the sheriff? And would that indicate that they would be there in a timely manner?
So after hours, we have a hotline, which will be answered by a live person. If it's after 10 o'clock, it gets dispatched to the sheriff's department, and they will help respond for code enforcement to verify the complaint. If there is a violation, they pass all that information along to us as well. The reason we ask people to call the hotline, which is on the number of all the short-term rental signs, is so that way we can track it and verify and go back to the officers and say, this is the complaint that received at this hour, at this address. Can we please get the report that you guys have generated from that? So that way we can take any enforcement actions if necessary.
How long will that usually take if there is no sheriff deputy up that hill?
Unfortunately, I can't speak to that. That would be a question for the sheriffs.
He's right there, under sheriff. I'm just trying to understand. Oh, I'll ask him.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Mr. Van Wagenen, Mr. Tran. Well, unfortunately, I'm listening to the whole thing, and most of this you know already. When you say timely, it does go back that a call would come into our dispatch center that there's a STR complaint based on noise or whatever the issue is. Depending on the severity of the type of call it would fall into our priority system. There's no way for me to tell you that our response would be timely unless I know nothing is happening that evening other than an STR violation with noise. We will respond to it when we can. I recognize the board's concern over 30 minutes because I would have the same concern with the sheriff department being there in 30 minutes in certain circumstances when it's a noise complaint alone. But it has worked this way. As far as the code enforcement, they've taken they're a great lead in the STR program. They worked with our staff to train the regular deputies to understand these ordinance violations because it's not always the sheriff department STR deputy that's responding to them. So we do the training, they provided that training and helped us out, but the timely part is the concerning part for me.
Okay, thank you, Under Sheriff. Appreciate it. I just think that eventually, maybe one day, we'll have to revisit the idea of having code enforcement past 10 p.m., not only for this issue, but even for the future when it comes to the festivals and things of that nature. That's another conversation. But I think that's one that needs to be had. Do we have staff at all at Hemet?
Lake Hemet.
Lake Hemet? Or rather, Lake Hemet, sorry. Yeah, Lake Hemet?
So we have staff stationed throughout the county that will patrol everything. So they're stationed out of the CAC right here, and then they get assigned to their locations to patrol the entire county. We have about 14 officers that will go out into the areas depending on where the calls are.
Do you happen to know that?
I think the question was intended to be directed to the undersheriff about deputy staffing at Lake Hemet, as opposed to driving up the mountain from the Hemet station.
There are deputies assigned at the Hemet station up on the mountain. They're not all 24/7. Some of them do respond out of the Hemet station. The original program for the mountain station was for some resident deputies that we had that lived up there. They do provide a quicker response, but they're not always on duty.
Okay.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, I'm done with my questions.
Okay. Let's have our second public comment.
Okay,
I'm
and
not
we do
making
have,
fun of you. I'm just saying this is usually doesn't happen when we have this much questions.
We do have 12 total speakers, including our first speaker, and 6 of them received donated time. Our next speaker is Harris Vertlieb.
Wait a
Harris
minute.
will be
So
followed
it's-
by Alan Paintner.
Okay, so 12 speakers plus somebody who's going to have 12 minutes?
No, I was just indicating that 6 of those speakers received donated time. So they'll have longer than 3 minutes.
Okay. Okay, because the maximum is 9 minutes, so that's when you said 12, I got mixed up. Thank you. Well, good morning still. Good morning.
It's still morning. How are you doing? Harris Vertlieb. Just want to say, off the cuff, nothing written this time. I attended all 3 of the town hall meetings that John Hildebrand and Scott Bruckner and his team hosted. And I do want to do a shout out. They did a great job on that. They listened to the constituents. And in fact, I was pleased with some of the language in one of the sections was changed in the way that I felt it should be written. On the issues that I also still have regarding what was mentioned before, when it comes to noise, you have to also remember that if you have an STR, you have to have a noise monitoring system and an app on my phone. And we've had an issue once, which is really weird. A neighbor called me and said we were making too much noise, and I was like, but it's not being rented. It's just me at home. It was a neighbor who was having a big party, and I said, well, if you want to see my noise aware app, there's no decibel levels currently being, is the issue. So we do have technology in place to ensure that there are no excessive noise, and we would know about it before maybe the neighbor. So I think we need to be a little bit more cognizant of that fact, and take into consideration that sometimes you have overzealous neighbors who are not sure where the noise is coming from, and if I get a noise complaint and there's no one there, and my noise aware app says there is no noise, what do? Am I going to go call code enforcement? I don't think it should be my job to do that. So I just think this is all just common sense stuff, to think about how these applications of technology are here to help us monitor these things. And the other last thing is I heard from the presentation that you might have complaints from one particular resident about one particular STR, and it just seems as though there's no ramifications or consequences to a person constantly making false claims. I don't know how you'd write anything into the code or ordinance about that, but again, common sense stuff says we need to, be aware of, not everybody is friendly all the time, and if you're excessively complaining when there are no violations or complaints, there's got to be some consequences. Thank you.
Sir, real quick, so was there actual noise around here somewhere, or was that just someone, that individual just made up, or?
No, there was, but it was a neighbor. It wasn't me.
It was a different neighbor?
It was a different neighbor, yeah. And so they called.
All right. Thinking it was you.
It was a legitimate call, it just wasn't you.
Yeah. But that wasn't an STR. That was just someone at home having a party.
Oh, all right, gotcha.
So what am I supposed to do?
Nothing.
Just, yeah, real quick question.
Okay, Supervisor Gutierrez?
Just a quick question to staff, and there is a mechanism, right, for that, to figure that out if somebody is kind of calling falsely, and, I mean, you have to substantiate the complaint, right? You have to verify.
That is correct. So we do respond to all the complaints that we receive. That is a requirement of our position. And again, if we go out to a property and they say, this STR is having a party, and we go out there and there's no noise, and it's the house next door that is not an STR, we won't even be contacting the property owner. We'll be addressing the noise issue.
Thank you. And then I just wanted to thank Harry also for complimenting you guys. He's also in my district, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Alan Painter, and Alan was given time from John Hunter. Is John in the room?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Go get him, Alan. I did send a very, very last minute, same display I'd used last time we were here, discussion a couple weeks back. I don't know if you can bring it up or not. I just sent over a message. If not, no problem. Okay, no issue. I've been here before. I'm a property owner in wine country. Wine country, these are big properties, 2.5 acres. You can't go in and evidence what's happening. A lot of times the properties are set back in. If the ordinance is going to be rewritten, we need enforcement. There's no enforcement now. I don't see it. I just see edits to the ordinance. I see meat being added, but until code enforcement takes some ownership and responsibility, I just don't know how this is ever going to work for the owners. We live there. I shouldn't have to deal with the issues of an STR next door. So everybody's painting the picture of people that call that often, but I called 36 times over the last 18 months. My wife pointed out that we didn't even call a lot of times because we just give it up. Typically, it's a noise issue. The noise goes away, that's a Tuesday. Thursday, we got new guests. We got another noise issue. I don't know if they're just not monitoring the meters or what's happening, but 2 rentals a week, 52 weeks a year, that's 100 occasions where I could have a noise issue next door, and there's never a notice written. There's never a follow-up from code enforcement. I've got that known bad actor next door. It's been acknowledged by code enforcement. It's been acknowledged by the police. The issue is there's an excessive number of, I call them transient renters. They list the property at 16 plus guests. We've documented that. We've reported that to code enforcement. Tricia has done an incredible job of pointing out the properties that are listing in excess of the allowable 10. There's never action taken. So next thing you know, I've got 70 cars next door. That's happened on numerous occasions. This isn't just a one-time thing. One time I wouldn't be here. My life is living hell because of the STR next door. Airbnb actually shut them down at one point in time. So Airbnb, who generates revenue from the rental, can take action, but code enforcement can't take action. So I've contacted the police 7 times during that same time period. We're talking roughly 18 months. You go back to from May of last year, there have been 2 code violations, 4 disturbances, 1 grand larceny, but only 1 corresponding code enforcement citation. On January 6th at 2 o'clock in the morning, I call code enforcement, that's what I'm supposed to do. Then we call the police non-emergency number. Somebody had taken a car and rammed it into the front of the house and smashed in the front door of the house. This is at 2 o'clock in the morning. I've got to deal with this. I've got police, I've got fire. I'm getting emotional again because when is it going to carry over to my property? The neighbor's house is right there. I mean, it's not even that far away. It's scary what's going on there, and nothing is being done by code enforcement. So if there's a police violation, shouldn't there be a code enforcement notice? Shouldn't they go hand in hand? Isn't that kind of a minimum expectation? If I make that code enforcement call first, I make the call to the police show up, they take action, but then code, they wipe their hands, they've got nothing to be concerned about. The police have taken over. They should be tied in together. There is no STR owner on site. I'm the one who's forced to monitor and report the issues. All I'm trying to do is look out for my safety and some quality of life. Can the citations be issued and decisive action taken to mitigate these ongoing issues? I've saved that short-term rental owner from that house burning to the ground. They've had massive parties there. They've had issues that have gone on, as I mentioned. The front door just got smashed in. It's still smashed in right now from someone running a car into it. When is that going to carry over and impact myself, my wife? I got horses, I got chickens, I got animals. It's just makes life unbearable. And I please ask that decisive action be taken and code enforcement actually do some enforcement. Thank you.
Tricia Keel. Tricia was given time from Deb Hunter. Is Deb in the room? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tricia Keel, and I live in Temecula wine country. To strengthen the ordinance, last month the Planning Commission recommended reducing the total number of violations from 7 to 5, which is helpful. However, changing the limit from 3 violations in 12 months to 3 in 6 months is actually more lenient. A bad operator who racks up violations slowly can still average 3 per year and never trigger meaningful enforcement. A more effective approach would be 2 violations in 12 months. Right now, enforcement is almost entirely verbal. Residents, we call code enforcement. Code responds to complaints by calling the property manager and issuing a verbal warning. Weekend after weekend, the same violations continue. Noise, over-occupancy, parties, the cycle repeats because nothing changes for the violator. Operators sign acknowledgments of occupancy and noise rule when they apply and renew their permits, yet many still receive warning after warning with no escalation. The ordinance needs stronger enforcement to ensure the rules they agreed to are actually followed. Code enforcement must physically verify these complaints in order to issue citations, but due to staffing shortages, they're only able to come to wine country about 5% of the time if we're lucky. Often they can only make phone calls and are unable to witness these violations. After 8:30 p.m. when code enforcement returns to base, they cannot verify these issues in person at all. The sheriff has responded in wine country, but typically only when situations are already extreme and shots have been fired. In wine country, every new group of guests gets a clean slate. A single property can generate noise and disturbances every few days, but enforcement resets simply because the faces have changed. Last August, we met with Rania Odenbaugh, John Hildebrand, and Sheriff Captain Regali. Captain Regali was very clear. Warnings are not effective, violations are. Other tourist communities such as Palm Springs, Big Bear, and Lake Tahoe have shown what works. Zero tolerance for amplified music, immediate fines, and verifying occupancy at the door, and it works. We are asking for these same basic protections. Right now, the message being sent is this: break the rules, disturb the neighbors, and all you're going to get is another phone call. Meanwhile, residents are the one who pay the price. Residents are left calling, documenting, and enduring the same disruptions over and over. These gaps in enforcement don't burden the responsible operators, which there are many in wine country. They shield the bad actors who know they can violate the rules without consequences. We're not asking to eliminate the short-term rentals. We're asking for balance, accountability, and the same protections that already work in other communities. Wine country residents, we deserve to sleep in our homes, enjoy our property, and trust that the regulations meant to protect them actually will. Please give this ordinance real enforcement, real consequences, and real credibility, because without that, it is failing the very communities it was created to protect. Thank you.
John Meyer. John was given time from Nancy Hughes. Is Nancy in the audience? Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is John Meyer, and I'm a 26-year wine country resident. I'd like to acknowledge the many short-term rental owners that operate within the regulations. Unfortunately, there are still bad actors who do not follow the regulations and impact the quality of life in our neighborhoods. We were promised enforcement of the short-term rental ordinance would be upgraded. Changes were made, but they have fallen short. Very few violations have been issued. Common sense says code enforcement needs to be available during the time violations are most likely to occur. This is after 10 p.m. Friday, Saturday, and holidays. I don't understand why personnel cannot be assigned a work shift that encompasses these hours. Instead, we see code enforcement leave the field starting around 9 p.m. This in turn requires late hour enforcement to fall to the sheriff's department. This redirects this resource from their primary job and at a higher cost than code enforcement. How can a violation be verified if code enforcement isn't available to be on site when they occur? Until enforcement is taken seriously, the bad actors will continue to operate and disrupt our neighborhoods and our quality of life. Specific enforcement needs to center on quiet time after 10 p.m. and the limitations of occupancy. As a reminder, in the wine country residential zone, occupancy is limited to 10 people. I believe an adjustment to the work schedule, even if it takes a bump in pay, is a common sense solution to this problem in getting code enforcement into the field when the problems are occurring. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Mrs. E. Petrella. Mrs. Petrella was given time from Mr. Petrella. Is Mr. Petrella in the audience? Thank you.
Good morning. Here we go again. Mr. Washington, were you aware there was another violent incident that resulted in felony charges of assault with a deadly weapon at a Camino Sierra STR? Anyone else? It was a perfect carbon copy of the first one. Same sequence of events and lack of response from code enforcement. And same STR that, by the way, has a property manager with banking hours. What? Why is this STR business still operating, you ask? Because the artificial concern displayed by the interim code enforcement director after the first incident in June of 2025 in which revocation of permit was mentioned as a consequence, was later dismissed by Ms. Rania, the interim director, with the excuse of, and I quote, "not able to revoke the permit after all. There's no prior history of complaints made against this STR." That's not true. Dozens of complaints and still operating after the second incident. Wow. Now, I discovered that unfortunately 927 is a corrupted ordinance. It was never set up properly or at all back in 2016. No procedures in place, never audited or updated, errors and discrepancies never corrected. The new STR department inherited the corrupted database and system. Now, the following 9 issues were brought up to you with no action taken, no response from anyone. 1, why no prior complaints on file for the Camino Sierra STR? 2, how is one property owner able to hold several STR permits for several dwellings on the same property and building a new 5,000 square foot ADU twice as big as the 2 buildings and never splitting the land? 3, how can an STR property be converted and operate as a cottage inn without the proper approved building permits and license? 4, how can an STR property management company use a call center after hours? Now, that's a third party twice removed. 5, why are STR still allowed to violate occupancy limit and no events rule? 6, how many STRs in the Wine Country District have that building director sign off requirement for over the limit occupancy requirement? Now, if you don't know, as of today, the county has not been able to find any approved sign-off documents. So there's a lot of violators out there right now. 7, why is code enforcement dismissing administrative STR violation complaints? 8, noise complaints cannot be verified, and other violation complaints that have been verified are ignored. 9, why are property managers calling to harass me, assuming it was me making a complaint? And how did they get my number? Now, as you can see, there's a lot of dismissed serious issues. There's more, I just don't have enough time. Now, as stated before, the STR industry is given special consideration and permission to continue destroying the quality of life for the residents. Now the new concern is how many more incidents you are intentionally going to allow. I believe the term you are using is bringing balance. Balance? One side is attacked and disturbed, while the other side is doing the attacking and cashing in. There's no balance in this equation. What happens to all the previous abuse and attacks that destroy my quality of life? All the interruptions and disturbances I was forced to live with? All the frustration of reporting complaints over and over? Are they irrelevant? Don't matter? Are they going to be ignored, dismissed, and erased? This is the balance you speak of now? Well, I am not falling for another round of artificial concern. Stop pretending that you are doing something to fix this constant intrusive disturbances when we all know the ordinance is meant to be ignored. It's just for show and for the financial interest of the businesses in the Temecula wine country area. Don't insult your intelligence. And now, if you are creating another amendment to 927, it needs to be written with one thing in mind: how to restore quality of life for the actual residents. Any questions? Well, I have some. Since noise complaints cannot be verified by code enforcement, this time forward, I will have code enforcement respond to my property, then the address will be provided if necessary. However, the time will start from the moment I make that phone call. Okay? Second question I have is, how is it a verified complaint when code enforcement just told you they call the property management? Okay? They don't even come out. So they stopped the noise for a minute. Was that considered a verified complaint or not? How is it categorized at that point? What is the dedicated line now? Because it's the same line that everybody uses. Now, I suggest that you make a phone call to the hotline after hours so that you can see what we listen to and what we have to go through when we have to make a complaint. Thank you so much.
Laura Stern.
Good morning. My name is Laura Stern, and I'm a hosted short-term rental owner and a full-time resident of Wine Country for many years now. I've been closely involved with this issue since the very beginning. It's been a long road, but I'd like to say thank you to all the supervisors and the planning commissioners for working so diligently on this and being considerate of all our situations, as this directly affects our lives, businesses, and quality of life for all sides of the argument. We are okay with most of the newly proposed changes of 927.3, but there is one important outstanding item that I would like to address today that is worded in a questionable manner and leads to possible subjective county interpretation, making us hosted short-term rental residents very nervous. And this is in regards to the ability of current hosted owners in Wine Country that cannot or do not comply with the 500-foot rule being unable to pass our homes down to our children. Section 7G2 currently states an SDR owner in Wine Country may transfer title to a family member or heir if the property meets the SDR requirements described in Section 9. Section 9H states the 500-foot rule, which many of us legally operating hosted rentals in Wine Country do not currently meet. We heard John Hildebrand say in the town hall meeting when specifically asked that the 500-foot rule does not apply to hosted properties when passing down our SDR family residence to our children, but this is not what's written in Section 7G2 and 8H and leaves us at the mercy of whoever at the county is interpreting and enforcing the ordinance at the time, which could be arbitrary and extremely stressful for us. Example, I personally have 3 other STRs within 500 feet on my street. 1 other hosted and 2 not hosted. And by the way, none of them have ever been a problem. We all manage and operate quietly, and we get along great. We feel that we are in a race now with our neighbors who we love and are close friends with, wishing they will die before us so that they will lose their certificate and that we can then be allowed to will our family home with our STR certificate down to our children instead. Neither of us should be put in that position because of a subjective interpretation of the written ordinance or county oversight. So we kindly ask you all to agree today to simply add 1 short sentence to the ordinance to paragraph 8H1, which already lists the exceptions to the 500-foot rule, therefore allowing resident-hosted stays to pass down the certificates to their children irregardless of the 500-foot setback, or however you wish to word it. This will make the world of difference to all our children to be able to keep our family homes that we work so hard to build. Most of them are very large properties that depend on the extra rental income in order to be able to afford and make.
Andrew Lackman. Andrew was given time from Lydia Lackman. Is Lydia in the room? Thank you.
Little height difference there. Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Andrew Lockman. I'm a resident of Wine Country. I'm a hosted SDR right now. I'm also an Army veteran. And I've poured everything that I own into my property financially to build out the rentals. Originally, we had Airstreams on the property, and then you guys arbitrarily changed the rule and did not allow short-term overnight stays in RVs, which an Airstream's really not an RV, but in a trailer, or tents, or anything like that. So I spent $700,000 and built out a second house on the property and did the rental on that instead. And then shortly thereafter, kind of as I was opening that up, you guys changed the rules and we could no longer sell our property with the license and my property values went down quite a bit. And that was a very hard pill to swallow. And then we keep having these every single time. And it seems like my whole financial well-being of my family is at stake every single time. It's hard not to take it personal. Then I come to these meetings and I hear the stories, the shocking stories that some of these neighbors of mine, because I'm a neighbor too, have, and I understand the reason why. And there's got to be some way to have everybody needs met. No neighbor should be held, ransom by a bad actor next to them. I know that we've never had anybody complain about us because we're hosted and we're on the property, and I don't have any tolerance for any skullduggery or anything crazy going on. And we, sit on our guests and make sure that that they're professional and courteous. And part of doing that is we have couples come in 2 at a time. We don't have big parties. We don't have people who are connected. So it's very quiet. We got a lot of people coming for weddings or the horse for Galloway Downs, romantic getaways, a lot of things like that. And it's not a party house at all. And I think that's really a big difference in just the business, way our business is designed versus others. And one thing is, when we originally were doing this last time, you guys said you were going to do something different for people who are hosting, and that never really happened. And my concern is you got a 10-person minimum on the properties. Well, if I have my family on the property, then how many people do I get to have guest-wise? I don't think I should be in a reverse situation where I'm penalized for actually being responsible, being on the property and making sure that our guests are not, loud and disruptive. And that never, we talked about it and it was discussed, and Mr. Washington, at one point you said you were supporting that, and then it never actually materialized, and everything else. So I would ask that be done. And also, I feel the frustration on code enforcement as well, because just on my street alone, there is a RV park that's not legal, and there's a bunch of RVs parked on there, and people are spending the night in those RVs, and the person is charging for people to do so, and they're completely not licensed or anything else, and on my street. And I, built $700,000 to not be in violation of that same deal. And that's, every time I drive by there, it's like someone slaps me in the face. It's frustrating. So I feel the pain with the code enforcement situation, but not nearly as the horror stories that I hear from these other people, and my heart goes out to them, because I can only imagine being in one's home and not being able to feel safe and respected. And as a staunch libertarian, that's horrifying to me. So I don't know what all the answers are. I have to leave that with you folks and trust you. But I would ask you to be fair. I don't agree with the two strikes the lady just asked for. I do agree, though, that there needs to be more teeth. And a way that sounds like a lot of these places are operating, they should run out their strikes the way the law is written right now, if it's enforceable, very quickly. It just has to be some way that the code enforcement can be held accountable to do their job. And I think if the sheriffs go out and write a ticket, that should count as a violation and should cross over. And code enforcement should not then have to go out and reestablish that, but actually be able to take the sheriff's written report to heart and write a violation based off of that.
Sir, can I ask you a question? Are you saying that as a hosted facility, you and your family live there?
Yes,
but
sir.
you're being counted towards the max of 10?
Yes, sir.
And you shouldn't be.
Correct, and that's what you had said previously, but in the actual code, there's nowhere that it makes that delineation.
Okay. Can we fix that, John?
Yeah, thank you, supervisors, and great comments. It's not the intent of code enforcement to double count the family that lives there that's hosting it. The intent is to comply with whatever number of persons are allowed on the certificate. That's the number that would be allowed on the property, and not ding them for the family that lives there. Okay.
Ronald Keel, and Ronald was given time from Terry Gonzalez and Todd Gapin. Are Terry and Todd in the room? Thank you.
Morning, supervisors. Good to see you again. I know most of you. I haven't met you yet, sir, but my name is Ron Keel. I'm a 19-year resident of Wine Country. I was involved in the last iteration of 927.2 and was on Supervisor Washington's committee trying to help craft some of the language. So my wife and I have both been following this issue now for about 4 years. I want to thank the staff for acknowledging that the previous ordinance lacked sufficient enforcement to stop the chronic violators. I've met with Rania and many of the staff members here, John Hildebrand and others, to try to help work through some of these issues. I've been told, Ron, the county moves slowly and be patient, and I've been patient for 4 years, but we're back here still trying to work through this thing with you and trying to get this right. I think the current proposal is a step in the right direction, but in my view, it doesn't go far enough. The same bad actors that you heard about from Alan Painter and others are really the ones that we should be trying to target. There are many good short-term rental operators that never get a complaint, some of whom are in this room, and many others who are acting responsibly. So, really, we're talking about a handful of people who just don't seem to care. We go on Airbnb regularly to check. Their occupancy for Wine Country residential, which should be no more than 10, is 16 or more, 20, 24. And these are simple things that code enforcement could be verifying. They just don't feel that the ordinance applies to them, I guess, and there's no enforcement happening to curtail this. So really, it's a small number of people that we're talking about here. I see several shortcomings in the current proposal. First, the ordinance still relies primarily on warnings before any real consequences occur. And reducing the warning period from 60 to 30 minutes, I don't really see that doing anything. Mr. Perez, to get somewhere in 30 minutes is tough to do. That really isn't the issue. The issue is enforcement doesn't write citations. Hardly ever. That's the real problem. How can Mr. Painter have 36 complaints, 70 cars one day, 24 chairs for an illegal wedding the next, on and on and on, and there's like one citation listed on the county website? That's the problem here. It's not that the language is ineffective, and maybe staff has some concerns about their ability to enforce that, which may be, and it may need a little wordsmithing, but the real issue here is enforcement. Second, the proposal adds an emergency permit revocation process, but it doesn't clearly define what qualifies as this emergency. Without any clear standards or documentation, this provision is going to be difficult to enforce and vulnerable to many legal challenges. So in essence, you're taking the nuclear option without any kind of paper trail to justify this action. So it sounds good, but there really should be some intermediate steps. They're mostly in the ordinance now. If you get 3 violations within a 1-year period, we can revoke your permit. But you got to issue the violations and the citations, whatever you want to call it, to get to that point, and that's not happening. I don't know of any short-term rentals that have had a permit revoked in Wine Country, and we have plenty of bad actors. You just heard of one. The proposal revision attempts to tighten the requirements of 3 notices within 1 year to 3 notices in 6 months. And I attended the Planning Commission meeting, and that was discussed, and I think the planning commissioners thought that was improving the situation. It's actually going the wrong way. We should just leave it, 3 and 6. Because now if you change it, you're giving them 6 within a year. You think about it. I would just leave it at 3 in the 12 months. And if the board is serious about solving the chronic problems, I offer 3 recommendations. First, we need true zero tolerance enforcement for violators. Chronic offenders have profited through years of warnings. When a violation occurs, write the citation. When multiple complaints occur within 24 hours, as you heard staff talking about, I don't want to know that you just met them on site or that they're required to meet you on site. That should go hand in hand with an immediate citation and the fine. Twice in one day? That's just simply not happening, ever. Second, you should rethink the hours of operation for code enforcement. As Mr. Meyer had suggested, we had suggested this 3 years ago. You know, just having the officers heading back to home base at 8:30 when the parties are just ramping up at that time is really sort of missing the whole point. So these late night disturbances are the most harmful to residents. People that have to work need to be able to sleep and get up and go to work the next day, and the parties are just getting going by the time they're leaving. And since code enforcement's not available at this time, the only option is the sheriff, and you heard from the sheriff what their priorities are. So we see the sheriff when somebody's shooting guns and, you know, there's some serious violent crime going on, but that's not what's happening most of the time. It's just noise disturbances that prohibit us from sleeping. So in my opinion, the system was and still is designed to fail. Third, the ordinance must clearly define the chronic noncompliance and public nuisance. For example, the 2 or more complaints in 24 hours, repeated advertisements of over-occupancy, as many still advertise for more than is allowed, failure to respond, failure to correct the violations, all should trigger immediate suspension or revocation without any additional warnings. Fourth, code enforcement must do a better job enforcing the ordinance. That's really the root of this problem, or we're all wasting our time. They operate as though they're afraid or unwilling to write a citation. And I'd like to take this last couple of moments to remind the board of what code enforcement doesn't do. They don't enter a problem property to resolve a complaint. They've been directed not to enter the property. So they come onto my property or Alan's property to listen, to see if there's a noise, but they don't go onto the property, they don't knock on the door. If that's assuming they come. Oftentimes they just call the operator and they're leaving it onto the operator to stop the noise, but it hasn't been verified, they didn't come out. They don't count or verify the number of cars on or off site to confirm the occupancy. There have been several of these circumstances with other people I know in wine country where there's 30 cars parked on site. And the question is, well, if the occupancy maximum is 10, who's driving all the cars? Aren't we over occupancy? The answer is yes. Still no citations. We can't confirm that those cars belong to those people. Well, who else do they belong to? They're parked on site of a short-term rental. They don't issue citations even when the Airbnb ad lists too many occupants. This is a job you can do from your desk chair. Pull up the Airbnb if they're advertising for 16 plus, take a picture of it, send them the fine. I mean, it's that simple, people. So sadly, I must say that without enforcement doing an effective job, this problem will never be solved. In closing, I appreciate your time and efforts on the issue, but I also urge you to ask staff how they see these revisions solving this problem. Thank you so much.
Our next 3 speakers are online. Jack Posedley, followed by Helen Steenman.
There we go. Can you see me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I'm really upset about. Oh, and also Helen Steenman said she would give me her time if I need it because I didn't know it was 2 minutes. Okay.
It's 3 minutes, and we're going to go ahead and give you the 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Code enforcement, that's really upsetting me, what they're telling you. You got to see the big picture. You know, the number of people that are complaining, there's a lot of timid people in my neighborhood, and they will not go to a meeting. And the people that are making money off of the neighborhood, they have an incentive to show up. So that is a big problem. When the code enforcement person said that the overwhelming people were in favor of of having STRs at some of these meetings is totally false. I've gone to meetings in Thousand Palms and up in Idlewild, and it's not true. So you have to see the big picture. And this notifying and all this, it's so unclear. I don't even call code enforcement anymore because nothing happens. And one situation is ordinance 927 section V has items that must be listed in the house. One of the items is a copy of ordinance 847, which deals with noise. I have a sign on my gate that all the guests can see to read it. It points to the ordinance. When I pointed out the ordinance to a bunch of 20-somethings, that I just got a bunch of flack and said, how do we know you're telling the truth? Well, it should be in the house. I called the sheriff's department early. When the deputy came out, he talked to me. I made sure he understood ordinance 847. He went to the kids and talked to them. I figured he's going to explain the ordinance. He came back to me and said that the kids were upset because they paid $1,600 and it would ruin their vacation. Really? The pool is in front of the house, 75 feet from the street. The house should have never been turned to an STR in the first place. And, you know, here's the thing. We need to continue the moratorium. Here's something that one of the STR companies said, explicitly recognize an existing permitted STRs are lawful residential uses subject to regulation. There is no regulation that I can see. That's from a STR booking company.
Helen Steenman, followed by Janice Chernay.
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, I hadn't planned on saying something. Well, first of all, I'm speaking primarily to support the continuing of the moratorium. I heard the density numbers and that really surprised me. I'm in East Thousand Palms, and on our street, which is a half mile long and has maybe 20 homes, there's 3 STRs. So I don't believe that the density numbers are reflecting what's happening in the various neighborhoods. Maybe in, Thousand Palms proper, there's a bunch of little houses and apartments, and there's not going to be STRs there. But we are in East Thousand Palms, which we have lived here for 7 years and chose it because it's rural and quiet. And about a year after we moved in, the home across the street became an STR, unhosted, with loud parties and a lot of traffic. There was like 100 cars here one time. And we're on a dirt road. Some guests seem to consider this an invitation to go off-roading from the house out to the adjacent desert. And off-roading is illegal in this area anyway. There's a reason that all the cities in the Coachella Valley proper have banned STRs, because hotels should not exist in residential neighborhoods. But I guess there's no zoning law for STRs. And the hosted STRs are different, and they do need to be considered separately. But I think there needs to be a permanent moratorium on the unhosted STRs. So please cap the numbers, and there's already too many, and we certainly don't need more. That's all. Thank you.
Janice Chernay, and Janice will be our last speaker.
Thank you, everybody, for letting us have a voice today. I certainly hope you do more than just hear us, but you take us seriously. First of all, Brian Contino coined the phrase bad actor, and throughout Temecula, Idlewild, and of course Thousand Palms, these bad actors are still allowed to act. So none of your rules and none of your guidelines and ordinances have removed the bad actors. So there is truly no more room for any more in Thousand Palms because none have dropped off. And the moratorium does need to stay in place until you guys do some more investigative work on 927. I've heard everybody say that it's a very incomplete ordinance. And here's the thing, it's not going to work for the people that are out where we are now anyway, because they get away with everything all the time. And Mr. Perez, I'm disappointed in your comment because I never call unless it's so obnoxiously loud and my windows are vibrating and I'm keeping my horses safe from fireworks because they're ready to run through the corral panels, or someone's drag racing up and down our dead end street. The property that's at the very dead end of our street is a toxic bad actor, and he still gets to act. And this is a dead end street that fire trucks can't even get in and out of without doing a 5-point turn, which, by the way, there was an out of control fire last week up there with flames shooting 30 feet up into the air. But of course, the fire department has no access to it, so it had to burn out. And this is in an area where all the debris and the flowers are blooming right now because of all the rain. And we had no recourse but to stand there and hope that no embers land into our property. There's 8 short-term rentals on our street. There's no room for any more. I'm here to specifically ask for an extension on the moratorium until you guys figure out if 927 is going to make a difference, which I hate to say this, I don't think it is. A lot of the people spoke volumes about how you've absolutely ruined our quality of life and our peace and quiet and safety and security. And I honestly believe that things need to do better for your people that are your constituents and contribute to the local economy and that provide safety and security with our animals and our ranches and our way of life. And you guys are absolutely taking that away from all of us so people can make money. You guys can have a profit center. And you really need to rethink that because we are peaceful, quiet people. And I only call when I am forced and my windows are vibrating and there's noise. And to the short-term rentals that abide by the rules, I'm sorry for you because I use short-term rentals, but we're peaceful, quiet, and respectful of everybody around us. And you need to hold the bad actors accountable for what you're going through with your good short-term rentals. I pray that you guys take this seriously and extend the moratorium at least 12 months, if not 24, until you see if 927 will work. Thank you for hearing me today.
Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing and up for discussion here.
Thank you.
Go.
My first. I don't know where to start. There's so much out there. I made some notes. I need to get Ron a copy of that was emailed. I looked, I didn't see an email that came to me that outlined some of your recommendations. At the end of my comments, I'm going to get angry, and I'm going to get angry at where the buck stops. Actually, the buck stops up here with the 5 of us. But the way that's reflected is we don't get reelected if we can't do the job that we said we were going to do. And our only recourse is to direct our angst towards those who have the responsibility of carrying out what it is that the board directed to be carried out. I've served on this board for coming up on 11 years, and I go to great lengths to not embarrass staff in public. If I have issues that I want to raise with you, then I do that privately. I think that's the professional way to conduct myself. However, right now, I'm just shocked. For the last 4 to 5 years, the path we've been on and where we started from was that we said we recognize that the vast majority of folks who are operating short-term rentals are good actors. There were just a few bad actors that were ruining it for everyone. And that's not even changed. How is it that we've gone through all of this, all of these hearings, committee meetings, to just arrive at the same place where we were 4 or 5 years ago? 2 years ago, and Mr. Van Wagenen, correct me if I get the dates wrong, but we sat up here and we allocated additional funding for code enforcement to ensure that they had proper staffing levels to get the job done. Then the sheriff came to the podium and we negotiated some more money. And the board said, yes, give the sheriff more money because after 10, code enforcement goes home. And all of the bad calls and all of the bad activity happens after 10. It happens when all of those people congregate in that property that has a max of 10, and there's 36 people, and they get drunk, they get loud. In a couple instances, we've had gunshots going off, and then the sheriff department shows up, and they do their sheriff thing, which is cut it out, and if we see violations, we're gonna write you up. But for the life of me, I can't figure out why there is still not a connection between the role that code is playing and the role that sheriffs are playing, and why they're not coordinating that effort. That's how we get results, them working together. We're doing this thing called RivCo 1. You know what that means? You work together on behalf of constituents. And I'm not hearing that that's happening. And we're talking about another amendment. I don't know that it matters. 30 minutes, 60 minutes, and we're not gonna write a citation. And we're not gonna get serious. And so those folks that know that there are no consequences, they're never gonna change their behavior. Because the only thing that matters to them is the bottom line. And I said this 5 years ago. What matters to me is the sanctity of neighborhoods. They deserve to have peace and quiet. After all, we said that the only way you can have an STR is if it was a residence. And this is a carve out from just a residential use. It looks commercial, but it only happens at a residence. It doesn't happen in an RV. I'm sorry. We said the state law doesn't actually even allow that. At least that was my remembrance. So, Don, I mean, you and I argued about whether we agreed to pay and what we were buying. And you finally came around to my way of thinking. Thank you, Sharisa. Oh, Sharisa left the room. Because I think she strong-armed you. Are we still paying for the deputies?
Yes, you are. And obviously, as we were going to get into further budget talks with the county, I'm sure that these are going to be other complicated scenarios as well to speak about this level of deputy sheriff and how they perform these deputy duties among the other duties that we have around the county areas. Just to go back on something you're saying, the sheriff department, code enforcement do work great together. When you look at the amount of SDRs that are in this county, we do a great job. It is a very complicated topic. A lot of houses. In the very beginning of this, when we did speak on this issue, we had a long meeting with code enforcement trying to identify who are the bad actors, which are the houses of the routine problems, and start addressing those. Captain Regali, Captain Martinez, Captain Sexton, Captain Mendez, they do a great job in trying to keep up with it, but it is a lot of SDRs in our county. And so to focus on the ones that are the biggest problems all the time, that was our objective. And I think we did do a good job there. Captain Regali met with a lot of people in your district to understand which houses are the problem and try to address those to begin with. But as it grows, it continues to be a problem that we're all facing. But the number of
We're not growing them. We capped it.
But even if you took SDRs out of the picture, house parties occur all over the place. STRs just gave it another business mentality. So I'm just saying, we're doing the best we can with the resources we have towards it. It is a very complicated subject for code enforcement because they have a certain jurisdiction and authority, even by ordinance, that they're going to do. We have a different one as law enforcement, and we try to do that. But even if you did pay for the deputies, well, they are out there doing it. But they also, how can I say that a deputy sheriff that's driving through the wine country is going to go to a noise call when there's a call for assistance, there's a domestic violence, there's a something. Those are realities I have to live with. So even though, yes, there are deputies that are doing things out there for this, it is a complicated scenario, and we work with them quite a bit. So I guess my biggest reason for coming up here when you called me is that I think his staff, my staff, do a great job of a complicated subject. I feel for all the residents who I wouldn't want it next to me either, and I have one next to me near my house. They know who I am, so I guess they just realize not to be too loud. But it is a complicated scenario. We would like to work on it further. I'm not going to get into the ordinance and all the specific of that. That's not me. But if you're talking about my staff and his staff and deploying in proper manner, we are. I think the authority is based on how much you want to push that authority for us to emphasize where we're going to go with this.
All I'm at. Thanks, Don. Thanks. Appreciate you coming down.
I'm still here.
Yeah,
I figure I
don't have any more. I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you.
All right.
What I don't understand, Brian, Undersheriff, is we don't seem to be moving the needle here. And I guess for Juan and Jeff, our districts are too big. There are too many people. That is not a complaint. I love being a county supervisor in a large urban county. But what comes with that is I can't be out there. I can't be code enforcement, driving to that house that's creating a nuisance. I can't be the deputies trying to make a decision. We have to rely on you, the executive office, and all of the ACEOs to manage that for us so that we get the results that we talked about up here. And when I get the same complaints, it's disappointing because I come to work to represent them and to try to maintain or improve their quality of life. So help me understand, how do we not have this replay every year?
Yep, thank you for the comments, Supervisor Washington. Certainly the message is received. We've heard it today from the members of the public. We've now heard it in different manners or fashion from the supervisors on the dais today. We may hear some more of it. I think it's appropriate to continue this item, and then the executive office will do a deep dive with both the Sheriff's Department and the Transportation Land Management Agency to try and figure out the source of the challenge and identify recommendations for a solution and return to the board.
Thank you. John, can we include language that delineates hosted more clearly from not hosted?
Absolutely, that's an easy fix, yes. It'll, again, the goal is not to ding anybody from their allowed number of people under the certificate with the families living there. So
Yeah.
that's a clear, easy fix.
Have you seen the commercial? I think it's for VRBO. And it shows a former football coach, and he's hosting an STR, and the family shows up, and he says, oh, no. There will be no fun had here.
I have seen that one, yes.
Kind of funny. But their point is, there's no fun to be had at a hosted. And yet, we value that here in the real world. That's very seductive, because who wants to go, have their family vacation at a place where somebody's sitting at the dinner table with them and all of that, at least according to the commercial. So I don't want the hosted folks to go away because they can't compete. And so if we need to delineate something in the ordinance that ensures that they have every opportunity to succeed, because I don't think they're the problem. So let's work on that as well.
Absolutely, we'll take a crack at some language that revolves around that, yes.
All right. Madam Chair, I'll stop for now. I've had my rant.
I would ask, I think it's just 3 and 4 that have the STRs predominantly, right? Okay. I would like for you to sit with those 2 once you think you've got it done and go over it with them before it comes back, because I'm sitting here, don't have any, and so it's, or minimal. So and I don't know of any situation because it's not in the city. So I think it'd be beneficial then to hash this out unless you 2 feel that any changes would be successful for us. And you're next in line, so why don't you go ahead and speak?
All right, so I can't top Supervisor Washington. I think he provided a lot of good input. Obviously, makes a lot of sense as to what he said. We just take a step back. There was an individual that called. I think her name happens to be maybe Janice. I want you to know that I wasn't referring to you. I didn't even say your name. I find it interesting that you thought I was referring to you, but I didn't even state your name. I just know that it does happen in 1,000 Palms. Somebody else, whoever it is, makes those calls, and it's unfortunate. Regardless of that, obviously this is not ready. It's okay. It takes some time to hash this out. And what I like to do is this. Instead of having to wait, Madam Chair, till when they think they have something ready for us, I prefer that we sit from the beginning and address all the points that have been brought up. I want to know all the questions, all the concerns. I want to go, that's me. I'm not sure if Chuck Washington wants to do that or others, but I want to go through every single one of them and understand the nuances. I want to understand the concerns and potential solutions. I think that's how I can better operate moving forward. Now, as far as lifting the moratorium is concerned, obviously we're not ready for that right now. I'd like to get there. I want to get there, but not at this time. And once again, we didn't get it right today. It doesn't seem like it, but we will hopefully to a point where people feel a little bit more comfortable. We do have to work out a few kinks here, and hopefully we get there sooner than later. It is a struggle. And ultimately, my belief, and you've heard it here already, and I've said it already a few times before, I really do think that it has to deal with code enforcement, meaning not code enforcement specifically, it has to deal with enforcement. And we have to start thinking about even after hours, not necessarily coming from sheriff, because I know they're busy with other items, but figuring out a way that potentially there's enforcement that we can provide through code enforcement, and that's all possible. And then obviously, thinking about the different fines and fees and things of that nature and permits, but that's something I think we need to get into. So I'd rather continue the item as well.
Okay, Supervisor Medina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the last 30-some years, I've lived in the same house, in the same neighborhood. And in those 30 years, I've never witnessed, heard a noise complaint in my neighborhood. And that is, I've witnessed, I've seen in those 30 years, neighbors of mine, friends of mine pass away. Right, there are very few young people where I live. When my children grew up and left, there were not younger people that came. So like Supervisor Spiegel, I don't also face this issue in my district that I'm aware of. But I mentioned, not having to, never heard once in 30 years anyone making noise on my street, anything like that, because that is precious. That is precious to where we live. I think we all want to and probably have a right to live in peaceful, safe neighborhoods. So I understand the frustration. I'm glad that we are continuing this item. I was not inclined to vote in favor of the change because I saw listed, the different times that the changes have been made, and I kind of agree with some of the sentiment here that it's not so much tweaking this language or that language. That sounds like it definitely is an issue of enforcement, and I'm glad that we will not vote on it.
Oh.
And hope that that we can, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I didn't do anything.
And hope.
It wasn't me.
No, let me wait on that time item. Let me remind the speaker from the supervisor about the date festival.
Ha, 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 ha.
So anyway, I hope that we'll continue to work on it, continuing to see cooperation between the sheriff's office and code enforcement so that it can work better for all concerned.
And then I'll just say real quick, I think I like the executive office's recommendation to just bring back this item as well. It's better to really look at the issue, not so much right here in this setting. I think it'd be great for you guys to, and by the way, thank you for, trying. I know you're trying, and the sheriff's office is trying as well. But I think it'd be good to meet with D3 and D4 and just kind of work out all the little details. That way we can bring it back. But like the other supervisors mentioned as well, I'm kind of just leaning more on those two districts because it's something that's happening more in those districts.
And as I said earlier, I'll turn myself off. I agree. Now, I did have a big party Sunday night. Loud and loud and loud. I mean, it was over the top. I sat there and waited until 10 o'clock, and at 10 o'clock, boom, it was off. So I respect that, although Sundays is supposed to be 9, but I didn't complain. But, I appreciate the comments. I think you see that they made an effect on us, and it's really important. Also, maybe if there's problems along the way, don't wait till a board meeting. We can all be here less time. But we're going to be here as long as we need to be here because it makes us look bad if we pass something that could be fixed a little bit better. We're not going to get this right for everybody. That's the bottom line. I hope you realize that. It will not be exactly what each one of you wants because some of you, Harris says it was okay, go ahead and pass it. Ms. Portrello said, nope, don't do it. Everything, and she gets a list of 10 things. I mean, there's no possible way that we'll get this exactly how each one of you wants. But we'll go back to the drawing board and work, and as the three of us have said, over there, and it's not because we're trying to pass the buck, because we've got to vote on it. But the reality is we don't know, our constituents aren't experiencing this. And so to chime in, I mean, I'm getting some of the emails suddenly today from some of the folks in the area, but we don't have that knowledge. And so we take a time, we vote on everything. So it is important to include all 5, but to have a true understanding, we are deferring it to those, and we can only have 2 of us work ahead of time, because then you've got violation. We're pre-cooking the decision. So only 2 can have any discussion on it ahead of time. So we're passing to those 2. So, shoo, pass the buck. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, so I made the motion to continue the item, but there is another issue that needs to be dealt with, and I'll have to refer to County Council. But I believe the current moratorium expires. Does it expire automatically on the 28th of February? And if so, I want my motion to include moving it to that expiration to March 31st.
Generally speaking, when it comes to the moratorium, which is basically was adopted by the board's ordinance, without further actions, it would be expiring by operation of law. But if the board wants to either extend the moratorium or certainly the board can choose to continue this item to that date as well. There's nothing that would stop the board from doing that.
Or alternatively, because we've gotten into this situation before where we've set a date and then we had to push it out. And maybe it should be beyond the end of March.
Let Executive Office, Mr. Van Wagenen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor Washington. Thank you, County Council. I would recommend that the board take action today to extend the moratorium out a few months to give staff time to work on this and bring it back. I got the scrunch face from County Council just now, so I'll certainly defer to him. But the reality is to do the work that is necessary and to also make sure that we get the feedback as suggested by both Supervisor Washington and Perez and meet with those district offices. I think it's going to take more than just a couple of weeks. So rather than extend the ordinance just 30 days, I would suggest that we put it out, because I imagine we could also end the ordinance or the moratorium earlier if the board so decided. But I'll defer to County Council on that.
Right.
The only concern that we have is basically the way that this item is agendized. It didn't talk about any moratorium extension. So for the board to take action with regard to the moratorium, I think a better, more noticing or proper advertisement is needed.
Yeah. He's got a point.
I think staff.
We don't have a
We
meeting.
don't have a meeting before then.
The next meeting is March 3rd.
Madam Chair, if I may, one option potentially is the moratorium is due to set to expire per government code February 28th. We could bring the item back to reinstate the moratorium at the March 3rd board meeting, which would be 5 days in between.
Okay. Okay.
And the moratorium would only mean that we could add more, but we would just won't add them. We could just,
Well, it was the same as it was previously for wine country. It was just to allow us time to evaluate our situation.
And Madam Chair, and then just so I can understand too, so the moratorium would be extended to March 3rd meeting, but then.
Well, it would expire February 28th, and on March 3rd, we'd reinstate it. So 3 days lapse in between. Yeah.
But that whole issue of, the coordination, and all that, that will come back at a later time, related to, improving how we respond to this whole situation? Because remember, they're going to meet with the two districts.
To that issue, Supervisor Gutierrez, if I may, we will bring back the ordinance at a future date and time. At this point, it'll go off calendar. We will bring another item to the board on March 3rd to extend the ordinance or the moratorium for some amount of time. And then we will schedule at a future date what we had today, which is a discussion on the ordinance and enforcement.
No, thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to say. So you said it pretty good. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, my motion then is to continue the item off calendar. I won't be here for the March 3rd meeting because I'll be representing RCTC in DC, so.
which means nobody can miss the meeting, guys.
March 3rd.
You got to hold this.
Right, mainly because the moratorium requires 4/5 vote.
Okay, so we can't miss. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
And I do appreciate Scott's suggestion regarding the lapse, but technically, obviously the board have the legislative authority to do things, but typically moratorium is intended to go only for a maximum of 24 months. And the purpose of the moratorium is that for the board to study the issue and decide what to do. Otherwise, legislatively, the board, allowing it to lapse and then come back for another moratorium, then that bypasses the legislative intention of allowing a maximum of 24 months only.
That's fine, but we didn't study hard enough.
Okay. Understood.
Sorry.
Study a little more. Okay.
But that's what we're doing?
Well, what are you recommending?
Yeah, what are we doing?
Well, one option is obviously a special board meeting.
No.
Uh,
Man, no.
You mean to just extend the moratorium?
Correct.
Because it's not agendized today.
Right.
And it'll expire if we don't have a special meeting before
That is correct.
March 3rd.
That is correct.
But it's expired. Expired is expired.
So council, real quick, Ronnie Audenbaugh here. If it expires anyways on the 28th, is it going to make a difference if it expires by March 4th or March 3rd until we return back to the board?
Well, again, the intention of a moratorium is for the county to take steps to study about how to best remedy it. And the state law allows the maximum period of time of 24 months. So once the moratorium expires, it be difficult for the board to come back and do another moratorium. Because if that is allowable in the state law, then the potential for the moratorium to go on forever without adopting an ordinance. I think that is a concern. But again, I recognize the time limits here, and that's why that I recommend a special board meeting. But if short of that, it may be, ideally, it would be better to have a special meeting for the moratorium to be extended. So that way you technically would be in compliance with the 24-month time period.
Thank you for that, council. So just to clarify, this moratorium began last year. It's been a year, so can we still continue within the 24 months period as part of the evaluation that we're doing?
I think that without further looking into it, I think the ideal situation would be for that moratorium to be continuously counted. So if we are looking here trying to add a moratorium, build in and recognize the 3 days lapse as part of the 24th, I think that perhaps would meet the legislative intent of the state law. But I think, again, folks may raise some technical issues there, but I think the legislative intent here is clear to stay within the maximum 24-month period.
And we would need the traditional noticing period of time as well for that special meeting.
That is correct.
There's going to be a problem with that because some of us are going to be in DC for NACO.
Mm-hmm.
And to clear calendars, you got a holiday in there. I know what my colleagues want to do. This is a tough cookie.
It need not be a Tuesday. It could be any board chosen day. 24-hour notice.
I get that, but you got to have a day that we're all available.
Understood.
Mm-hmm. On these, is there any, okay, we have to still do public comment and all the other things that go with the meeting?
That is correct.
Can we do it Zoom?
You could do the remote meeting giving the business need, yes. But technically you need a quorum here.
Oh, here.
Here, so at least
three of us have to
you.
be here.
Yep, that sounds like.
Chairwoman, I just have one more last suggestion. Can we let this expire and adopt a new ordinance altogether?
Again, as we shared, the intent is to stay within the 24 months. While that is technically outside the realm, but I think the legislative intent here is to keep it within 24 months. So again, I think we are pushing it, but we can look at maybe allowing it to lapse and then doing the March 3rd meeting.
Did you go look on the calendar? Is it exactly 24 months or do we have 3 extra days in it? From when it was adopted?
Right now,
it wasn't adopted.
Right now, we are not yet reaching the 24 months.
But is it, what day is it, February?
February 28th will be 12 months.
He's trying to point out to us that a way around the state legislation would be to do something less than the 24 months, let it expire, then start a new one, and you could just keep doing that.
But starting anew on March 3rd.
You could keep doing that forever to circumvent the law. I think that's what you're trying.
That is correct, Supervisor.
Oh, and I had my little, go ahead. Go ahead, no, you go. And then I have mine too.
The
See
county
what see the
council.
laws that you did in Sacramento did to us? No, sorry.
Well, my question to county council. I understand the explanation of the intent of the law, right? That it wouldn't be the intent of the law to allow legislative bodies to continue the moratorium, because that's not the intent of the law. But I have a specific question. I have not heard that it is not permitted by law.
Good one.
So I understand the intent, that the intent would be to therefore not allow, continuance of a moratorium, because the moratorium was supposed to have been to study. But if the law doesn't say that it's not permitted, then it is permitted, right? Then it is permitted. And what I've heard here is that we didn't study it well enough. And rather than call a special meeting, right? Rather than call a special meeting of the board, it would seem to let it, if it were to expire for 5 days, to let it expire and then reinstate it at the following meeting. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you, Supervisor. I would concur in terms of the no express prohibition, and giving the legislative intent here is to give it more time to study the issue, and that the board here is also intending to stay within the 24 months. So I think we should be maybe looking at March the 3rd.
Wow, good. Okay. So I think that's a good reason we got Supervisor Medina here.
So
That
my
experience from the
motion
state.
is to continue it off calendar.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Did our clerk get that motion? Oops. Mr. Gutierrez, Mr. Medina? You're not going to vote? Okay, that passes 5-0 to continue off calendar, and we will bring this back on March 3rd. And no one's missing March 3rd.
Not this item.
Not this item, but the
moratorium.
continuance of moratorium, or a moratorium. Okay, got it. Okay. And here we thought we were going to have a short meeting. Okay, we are now public comment. How many comments do we have?
Right now, I have 6.
Are any of them on the election?
Not that I'm aware of. It doesn't
Okay.
state up.
Perfect.
Jake Elwood, followed by Andrew Silva.
There's no more public comments turning in now. We're started public comments. Don't accept anymore. We're done. 6. All right.
We already have one for him. Errol had already submitted a public comment slip.
I'm sorry,
earlier.
what?
He was just submitting a public comment slip for 1:30.
Oh, is that for the 1:30 meeting? Yes. Thank you. Okay, let's start. We got 6. Let's go.
Jake Elwood, followed by Andrew Silva.
Jake? Oh.
I think congratulations. The last guys I congratulated had me arrested, so we'll see how this goes. So I don't know if you guys seen out there, but they're eating babies. Gross, right? And the president's reaction to it was, left something to be desired. He doesn't seem to, I don't know, it's just not there, right? And I guess we all have bad takes, right? I kind of knew what I was getting into when I started this. I knew it had to do with politicians, and I'm like, well, politicians, those are my least favorite people in the world. And that's not true, though, because my least favorite people in the world are rapists and pedophiles. But after that Epstein thing, who could tell the difference? And so I've had some bad takes, right? Like I've told you all, I was standing in front of my class, and I'm like, hey, why are you reporting this to me and not the authority? And they're like, Eddie, they won't believe us. And I'm like, calm down, Missy. Don't get too hysterical on me. I'll go check this out. So I go look into this, and I come back to my class, and I'm like, you're right. They don't believe you. But that's my bad take, because after that, I decided to become this citizen journalist, investigative journalist, whatever you want to call me, Professor Etonium, and I start looking into this, and it turns out that they do believe you because they are them. These are their friends, their business associates, their colleagues. They barbecue with these people, and I'm like, this is unacceptable. So I keep looking into this, and I'm hearing a lot of the same nomenclature that they're using with this Epstein thing with what I heard years ago. And it's, well, we're protecting the victims. No, they're not. They're protecting themselves and each other. So I'm like, unacceptable. I keep looking. And then I hear, well, we keep our sources and methods confidential. So I'm here to tell everybody their sources are rapists and pedophiles, and their methods are rape and blackmail. No offense. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say. And if anybody wants to call me a liar, do it while I'm up here and not when my back is turned, walking away, because it makes the county and the supervisors look like cowards. So if you got something to say to me, say it now. Otherwise, shut up.
Andrew Silva, followed by E. Petrella.
Oh, okay. There we go. Hi, I'm Andrew Silva, resident of Riverside, 35 years, Yamalayan in the Orange Crest neighborhood. This is regarding the West Campus Upper Plateau project. Just a quick reminder, that's the giant warehouse project that Lewis Companies wanted to build out where the old bunkers are by March Air Force Base. And just a quick reminder where it is. It's surrounded by the Mission Grove and Orange Crest neighborhood on 3 sides. We got word a couple of weeks ago that they had put out K-rails to block access out there. We're supposed to have access out there. If they're blocking vehicles, fine. Our question was, why are they doing that now? Also, a neighbor noticed a little change to our scenery. If you'll direct your attention to the lower right. That's a month ago, and then neighbor noticed a change to this. So we were, where'd it go and why is it gone? So there's the water tower that they took down. They do have a permit to take this down. Please notice the demolition on the left. An environmental assessment was done of these buildings on the old military base. They do contain asbestos, lead, all the stuff you would expect with Cold War buildings that were built 60, 70 years ago. So this is the demo that was going on. They had a permit to take down the tower. We contacted the county, my neighbors did, and they don't have a permit for this demo. This is all lead paint, asbestos, cadmium, loose lead, all kinds of good stuff. That's the excavator working on the building. That's the building on Sunday, so they are taking the buildings down. That's over by the East Gate. So the county was informed. The county is on top of this. So the reason I'm here is to first let you guys know that this is going on. This is a huge controversial project. So we want to make sure that you're aware of this and that this is important. We also want to make sure that you understand how important this area is to the community. And we also want to make sure that you're aware that we're aware. This project, we drew out more than 500 people on 2 occasions to oppose this project. We know we didn't kill it. At some point, it's going to be back before you guys. So we just have a couple of demands that any project involve the community, and that any project that's out there have a generational benefit, do something. This chunk of land is special. This is not just a vacant infill lot that's ripe for development. This is a very special chunk of land that if it's going to be developed, it needs to be something in conjunction with the community that benefits us all.
Thank you.
E. Petrella, followed by
We
Veronica
have,
Langworthy.
just a moment, Mr. Petrella.
Wanted to say thank you for bringing it to our attention.
I also want to say thanks for your office paying attention to it. So thanks. And thanks for the county for paying attention.
Mr. Petrella.
Hello? Okay, thanks to the restrictions and repercussions placed on public speakers by Mr. Perez during his chairmanship in 2025, we had to consider if it was worth showing up to voice our many concerns that interfere with our quality of life. At times, speakers were given less than 3 minutes after waiting hours for public comment. Many that stayed to the end of the meeting to exercise their right were often interrupted, attacked, and mocked by Supervisor Perez. He also allowed public speakers to be intimidated and verbally attacked by other meeting attendees. The right to public comment was violated, and so was our freedom of expression. It was a direct attack on our constitutional right to free speech. Now, that was a clear example of a dictator. All concerns and beliefs that did not align with his were not allowed to be expressed freely. I don't think it's funny. I hope 2026 is a public-friendly year, and this board puts in place a more effective and convenient system that actually serves the people that elected you to represent them. At times, coming here takes 5 to 8 hours of our time for 3 minutes of your time. Now, I also want to thank Supervisor Spiegel and her staff for a job well done. Your staff was the only one that responded to 2 concerns I put in writing to all the supervisors and pertinent staff offices. That response gave me the feeling of not being dismissed and invisible. Kudos to District 2. The reality is that the majority of the time, there's no response at all, especially from my district supervisor's office. My list of unanswered concerns and unresolved issues keeps growing. Shame on District 3. What you refer to as thriving third is actually dying third. Quality of life, dying. Peace and quiet, dead. Tranquility, dying. Safety, dying. Hope you do better, dead. Chances you will be elected again, dying. Now, just to clarify something, my list voiced earlier was not a list of things I want put into place. There are actually things that have fallen through the cracks, and these operators are still conducting business with all those violations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Veronica Langworthy, followed by Errol Koshwitz.
Good morning, supervisors. I am using this public comment time to come before you to say thank you for putting on the agenda item 27, where the ROV will answer your questions that we have been asking for over 2.5 years as a full board. So I really appreciate that you as a full board are having this agendized time at 1:30 p.m. today. And so I didn't want to use my precious 3 minutes at that time to speak to you, so that's why I'm thanking you in advance. And, you know, it's all about voter confidence in elections and all eligible citizens having access to vote. I've reviewed public records, documents, and official reports over more than 2.5 years. The Neil Kelly audit report, assessment audit, and the update on that. The U.S. Postal Service, Office of Inspector General Election Readiness Report, the Grand Jury Report, the Riverside County Internal Audits, plural, Secretary of State reports about vote-by-mail ballots not being counted because they didn't get received by the elections offices in time, or signature problems. Those are on the Secretary of State website. And I look forward to reading the ROV's formal report addressing election issues. And it was very encouraging to hear at the public hearing about the short-term rentals that there is difficulty with the county working together, that the law enforcement and code enforcement doing things together. And so the election task force that was mentioned in many of these reports, working together, the grand jury report and the Neil Kelly audit report, you know, where the ROV works with the DA, with the sheriff, with the RCIT, with the alphabet soup of organizations to make sure that our elections are secure, that our elections are fair. And so I'm looking forward to this afternoon's agendized item to hear how those questions will be answered by our registrar. And you as a governing body representing us citizens are going to wield your governing authority and power. So I really appreciate that. And thank you.
Thank you.
Errol Koshowitz, followed by Tanya Gonzalez.
Yeah, hello guys, one more time. I want to remind the audience, we have a Democrat, a Democrat, a Democrat, a Democrat, and a Democrat up there. So I just want to let the audience know who you guys are actually. Democrat, 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 Democrat. So we got that straightened out. So you can blame whoever you want, but this is your county board of supervisors. All 5 Democrats. I wanted to say something about your guys' auditor committee. Now, you guys are discriminating against the private sector American taxpayer, which I am. We pay for your paycheck, we pay for your pension, we pay for your health care, we pay for everything. We pay for your overtime, you pay for doing nothing. And you're gonna how should I say this? Disrespect me, the American taxpayer. I need to have an application to apply to become part of that auditing committee. Now you are, how should I say this? Discrimination. There you go, discrimination against me. You're filing, I'm gonna file a lawsuit against the board for discrimination. You say that you have to go to planning or a high school or whatever, a college degree. College degrees are dumbfounded, okay? For a person to go to a school for 8 years and then can't even add up anything else. I went to work for 30 years already in the private sector. I got 30 years of paycheck stubs that pay for your salary. So I think you guys need to be sued for discrimination, okay? And that's gonna come eventually, all of you guys. I should be allowed to be put on that committee because I am an American taxpayer. I wanna see what you guys are doing. Oh, so you want to keep out the American taxpayer to see what you guys are doing. I have that right, Mr. Perez. Okay, I got 52 seconds left. I want to put something up here on the board because I want to make a comment about this. Okay, can you make that bigger, you guys? Sorry about that. I got a few seconds, so it's okay. Yeah, now this is a 4,700 page list of what you guys have hired, who you've hired. Now this one, go a little bit bigger if you can read it for me, thanks. I want to put it up there. I don't know how to put it up a little bit bigger. Oh, sure. There you go. Now you guys have hired the Library Systems, LLC. Now, like I said, I got over 4,000 pages of who you guys have hired. Now, I want to go and put it on the other side. I don't know what that means, actually. The dot in that right there is, I have no idea what you guys have done. Now, I've asked my city council member what that dot means. It's
Your,
one, I
your time is up.
okay, yeah, but still, you guys gotta answer the questions, please. That's all you gotta do is answer questions. I don't know what that dot means. You guys are just stealing money like galore. It's not good.
Tanya Gonzalez, followed by Manuel Gomez.
When you left, I wasn't sure you were going to come back.
Oh, I'm a little extra spicy right now until September, God willing, so I'm just trying to kind of calm down and fill on the filter right. Good morning, Mr. Van Wagner, Mr. Perez, Mr. Tran, and Board of Supervisors. Oh, no, I'll be doing this. Sure. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so last time they said go kill a tree, so that's what I did. So going over this now, last time I was talking about the Thrive Inland SoCal California Jobs Regional Plan that came out in September 2024. And just basically going off of that one, across all sectors, inland SoCal outperformed the US and California in terms of the number of jobs created. The logistics sector was a major contributor with 145,000 new jobs. Despite these impressive results, inland SoCal struggled to keep pace with the US on average earnings and productivity during the same period, in large part from the fact that much of the job growth between 2012 and 2022 took the form of low-wage work with little or no opportunity for career advancement. Quality jobs were an increasingly smaller piece of the pie, accounting for just 26% of jobs in the region by 2022. Because of this gap, too many families in the region struggle to make ends meet. At least 40% of inland SoCal residents belong to a family that cannot meet its basic living expenses each month. Inland SoCal has a shortage of more than 500,000 quality jobs, which means that there are simply not enough quality jobs to go around. As long as these quality job gaps exist, there will always be workers in the region who cannot find a job that provides a level of financial stability and opportunities for upward mobility. This has nothing to do with construction because we travel. As a whole, the region has long suffered from the lack of a unified vision. Maybe perhaps today code enforcement and sheriffs was kind of part of that, where, I mean, we have issues with trash out there in code enforcement and they say they have no power. So you really can't even get mad at code enforcement. If they need more power, which will result in more money, but at least they can then have the power to do what they're supposed to be doing. Job growth in the inland SoCal has been driven predominantly by local serving industries and logistics. Logistics represented nearly 33% of job growth across the region, with percentages slightly higher in San Bernardino County compared to Riverside County. Now, just shows of hands, I'm sure everybody has driven through Riverside and through San Bernardino. San Bernardino does not live up to the quality of life of Riverside. Perhaps was that 20% increase in logistics that they have gone versus ourselves. When you look at figure 3, this shows you pretty much what the growth sectors were, which was local serving industries at 60%, then your tradables at 34, and your public sector at 5. When you break it down, logistics are the ones that are taking 32%, while healthcare is at 20%, and I'll continue.
Thank you so much. I do look forward to seeing you.
Manuel Gomez. Is Manuel here?
I thought we had 6. That was.
We did. Manuel had signed up online, but he didn't call in, so I thought I would check to see if he appeared in person.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And he's not responding, correct? Okay. Okay. Board member comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Start.
All right. You made some comments earlier about heart. How did you describe it? This month is heart awareness, heart health awareness. On Friday, I had the opportunity to attend the 2026 Rock Your Red Gala. Rock Your Red raises awareness and provides resources to support cardiovascular health. This event highlighted the collective role our community plays in advancing heart health initiatives. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Mr. Perez?
No, I do have just a few here, but I'll try to be quick. In Eastern Coachella Valley, we had a dog tick treatment clinic, and we had quite a bit of people call in and wanted to know more about it, and it looks like we're going to have to try to do this again. There's definitely a need out there, and it was funded by the Coachella Valley Mosquito and Vector Control District. I really appreciate the fact that they brought this to our attention, as well as residents that have concerns, obviously, public health concerns about ticks with their pets and potentially how that could hurt the human population, if you will. So look forward to the numbers as to how many pets we actually saw, and hoping to try to do this again in the future. And that's a group of folks there that actually came together. And Esmeralda is right there, right in the middle, on one knee, and she was the one who helped organize this event. And this was out in the Oasis Mecca area, I believe.
Is
or
your
the
mic
Oasis
on?
area.
Move the mic to your mouth.
There you go. Sorry about that. Thank you. And then we did have a groundbreaking in Desert Hot Springs for Eagle Sports Park. That's awesome because they've been waiting for this for 15 years. And finally, they're going to have this Eagle Sports Park, park of their own, meaning the football team. And also, I believe, baseball as well. Individuals have been trying to work on this for such a long time. And there I'm talking to a couple of my colleagues, meaning council members and the mayor, Scott Mattis. And long overdue. Obviously, and the cool thing about this park is right in the middle of the community. So looking forward to that opening up. And last but not least, I did have a chance to go to a community listening session in Desert Hot Springs. And if you look at that list, there's quite a bit scheduled moving forward. And there's going to be even more that's not on this list now. And that's obviously to identify the healthcare needs, priorities that are coming from community members themselves. Kind of like, it reminds me somewhat of what we did with our budget, going to the people. And I want to say thank you to the Desert Healthcare District and all the people who have come together to make this happen. Thank you.
Mr. Medina.
Thank you. If I could have the slides. So on Thursday, I attended the inauguration ceremony of Chancellor Jack Hugh. And it becomes the 10th chancellor at UC Riverside since its inception. I've had the privilege of knowing 8 of those 10 chancellors. And Dr. Hu has hit the ground running. He brings with him tremendous talent as an academic, as a researcher, coming from the University of Georgia. And I think the economic impact of UCR and with their role as an institution of higher education is invaluable for our area. Next slide. Also on Thursday, my staff and I attended the Riverside City Firefighters Bowling Tournament. It was a great time. I wish I had better bowlers on my staff, but we had a great time anyway. Next slide. On Friday, I attended the State of Paris Union High School State of the District event. And the students in the right slide are just a great evidence of the talent that we have in young people in all our districts. And it was a great event, enjoyed it there with the mayor, city council of Paris, and various school board members of both the community college and the school district. Last slide. On Saturday, I was at the Cheech Museum, a new exhibit just kicking off. The exhibit is the Chicano Camera Culture Exhibition. All the people in the upper slide are photographers whose works are exhibited there at the Cheech. And again, like UCR, the economic impact of the Cheech is invaluable. The number of people that come to visit has been an economic boost to the city of Riverside. Tonight, I'm traveling and going to be out in Supervisors Pettis area. I'll be in Palm Springs for where Cheech will be speaking. So look forward to that.
Did you get a passport?
Well, I'll ask for permission.
Or permission? Did he
I'll
get
ask for
permission from you to be in your district?
I don't know, you have to ask for permission.
I was joking.
Needs a visa.
I sent out, I was there to you after the fact. See, we all like your district. Okay, Mr. Gutierrez.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I also have 2 slides, really. But I just wanted to thank staff for their hard work, specifically in HWS with the Linwood Rose Apartments in Moreno Valley. We're building more housing there, more affordable housing. And so today we allocated more funding to do that, which is very well needed in the area. And it's going to be open to all residents in the county. I also attended the League of Cities event last night and got to meet with several of my council members and mayors for the Riverside chapter. Here's just another picture of the produce distribution that we're still doing. We're doing these basically almost every other week. So we did another one. And again, we're having about 300 to 500 cars coming to these produce distribution. So it's been a great thing. Next slide. And then this is my last slide, actually, is the San Jacinto Homeless Encampment Meeting. This is where every quarter we meet with the various stakeholders of Hemet and San Jacinto. We received a grant from the state, about $12.5 million, to really address homelessness in the area. And we've been able to house about 187 folks into permanent supportive housing. And I know that it worked very, very well in, I think it's called the Santa Ana Riverbed?
River bottom.
River bottom. So it worked very well because District 2 also got that grant as well. And so anyhow, so it was a really great event where we had various people that came along. That's it.
Thank you. Just a couple things real quick. The if I had slides, there would have been with me with a big white snake around my neck. We went to Hidden Valley Nature Center to their ribbon cutting grand opening, and it was really exciting because it's been a long time overdue. It's an area for children and families to enjoy nature and coming down, and then we had some special exhibits there and a lot of animals and reptiles and different things. And also then on Sunday I was at the Vietnamese Lunar Festival. You know, I didn't realize there's a difference, but there is a difference in the cultures, whether it's Vietnamese or Chinese or the different cultures. So got one more to go in Eastvale. I mentioned that earlier if you're interested, on the 21st, 22nd. Reminder that the Women of the Year, one from each district, will be selected, and on the March 3rd meeting, we will be doing the presentation. I do want to give a heads up. We are beginning the last months before many of our seniors graduate. And I have something I wanted to share on 2026 SCAG, Southern California Association of Government, a scholarship program that opens for high school and community college students. So I wanted to share it if you want more information, but it's in partnership with the California Transportation Foundation. They'll award 9 $4,000 scholarships to high school or community college districts from the SCAG region. And everybody in Riverside County is covered in the SCAG region. Anyway, if you're interested, you can either go and go online to look for SCAG, or you can call my office and we can direct you. So with that being said, we will now move on to our executive officer. Okay, any memorials? Seeing none. County Council.
Thank you, Chair. The board has need to meet in closed session for the items listed on the agenda. And just a reminder, the board also have to reconvene at 1:30.
So we have to make it quick up there. Yeah. Can we go straight up there? Is that a problem with anybody?
I don't anticipate so, for staff at least.
How long are we gonna?
We may need a little bit longer than 30 minutes.
If we do, then we should give a break for people to grab something to eat then.
Okay.
Okay, 10 after?
Yeah.
Okay, 10 after 1.
Right.
We'll adjourn.
No, it just, we We're going to come back, so it's
Okay,
continued.
recessing until 1:30.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Intention is so that
Good afternoon. We apologize. Had a long meeting, and then we had closed session, and we're just coming in, so just give us another minute. How many public comments does it look like we have?
Haven't been turned in yet. I have 2. We have more, but we do not want to have the times cut back.
Okay.
She's figured you out.
You figured me out. Okay.
Turn them in 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna call this meeting to order. We're still waiting on one more member. But I just want to make some clarification points. This was requested by many of you that we had all 5 of us together, and I totally agree. I think it's healthy. I've been at every single meeting. I know your concerns. I know most of you by name now. It's very good that we're all together.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
You said you've been at every meeting, but we've not, this is the first, all 5.
Wait.
Subcommittee meetings.
Correct. And so last Monday, was it Monday? We had, whatever it was, Tuesday? Supervisor Medina and I sat with Art because I said to you last Tuesday that when I understood this, not that I could ever explain it, but if I understood it, then I would want us to have a bigger meeting. Per your request, we're having all 5. To have all 5, we have a Brown Act meeting. We have specific rules. We can't have the back and forth. Where's Greg? Oh, he's not in his spot. I lost him. So I know that I was sent an agenda, but that's not how we're going to work it. But you're going to have the time, understanding that per your speaker card, when you have it, you can explain it, Veronica, when it was done. One speaker can get minutes from another person who is not speaking, so you can have a maximum of 9 minutes. Okay? And I know you had it set up, there's 3, there's 9, whatever else there is. So, pardon? I don't think so. So, but here's the worst thing. Because this is later in the day, we have individuals that I'm not sure are going to be able to stay past the certain time. So I want to get this done. The first point of order will be Art to explain exactly what Mr. Medina and I saw. And did we get the things printed for everybody? Okay, everybody's got some printed materials?
We have them available here at the clerk station.
Oh, please pass them out so you can follow. Can somebody take that and hand them out? This is important because this is what helped me see things. And he's going to explain it as he explained. I hope that we can come to, well, I'm just going to keep talking while we're doing this, that we come to a resolve. It's critically important because all of this discussion has got a lot of voters, the opposite of what our goal is to get people to want to come vote. This is turning people off, and my goal is to make this where everybody wants to come vote and not feeling. So we need to get all of us on the same page so that we can feel confident in the system and that we can get voters to come back that we have lost. We about done? Oh, I don't think Greg needs one. Okay, we're going to start without Manny because we need to get going. Art, your show.
Very good. Good afternoon, members of the board. Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Tran, Art Tinoco, Registrar of Voters for Riverside County. Today, I do have a presentation that we will put up on the screen, so I do need to see it so I can follow that presentation. Very good. And do we have a clicker? Right here. Found the clicker. All right, very good. So this afternoon, I do plan to provide everyone an election update, and I want to provide a presentation that goes beyond just a presentation. It actually My hope is that we are able to answer many of the questions that are coming from the public as well as our board members to ensure that we're all on the same page. So the election that we have at hand is the June 2nd, 2026 statewide direct primary election. We're actually 112 days away from that election, so a lot of work has already initiated. We're going back to December 19th, when we had the signature and loop period, which is a period candidates can use to offset their candidate statement fees, their candidacy fees for nomination. And we also opened the nomination period just yesterday, Monday the 9th. So all is in motion. We are preparing a county voter information guide. The mailing does begin on April 23rd to all active registered voters. There's approximately 1.4 million registered voters, so that's going to be key as I continue through my presentation today because that's quite a bit of voters in this county. We will be providing English and Spanish versions of these books, which contain a lot of important information, vote centers, times of operation for these vote centers, vote by mail drop-off sites, etc. Also, we will be preparing our vote-by-mail ballots, and vote-by-mail ballots will start going out in the mail on May 4th, and these go to all active registered voters, to approximately 1.4 million voters. So a lot, again, in motion for this upcoming election. So a few other items to note is vote centers and ballot drop-off sites will also be opening through Election Day, June 2nd, 2025. There will be one location at the Registrar of Voters office, which will run for 29 days starting May 4th. Additionally, we will have 107 ballot drop-off sites that will open starting May the 4th as well. And 21 vote centers will run for 11 days starting May 23rd. We will, for the first time, pilot what is known as five super vote centers that will run for 4 days starting May 30th, and that will be one super vote center per supervisorial district. We have 5 in the county. And what these centers, how are these different than a regular vote center? Really, it's just the size. It'll be a larger footprint so that we can have more voters go to that site. We'll have more election officers working at those sites, and we will also have additional equipment to assist those voters more promptly as they go in and vote so that they have a positive voting experience. We will also be establishing 131 vote centers that will run for 4 days starting again May 30th. So a lot of activity expected. The November 4th, 2025 statewide special election actually required us to reduce the number of vote centers if we chose to do so by county. So this election, we're going back to our normal requirements, which is we will have more established vote centers. In this case, we'll have a total of 152 vote centers operating. So that is the update for the election. The other item that I will be presenting today, which is very important to all of us, is the various topics that have been discussed not only here at this board meeting, but also from members of the public. We will discuss variance between ballots cast and ballots counted. We will speak to the comparison of variance processes. We will talk about accuracy and maintenance of voter rolls. We will talk about scanning batches of ballots. We will speak to automatic signature verification, known as ASV. We will speak to election security task force. We will discuss reporting to law enforcement. We will also discuss voter registration data, and we will discuss election records retention, role of the Board of Supervisors, pre-election voting system testing, and election canvass and audits. Again, all of these derive from questions and or comments from the various Board of Supervisor meetings. First item I want to really focus on is variance between ballots cast and ballots counted. So I do want to start off by sharing with all of you that there is a local advocacy elections group that actually presented to myself in my office an audit that was conducted. The audit included, actually there were 2 audits that were conducted. One of them was the ROV, titled the ROV Reconciliation of the Proposition 50 election. So this really focuses on the November 4th, 2025 statewide special election. The other audit was very focused on a methodology, because we're using two different methodologies here that I'll be presenting here in a few minutes, but it presents a methodology where the local advocacy group is utilizing raw data derived from the number of ballots that are coming into my office. That is USPS ballots, that is vote center ballots, that is ballots that are being dropped off in our drop boxes outside. We have 2 drop boxes outside of our office. Also, any ballots that are coming in through any other means. So the main question that is being asked of me is, did the November 4th, 2025 statewide special election have a 45,896 ballot discrepancy between ballots cast and ballots counted? The answer to that is no, and I'll be demonstrating why not. The November 4th, 2025 statewide special election had a variance of 103 ballots, which is the difference between ballots cast and ballots counted. I will demonstrate this afternoon how I'm coming up with that number as well in the following slides so that we do have a good overview of how these numbers are derived. But here I want to point out that I actually did a deeper dive into the audit presented to me by the advocacy group. And I'm going to share the following slide that will provide the comparison of variance processes between what I was provided and what we actually do at the Registrar of Voters office when we are doing our audits. So then other question is, how do you find the variance between ballots cast and ballots counted? That's a valid question, absolutely. We need to know how we come up with that. Well, the Registrar's office uses a precise process to track ballots cast at vote centers, and drop-off locations, and through the mail using the election information management system. I'm going to read the statement and then I'll come back and explain. A good ballot has been signature verified and is eligible to be counted. The total number of good ballots is then compared with the number of ballots counted by the Liberty Vote system to ensure accuracy and consistency. So the system that we employ at the Registrar of Voters, which was also employed by the local advocacy group, is exactly this. We are using good ballots, and we are utilizing 2 systems. Let's make sure that we understand that there's 2 systems. One of them is the election information management system. How that works is the ballots come in, there will be an operator, usually it's going to be a temporary staff member or one of our staff members, and they will review the signature on each one of those envelopes coming in from the USPS, coming in from vote centers, coming in from the drop-off sites. All of those various types of ballots will come in and funnel in through that system. That's our tracking system right there. When we're looking at the envelope, we compare the signature. It meets the eligibility criteria that the state has put out by the California Elections Code. And also, the ballot is timely. That ballot in the system is for that voter is made good. Okay, that's why we use the term good. These are good ballots. They're not raw ballots that just came into my office. These are good. They've been checked. So the good ballots are entered in the system. Any additional ballots coming in from voters, once you have a good ballot in the system, any other ballots will be automatically void by the system. That's why this is our tracking system for these ballots that are coming in. These are the good ballots. Okay, then we're talking about another system here, which is our election results, which are produced by the Liberty Vote system. Please note, that is the former Dominion voting system. The Liberty Vote system, I'll be referencing that a lot here at this board this afternoon and at this meeting. The difference between both systems, because it's really important to be able to differentiate what these systems do. So what the Liberty Vote system will do is, once the ballot has been signature verified, it follows the life of the ballot. It goes through precincting, which it is placed in a box with a precinct number. There's about 921 precincts that we had during the November 4th, 2025 election. We established about 921. That ballot will follow the life of opening. It'll be open because it's now good. We've identified that. It goes to opening. From opening, it will go into a large room where we actually are taking the envelope and separating it from the ballot so that we are actually preparing it to go into the scanning process. We prepare the ballot, it then goes to the scanning process, and the ballot then goes into a completely separate room where we have the Liberty Vote system. We have 10 scanners. We also have in that room the software necessary to be able to tabulate these ballots. So you have scanners, the ballots get tabulated, and that system is what produces my election results that I post every day starting election night at 8 p.m. Those are the first results that immediately get posted a few minutes after 8 p.m., about 8:20, no later than 8:20, and that's what you see coming out of that system. Two totally independent systems. The election management system keeps track of my envelopes as they're coming in. We verify eligibility. The Liberty Vote system simply provides our results once that ballot has gone through the life of the ballot, which is a good ballot. From there, then you have your total ballots counted. So you have your good ballots and your total ballots counted, and then you complete that cycle there. And of course, those ballots then make it into another room where they're actually stored for in the November 4th, 2025 election for 6 months. And for any federal elections, it's 22 months. But I want to make those distinctions. So I want to go back for a few minutes to the audit that was presented to me that was not the audit I just shared with you. That audit that I just shared with you is what we follow, and in a few more slides, you'll see where it derives from. Also, the audit that was provided to me by the election advocacy group, their numbers did not balance. It showed a variance. And the question is, why did it show a variance? We did exactly what the Registrar of Voters did in Riverside County. Folks, because there were ballots that were not included, and we gave those reports like we give any reports to any community member. We gave those reports to this group, and you were still missing 43 confidential voters, which could be votes from the sheriff, it could be the DA, it could be elections officials now. The law has changed. We as elections officials can also be a confidential voter. Also, you were missing conditional voter registration votes. Those are any voter during the 14-day period leading to the election that did not get an opportunity to register to vote on time by the 15-day cutoff, then those voters become a conditional voter registration voter. And then you have provisional voters, which is on election day. If the voter moves within the county, then that voter receives a provisional ballot. So there's your 6,000 that you're still missing on your analysis. So I want to point that out, very important. If you add those numbers, you're going to balance exactly like we did using the Registrar of Voters methodology that we use. Again, we're using the election management system as one system, our tracking tool, as I call it, versus the Liberty Vote system. And I'll be showing you more slides so you can see how those work. Going back then to the audit that was presented to me by the local advocacy group, elections advocacy group, where they provided me multiple steps of the various types of ballots based on data that our office provided. So there's some categories like mail ballots received from drop boxes, ballots received from drop boxes at vote centers, conditional voter ballots received, in-person ballots, ballots received by facsimile, mail ballots, so on and so forth. The analysis, again, one of the situations that I would like to point out on this analysis is you are using raw data. That is, none of these envelopes have gone through any signature verification. In there, you're going to find spoiled ballots. You're going to have ballots that were never signed by the voter that need a cure. You will also find ballots that were, the signature does not meet the eligibility criteria, so the signature doesn't match. And they also require a cure letter. And so on and so forth. So many of the numbers here also show from documents that were utilized, and that's my next point on the slide. It is important to note that using ballot statements and vote-by-mail collection forms to estimate ballots cast is imprecise. Why? The office uses these handwritten forms as reference guides only when auditing. Why is that? Because these documents reflect raw, hand-counted ballots before full processing. They will go multiple ways once they arrive. Also, these are completed in the field by election officers during long work days. Let's keep that in mind. Folks get tired. It's on election day, it's 14 plus hours, sometimes 15, 16 hours, depending on distance. We're a huge county, 7,200 square miles. Folks get tired. There's a lot of folks working. Over 2,500 volunteers during a countywide election. That's a lot of time and a lot of work and a lot of people. Also, these forms are handwritten, may include estimates or unintentional mistakes. I want to make that clear. Unintentional mistakes. They do happen. We also provide other forms of documents from our office, and we established this just a few elections ago. And the document that we provide is very much a form that is accounting for the various vote-by-mail ballots that are coming in from the USPS. And that is what we call daily mail intake forms. I have 2 shifts running at this office. We have, once the election hits, prior to election, about a week before, we are running the operation almost 24 hours, day shift and a night shift. It's very possible that the staff may not have recorded the numbers accurately on these daily mail intake forms. There is no law that requires me to do this. We do it to try to be transparent to the public so that they can see what our numbers look like. And in this case, these daily mail intake forms, again, very much like the ballot statements, the vote-by-mail ballot collection form. What's a ballot statement? That's a document at each vote center. We have 150 vote center. They run 11 days. And so therefore, you have a ballot statement per day that is completed by volunteers and also temporary staff at these vote centers. So you have a lot of folks touching these documents. The other document is the vote-by-mail ballot collection forms. At all 107 drop-off sites that we may have throughout the county, there will be folks that are documenting, handwriting information, counting ballots. Again, how many of us at times know that hand counting something will never derive the same number once, twice, sometimes even 3 times? It does happen. There will be some unintentional mistakes. We're only human. All of this is prone to human intervention, so therefore, as humans, we are not perfect. So what I'm trying to say here is the registrar's analysis is really an apples-to-apples overview. The third-party comparison is more of an apples, and if you want to call that a lemon, it's a lemon or an orange, whatever you want to call it. But it is, again, the problem here is the raw ballots that are being taken as the real number, and all of these documents that are being utilized to come up with those numbers, which many times we know they are completed by humans, or at least this we know they are completed by humans, and they are prone to, again, unintentional mistakes. So that is this first process. I'd like to go deeper now into the following table to show good ballots cast. And I'm not going to move away from, again, election information management system, 2 different systems. That's where these good ballots are coming from. And these were tracked in the election information management system based on location and type for the November 4th, 2025 statewide election. Category, we had mail. Total number of ballots. Again, we produced reports from the election information management system reports. That's where this data is coming from the system at our office. Total mail ballots, we made good. These were eligible. 370,127. Drop-off locations, which are staffed at city halls and libraries, we made good 123,534 ballots. Vote center drop-off, we made good 91,181 of those. Vote center in person, that is somebody who prefers to go to a vote center. We made good 51,347. That's how many voters we processed. Good. And then we also have a drop box. That is, we have 2 drop boxes outside of our office. We made good 14,785 ballots. Conditional voter registration ballots, we made good 5,907, and I had already explained the definition of conditional or CVR. Fax military, our service members, they delivered ballots, and we made good 255 of those ballots. Confidential, we made good 43. And provisional, we made good 40. Add all those up. Again, these are documented in our election management system, which is our tracking system. 657,219. That's where the number comes from. I'm going to go ahead and continue with this analysis because it's very important. The following table shows total of ballots counted in the Liberty vote system. Please keep in mind, election information management system, totally independent from the Liberty vote system, formerly Dominion voting system. These are the scanners. I have 10 of them. So in this case, these are the final certified results coming from the website. And I do want to say that our board members receive an update from me from the moment I release results on election night, every hour, upon every hour, until I leave that office, sometimes at 6 a.m. the next day with my staff. And the next day, on Wednesday, we are ready to post results at 6 p.m. These are the results that I'm posting every day, so our board members have the opportunity to view these results as I am posting every day through the certification period until I certify. For the November 4th, 2025 election, that was December 2nd. So this precincts reported, I shared that it was 921 precincts for November 4th, 2025. Voters cast. How many voters cast a ballot? 657,322 out of the 1.4 million voters for a total of 45.89% turnout. Okay? That's that number right there. This is very important. The County of Riverside Election Information Management System, IMS data, and Liberty Vote data are provided to the California Secretary of State, who is auditing all 58 counties. Ballots cast and comparing it to the ballots counted. So the California Secretary of State does the same analysis I do here locally at the Register of Voters office. That is, take the total ballots cast, and I do this before election night. I'm already looking at numbers. On election night, I really start doing a comparison, and then through the canvass period, it's every day we're comparing to see if there are any anomalies in the data. That is customary. And in Riverside County, again, we do that comparison. And again, the Secretary of State is doing the same thing on their end using VoteCal, which is the system that has been developed. It's the voter registration system developed where all 58 counties are now connected to VoteCal, and the Secretary of State manages VoteCal at the state level. We manage our EIMS at the local level. So total ballots cast, 657,219. Total ballots counted, 657,322. Folks, there's the difference, 103 ballots. What does that mean? That we had 103 less ballots credited or envelopes credited in the EIMS or Election Information Management System, and we had more ballots counted. Okay? We had 657,322. And that's what this data is telling us. We also talk about a 2% variance or industry standard. And the standard, as I understand it, the standard was adopted to encompass reasonable expectations of the difference in ballots cast and ballots counted. And this was, adopted by the California Secretary of State. They adopted this 2% industry standard. And ROVs are still able to certify an election even if they're above the 2% industry standard. There's nothing that stops an ROV from doing so. The SOS or the Secretary of State will work with ROVs whom they are above a 2% industry standard to lower that if necessary. In Riverside County, I'm very proud to say that our percentage difference variance is 0.016%, and the Secretary of State has also confirmed that with me. We are doing an amazing job in Riverside County. Don't know what else we could be doing different. I use a tracking system. I release results. All the information's there. So that's the variance that we see using the methodology that we follow under Elections Code 15302. The following table shows the variance among other large turnout counties in California using the same process. So these are large turnout counties. These are counties with 500,000 or more voters. So this is very important. Why? Because now you can see our neighboring counties: San Diego, Orange, Alameda, Riverside, of course, Sacramento, Los Angeles, Santa Clara, and San Bernardino. Look at the difference in ballots cast versus counted. Again, they have the same setup as we do. An election information management system, tracking each ballot. That is good. And then they also have the Liberty Vote system on the other side. Same thing, they're doing the same, and the state provides us this data. This is derived from the California Secretary of State, pulling the data from our own election information management system in Riverside County. You can see the numbers for yourself. You can see the percent variance. Folks, we are doing an amazing job. You can see it right there, 0.016%. Look what the other counties are showing. And again, this is county collected by the California Secretary of State. So I just wanted to show that to everybody in this room today. The following table shows the average variance among other large turnout counties in California, in all counties using same processes. So for Riverside, again, you can see where we're at, 0.16%. Large turnout counties, 500,000 or more votes, 0.069%. All counties, 0.107%, and all counties minus large turnout counties, 0.113%. Again, way below the 2% industry standard, which again, Secretary of State employs, and we follow. I'm going to have Matt provide a quick overview. I do want to introduce him, Matt Ceballos, our Assistant Registrar of Voters, so I can take drink a little bit of water. He's going to share the next two slides. Let me take a bit of water and breathe a little bit, and then I'll be back.
Thanks, Art. So we thought it'd be a good idea to incorporate this slide. I think it was stated at a prior board meeting that Shasta County was 1-for-1 ballots counted versus ballots cast. This data comes from the Secretary of State. It comes from the ballot statistics report. For the November 4th, 2025 election, they were in fact not 1-for-1. They had a difference of 11, which equates to a 0.017% variance. We were 0.016, so slight improvement. We actually wanted to dig a little deeper, look into that 11 number. Although we are a larger county, we still wanted to see how they got to that 11 number. And in doing so, one thing the Secretary of State does is they parse the total difference. So they look at the in-person difference, cast versus counted, and the vote by mail difference, cast versus counted. As you can see, Riverside, on the in-person side, the variance was 49. And on the vote by mail side was 54, totaling 103. Now, what the Secretary of State does is they sum those two numbers, unfortunately. I think the real difference to see the true variance, you need to net them. So if we get rid of that negative integer on 76 and we add those two together, Shasta's really at 163 difference, or 0.25. So if that's the bar, and if that's the comparison, I'd say Riverside County is doing pretty good. And I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Art.
Thank you. So I now was able to breathe. Thank you so much, Matt, for that quick overview. So I want to go on to topic 3, which is the accuracy and maintenance of voter rolls. So this question has also come up. And the question that I've received is, how do you know the voter rolls are accurate? So voter roll maintenance is done daily. California Elections Code sections 2200 through 2227 mandates that my office update the voter roll, okay? These government agencies provide data for cross-referencing voter rolls, and that is the USPS National Change of Address. They provide NCOA files daily. The DMV change of address information is also provided to our office daily. USPS undeliverable mail, it's daily. When ROV mail selection material, it's very common. When we send out missing information letters, when we send out registration cards, or when ballots are sent out during the election period, that increases immediately. Undeliverable mail starts coming in. Mortality report for local and state data. Again, we get that the local monthly and the state quarterly. In addition to that, we have the felon cancellation reports from local and state data. That is coming in weekly. And again, the conservatorship cancellation reports from local and state data, we get that weekly. I do want to say that we've taken additional steps to ensure that we're going above and beyond, and that is the Registrar Office works with Experian, which is the National Credit Reporting Agency, to verify voter data is checked. The vote-by-mail vendor also performs verification to look for potential duplicate records and address discrepancies before we print official ballots. So that's very important. We're going above and beyond with our voter roll maintenance in Riverside County. And again, we plan to continue for the June 2nd election. We will be, again, using Experian, and we will be using the ballot print vendor to help us out. The other question that has come up frequently is, can you cancel a voter registration for non-voting? The answer is generally no. Effective January 1st, 2020, Assembly Bill 504 amended Elections Code 2200 to prevent cancellation of voters' registration due to non-voting. However, Elections Code 226 mandates the registrar change a voter's registration status to inactive if official election mail is returned as undeliverable by the U.S. Postal Service. If mail is returned undeliverable to the registrar's office, then the following steps happen. 1, a residency confirmation card is sent to the voter. 2, the voter's file will remain inactive until the voter contacts the registrar's office. And 3, if there has been no voting activity in 2 consecutive federal elections and the voter has not contacted the registrar's office, then the cancellation process begins. A cancellation letter is mailed to these voters. If no response from the voter within 15 days, the voter may be canceled then from the voter roll. So you can see there's a lot of steps that have to be followed before we can cancel a voter under California law. Scanning batches of ballots. Very important question that came up is, can batches of ballots be easily scanned twice with no way of knowing whether they were scanned more than once? The answer is no. To ensure accuracy and integrity, the following measures are in place. Temporary staff are thoroughly trained. They do quite a bit of hands-on training before we let them loose during the election. We hire between 25 and 30 temporary employees to work on the Liberty vote system. I'll make that clear on this slide. We're talking about the Liberty vote system, which is the 10 scanners and the software that actually tabulates. That's that room. We call it a ballot counting room. Supervision of the process is maintained by 4 senior staff members. We have them there for redundancy, but also to ensure that our processes are moving smoothly. A 2-person rule is enforced for all ballot handling, scanning, and documenting. Ballots are organized into pre-bundled batches of 250 cards or fewer. It's not ballots, it's cards. Sometimes we have a 1-card ballot, sometimes we have a 2-card ballot. Very important to distinguish before scanning. Only 1 batch is scanned at a time. Next batch cannot begin until the current one is verified. Supervisors cross-check and verify each batch prior to proceeding. Daily reconciliation audits are conducted to identify and investigate any anomalies promptly. Again, that's what myself and the assistant registrar are doing as we go through the scanning of ballots. A 1% manual audit comparing returned ballots to ballots cast is also performed to ensure consistency. And not only that, but we are mandated by California Elections Code to conduct a 1% manual tally to make sure that everything is consistent. We also use different color cards or are used as visual guides to show which items have been processed and which have not. I think what's important here is the reconciliation process compares the cast and counted number of precinct level at a precinct level. So again, are good ballots coming from our election information management system compared to the results coming out of the Liberty vote system. We look at that at a precinct level to see if there are any anomalies, as we want to make sure that we detect those for any potential duplicate batches. So that process is in place, and that is what we follow. The other big question that came out was the automatic signature verification, topic 5. How is automatic signature verification, ASV, used? Well, the answer here is ASV, or automatic signature verification, allows elections officials to process large volumes of mail-in ballots quickly and efficiently, reducing the time and labor required for manual review. It improves accuracy and consistency by applying uniform standards, minimizing human subjectivity in mistakes. When a signature doesn't match, when a signature is missing, it does require human review and is eligible for signature curing process. I would like to say that for the November 4th, 2025 statewide special election, we conducted a pilot project for automatic signature verification, and we do plan to do a full implementation for the June 2nd, 2026 statewide direct primary, statewide direct primary election, and which is coming up again in 112 days approximately in Riverside County. Oh, but who's counting? I'm counting. I have to count. I'm counting. A very important number for me there. Okay, and we are on slide 22. I also want to point out that automatic signature verifications has a confidence threshold of 45, not a percentage, and it derives from a scale of 0 to 100. Any ballots that fall under a 45 threshold is reviewed by staff. Any ballot that is 45 or over is a good ballot. That's a positive, good confidence rating there. Riverside County uses a confidence threshold of 45 as it has been a proven industry standard by counties that use automatic signature verification, such as our neighbors, Los Angeles County, San Diego County, San Bernardino County, for example. The next item is the Election Security Task Force, topic 6. Have you created an election security task force? So the Registrar of Voters Office has created an election security task force in late 2025. The kickoff meeting was held on October 16, 2025 with partners including the FBI, the U.S. Department of Justice, Riverside County District Attorney, Riverside County Sheriff, and Riverside Police, and Riverside County Fire, Riverside County Information Technology, and others. Additional meetings will take place before future elections, and that is before the June 2nd, 2025 statewide direct primary election. Additional meetings, of course, will ensure ongoing collaboration and preparedness. The purpose of this task force is provide physical and cybersecurity of the election process, develop an election security playbook. Yes, we have a draft of the playbook, which we are going to be working with this task force in the next few weeks to get some eyes on this playbook. We will be discussing election incident response planning as well for our county and any other information that may be useful to our county. The next topic, 7, is reporting to law enforcement. Just want to point out that the question has been, what does the registrar office do when registration of ballot irregularities happen? So the Registrar of Voters reports any irregularities to law enforcement authorities, such as potentially voting twice lists that we provide to the district attorney after every election if there was such a list, if we were to detect any voters potentially trying to vote twice. And we cooperate with law enforcement. Topic 8, voter registration data. I think this is a very important topic that, again, has been brought to, the question has been brought to us. Is voter registration data available to members of the public, and how is it provided? The answer is pursuant to Elections Code 2187, 2188, and 2194, voter registration information is available to qualified individuals for election scholarly, journalistic, political, or governmental purposes. All requests to view, purchase, or use voter registration information are received by a written application, and also there is a small nominal fee for that as well when that's requested. And then California Elections Code of Regulations 1901 indicates or states to us that an end user technical support as the following: an elections office is not responsible for providing technical support to members of the public who want to convert the provided data into another format. That's been one of the concerns why we don't turn that data into another format. So the Registrar of Voters Office provides election data in TXT format. However, our staff or our team goes above and beyond and sometimes wants to help the person by providing another format which may be different than TXT, such as Excel or any CSV format. However, we prefer not to do that because data that is converted to other formats may be incomplete and or may not open correctly for the person. So we always advise get somebody that actually knows how to open your data so that you can properly view your data. We are now at topic 9. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie Nelson. She is the Riverside County's Chief County Counsel, who will go over a few more slides, and then we will be at the end this afternoon. I will be coming back for any questions that the board may have at that point. I'll leave all my stuff. Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Mr. Van Wagenen, Mr. Kent, Mr. Perez, and Mr. Tran. My name is Deputy County Counsel Stephanie Nelson, and I'm here to present the last few slides. So topic 9, election records retention. Question: how long are election records kept before being destroyed? Election records are retained for a period of 6 months if it is a state and local election, or 22 months if it is a federal election. Destruction of election records must occur after the above time has passed unless one of the following occurs during the retention period, which is an election contest brought forward by a candidate on the ballot or a criminal prosecution, which is brought forward by the district attorney. Topic 10, role of the Board of Supervisors. Does the Board of Supervisors have the authority to certify the election results? No. The Board of Supervisors receive and file a certified statement of the election results from the Registrar of Voters and declare those elected under their jurisdiction. This is a ministerial duty, but this provides a public forum to declare the election results in the county. And just to note that the Secretary of State is the Chief Election Officer for the state of California. Pre-election voting system testing. Question: what testing occurs to ensure the equipment is working properly? The California voting system standards are intended to guide the development, testing, and acquisition of voting systems only. Now, this is taken verbatim from the California voting systems online, the standards. The use of the standards are intended for testing agencies, local election officials who are evaluating voting systems for use in their jurisdiction, voting system designers and manufacturers, and voters who are interested in the rigorous testing process that ensures accuracy and security in the elections. The 1 in 125,000 error rate that you've heard, I'm sure, many, it appears in the California voting system standards, but it applies only to the testing of voting counting. You can hear me, right? Okay, I thought it went out, sorry. And the testing is conducted by the Secretary of State for certification. So just to reiterate, the 1 in 125,000 error rate is solely for development, testing, and acquisition of voting systems. It is not the standard for ballot processing because it was already implemented into the election process at the onset, before the machines are certified, before they even come to this county. And lastly, election canvass and audits. So what is the allowable error rate? There is none. There is no allowable error rate which exists under California state law. The Secretary of State the chief elections officer of the state sets an industry threshold, the 2% industry standard that you guys have also heard. The county is consistently and significantly under 1% for their elections, and the registrar performs the following audits to ensure that voting systems are operating correctly. So prior to election day, about a couple weeks prior, we have the logic and accuracy testing. We run a little bit of a mock election to make sure everything is scanning and tabulating as it should be, that all the machines are up and running and ready for the actual election that will happen in a couple weeks. After Election Day, and to confirm vote count, we have the roster audit, the 1% manual tally, and if requested, recounts, which in 2024, we had 3 recounts and none of the results changed. After the registrar follows the tasks of the official canvass, they can legally certify an election. So as long as they follow all of the tasks listed in Elections Code 15302, they can legally certify. This concludes my half of the presentation. Thank you.
Very good. So I am open to any questions. We know elections are complex. It's a lot of work, but I am open to any questions that you may have this afternoon.
Somehow, in our meeting, Mr. Medina and myself, you were able to, and I cannot repeat it, how you showed us the misconception of that 45,000. You talked about it, but take their numbers and show us, like you did, how they may have skipped to something or whatever happened.
Sure. So the difference where I believe stands is when the ballots are being accounted for in the daily intake logs. Those are USPS ballots. I believe that number is not the correct number that should have been listed on those logs. There may be differences. Why? Because as I pointed out, there's a lot of hands in the pot. In other words, there's a lot of staff working, and it's very possible that those numbers were just not recorded as they should have.
So that would have been the election staff?
That could have been, yes, that would have been our own election staff. We have temporary employees working on the.
So those were off the sheets that they were talking, that they took to do the audit was off the sheets?
Yes. In the field, we have the ballot statement. Maybe it'll help if I describe. So the ballot statement is a document that goes to all vote centers for 11 days. There's one sheet for 11 days. Those forms have a place there where you can count the number of vote-by-mail ballots. You record that number on the ballot statement. That ballot statement information then comes back to our office, and that's what we will go back to and reference during our auditing process. And that is the document that's also provided to the folks, the Selection Advocacy Group to review. Then you also have another document, which is a vote-by-mail ballot collection form. These are forms that are created at ballot drop-off sites. We have 28 city clerks, and we also have the remainder, which are libraries and so forth. Those documents are completed by temporary employees that are out in the field collecting them and are working at these sites. So those forms, again, may come back and the counts may be imprecise because, again, it's humans completing the document. They are physically counting the ballots, and again, there might be that situation that happens there. So that's the ballot statements, the daily mail intake forms, as we just talked about. That is where my staff try their best at collecting the number of envelopes, raw. Remember, all of this is raw data. The number of envelopes that are collected so that then we have some type of number, but there's never a guarantee that it's a precise number.
All right, could you put up slide number 8 again?
Sure.
I think it kind of answers the chair's question. And you went through it kind of quickly, but I believe on the top half, you talk about the process you use. The bottom half, you talk about
yes.
So maybe touch on that slide again,
Sure.
the difference between.
So as I originally had pointed out, the way the methodology we use at our office is we are looking at good ballots. So we describe that. We have an EIMS system, and then we also have a Liberty Vote system that is, again, providing us our ballots that were counted. So those two are separate systems. But one thing that is important to know.
That produces a good ballot.
Yes, so the good ballot, again, is produced when we signature verify the ballot and we enter that into the system. So now that's been documented and tracked in this election information management system.
So how many
That's a good
bad
ballot.
ballots do we have?
So we can have, so for example, you have the category of cured ballots. We had about 9,000 ballots or so, between 8,000 and 9,000 cured ballots, which includes missing signatures. It includes signatures that did not match, and therefore those voters are sent a letter and the voter never responds. And we use multiple ways to contact the voter via email if there's an email in the voter file, and or by regular U.S. mail. And then you have spoiled ballots. So spoiled ballots are those ballots that, again, are not eligible to be processed. You have, what are the other categories? Voided. Yeah, you want to go ahead and.
But that whole number is not going to add up to 45.
Yeah. No.
I'm trying to get back to the 45. So it really is just those sheets that somehow the errors. So what do you do with those sheets? Because that's what they did an audit on. So how do we justify doing those sheets if they're not accurate?
Yeah, did you have a response?
No, it's because they are just raw counts. So they haven't hit the process yet, so.
They haven't been cured.
Well, we're comparing good to good.
I mean, not good.
The sort of third-party comparison is comparing good to raw. So these ballots, the wheat hasn't been separated from the chaff, so to speak. These ballots need to go through the central count process, go through the entire life of the ballot in order to be caught by the system.
And there's always a minimum of 2 people with those ballots at all times.
That is correct.
Minimum.
That is correct, Supervisor. Yep.
You can't start counting the ballots until you turn them into good ballots. And you have
That
2
is
steps.
correct.
That is correct.
So if you're counting ballots before you have created a good ballot, you're going to get a much bigger number.
That is correct.
Yes. And
go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So if I can try to understand it too, is so we got those 2 systems, and then we have the system where they're kind of counting out in the vote centers or in the field during that time, and so the discrepancy is the hand part, right? That they're not putting the right numbers, things like that. But also what I'm hearing though too from Supervisor Washington and others is that it's also okay. So it's the vote centers, and then it's the good ballots. Is that basically what?
Yes.
So the reason they have a higher number is because you haven't checked to see if it's a good ballot yet.
That is correct. They have not gone through the life of the ballot, which is exactly what you pointed out, Supervisors. They have not been signature checked, and therefore these are just raw ballots. Many of them will end up in the spoiled bin. Many of them will end up in the bin where we are not going to be able to count, the cure bin. So they will end up in various processes through the life of the ballot.
And then the Secretary of State checks your work as well.
That is correct. So that is what they do from the VoteCal side of things, which is the countywide voter registration, the statewide voter registration database that is managed by the state, and they pull our data almost in real time.
Art, can you clarify or expand on the cured ballots, what those are, and how candidates go about tracking down those voters, if you would?
Sure, absolutely. So most recently, I would say maybe about 4 elections ago, we actually implemented a new process. The former process was we were not able to keep track of who had already returned a cured ballot to our office. It was an inefficient process, so we went ahead and looked at that closely. I learned more about the process, and we found out that our election management system vendor had a process which would automate this particular situation. So now candidates are able to request a list almost in real time, again, because we are now scanning those letters as they come in, and we're able to identify which voter's signature is now good, because we have to make sure that we're following that. And then from there, the system automatically is now able to take from that bucket of everybody that was issued a cure letter, which is whenever your signature doesn't match, or whenever you're missing a signature, you forgot to sign your envelope. Then again, the system is able to identify which letters are now, or which ballots are being cured almost in real time again, where before we didn't have that capability.
And candidates or campaigns, how do they go about getting those voters? What do they do to get those voters?
So they go into communities through when their campaign is active, and they'll go into communities to try to ask these voters to sign their envelope or to cure the ballot by providing us an oath that, again, many of these candidates are going door to door to be able to obtain these voters' information to find out if they have cured their ballots. Now, with this new process, it used to be that candidates had no clue whether or not these voters had cured their ballots, because we had no way of knowing that. Now we do have a way. So the cure lists that are requested by candidates are going to be by far more updated than they've ever been.
Another question.
Sure.
I heard the last speaker say that there were 3 recounts done in the last election?
Sure. It was for the November 5th, 2024 election. It was in December.
And in those 3 recounts, there was actually no change in the voter count? Not even one vote difference in all 3 of the recounts?
That is correct. So there were some adjustments made for adjudication purposes, but again, the votes did not change. What we actually had 3. We had the Beaumont Unified School District request a recount. We also have Herpa Valley City Council request one, and Beaumont Banning request one as well. It's been
and no
several
change,
months.
but by not even one single vote on all 3.
There was no difference found in the final results, and we did a hand count 100% of those ballots. For the very first time in Riverside County, we had never done a recount using Voters' Choice Act, where ballots are all mixed in, and we had to go find every one of those ballots. So the team did an amazing job at finding those.
Mr. Perez?
Yes, thank you. So then, with all this being said, and going through this on a weekly basis for the last 2 years, the discussion about variance between ballots cast and ballots counted, comparing the variance, the accuracy and maintenance of the voter rolls, the scanning batches of ballots, and so on and so forth. Has all this been discussed and explained to the advocates?
So yes, we have held multiple meetings as part of the ad hoc committee, and we've also had meetings in our office here at these board chambers, to be exact. So yes, the answer is yes.
How often?
So the last meeting, if I recall right, was April 10th of 2025, if I recall
We had
correctly.
one after that.
Oh, we did have one. We did have one
Yeah,
after that.
We've had a couple since then.
Yeah, which was the one that you guys held in November. There was one in November.
I know, I was like fretful for that one, but.
Yes, there was one in November.
So that being said, then what's the difference? What are they still, what's the issue then? Is it just they don't believe what you're saying? What's going on here?
Yeah,
Careful what you ask for.
I want to know, because like this is getting old. This is getting old. This is getting old. So I want to know.
So Supervisor, what I believe the issue here is the two different methodologies that are being asked to be employed. So for Register of Voters, we follow the methodology that we are provided by the California Secretary of State Elections Code 15302. We follow that to the T. Unfortunately, the methodology that is being presented to us, it's not a methodology that it's anywhere codified and or law. I would like to say that there is venues, if there is an interest from any of these folks, that this become a law and how they are using raw data for us to be able to use and be able to do our audit. However, we are following the law, which is following the current audit process that we've been asked to follow.
Okay, so is it possible that them using the raw data that they could be correct?
And there's never going to be a one-to-one match, I can guarantee that.
Okay. It is what it is at this point.
All right. We have now, and let's, Chuck, I'm sorry.
Art, back on that slide, number 8. While you were talking about the good balance, and I think you hit on something that really is at the essence of what our elections and our democracy is about. Only eligible voters get to cast a vote, and they get one vote. And so you talked about how if another ballot comes in from a voter that you've already counted a vote for, then that ballot is voided. Those are bad ballots, right, essentially. Do you have an idea how many of those you get in an election?
Yeah, so Supervisor, I don't have that number in front of me. I would have to look and see what that number looks like.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about it because I think really we've talked about the difference between a raw ballot and the good ballots, which one, you verify the signature, and then the Liberty vote system, what does that do again?
Sure. So the Liberty Vote system, we have 10 scanners in our ballot counting room that allows each ballot to go through the scanner, takes an image, and then that information also goes into software where each of the ballot contests are tabulated. And that's where I
That's where you get a count.
get my results. Yeah.
Okay, so the first one verifies the signature, and that one was the information management system, election information management system.
Correct.
Verifies the signatures. The second one is the Liberty vote system. Does it also take the ballots out of the envelopes?
It
No.
does not, no. Part of life of the ballot is, that's a different process where it goes through our mail sorter. The ballot goes through the mail sorter to be able to take an image of the envelope signature to be able to be processed by an operator. Once it's made good, then it goes into a precinct order, and then from there, they get sliced open. Then they go into a room where they're actually separated, and they're actually staged, ready to go into the scanning room, which is the Liberty Vote
Is where
system.
they count. And so if you just count all the ballots, I mean, we dumped it all in a big room, and it's a big heap pile, and you just start pulling them out and counting them, you're going to come out with a much larger number.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
But at the end of the day, one voter, one vote.
Correct.
Anything else? Thrown out.
It's going to be void in
Okay.
our system. Correct.
Okay. We're going to open this up. Thank you, Art, and
Sure.
your team. You guys did great. I'm sure we're going to have to call back on you because I think some of your information, by the looks on faces, is going to be disputed. So, Greg, you've got some plan. Okay. I'm going to be very leery. How many of you are planning to speak? It's not as bad as I thought. Thank you who aren't raising your hand. I appreciate you. You have your plan, and no one gets more than 3 minutes unless they've got somebody in the room to do the 3. Okay, let's get it going fast. This is our public speakers. He's taken over it. You got it?
I
Oh, he's
have
got-
slips that were delivered to the clerk.
Every speaker, after you're done, will you please have them fill it out? And anybody else who's not part of yours? He gave us an email, and I don't even have it on me. Oh, you got all the cards? Oh, excuse me. I'm going to sit back and let you go.
So, thank you. Your arguments were not unexpected, so I'm going to try to get to what we think are the root of the issue, and common ground, that's what we always try to start out with, is we want an accurate, valid election, and I think we're all going to agree there. The laws, I should have done this. I should have had my wife come up. Raka, you want to come up here? So can you see that slide?
Nope. Here it
Sorry
goes.
about that. Okay, so you've seen this before. Laws governing elections. This is common ground. Voter rolls must be accurate. Only eligible voters may vote. System must be highly accurate. And of course it has to be highly accurate, because if you have a close election, you don't know who won if it's not highly accurate. And ballots cast must equal ballots counted. In the way that I explain this, which I think is so simple and everybody can understand, is you guys conduct a valid election every time we have a board meeting. You vote for lots of money for different people, and it's valid. And how do we know it's valid? 5 voters, you push a button, RCIT puts up the results. It's always 5 or 4, it's never 7. If it was 7, you would say, I'm sorry, we cannot allocate that $5 million or whatever it was. You would say that's an invalid election. That is simply what we're doing. We are accounting for all the ballots that come into the system, and there cannot be any more votes than the ballots that came into the system. So, let me do this right. Thanks. So I'm just going to set this up. So what our audit does is we simply accounting like bookkeeping, all the ballots that came into the door through the mail-in, the drop boxes, the mail, the fax, the confidential, the in-person, we account for them. How do we account for them? With the public records requests that we do with Art, and he gives us the records. And that's how many we can account for. But then we look at the machine count, and the machine count is 45,896 more than we can account for that are documented. And so all we're asking Art is, where's the paperwork? Where are the ballot statements for 45,896? And that's our question, that's our request. Because if it doesn't match, like you know in your own elections, it's got to balance. You can't have more votes than voters. You can only have 5 in your election. They can't have more than 611, 426 in the Prop 26 election. So thank you.
Good job, dear.
Greg, can I have that piece? Your numbers aren't matching with what Art did, and I'm just
Correct.
playing with them.
And how
I
come?
want to see it.
They're his numbers.
Wait a minute.
I'm just asking, I'm trying to compare it.
Look at him again, just so.
We always get along. Okay.
Just put it up.
Okay, so the answer is that little wheelie cart back there in the aisle. That little wheelie cart has all the copies of all the ballot statements we received from the ROB organized, and that's what we use. So if there's other documents that we did not get, we are willing to add them in, but that's what we got. Yep.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Is Errol Koshowitz still here? Errol?
He stands out.
Okay, next would be Cindy Allen. Cindy was given time from David Allen and Sharon Neal for a total of 9 minutes.
Thank you.
Are Sharon and David in the audience?
Thank you. Okay, hi, everybody. This is Cindy Allen here. I'm going to talk quick. I'm from Temecula. I'm a concerned citizen, and I just want to be able to be sure that I know I can count on my vote count. My very first experience was when I was 18 voting, and I have taken it very seriously ever since then. I've taken the day off, whatever it took to vote. And I knew one day when I retired, I would work at vote centers and volunteer in my community. So now is the time. So in the 2024 recall election, I took the time to observe at the Temecula Voting Center located at the school district offices. This was for the recall of Dr. Komrosky. I was very impressed with how well run the voting centers were. I was an election officer in the November 2024 elections, and I worked at the Grace Melman Center. I had received thorough training regarding the center, and I took my obligation very seriously, as did everyone that I worked with, as well as our leaders at the center. This is one of the reasons I believe the forms that, I have a form up here, I'm hoping you can all see it. These forms at the end of the evening, after we've worked hard, we're super tired, but it was drilled into us, no ballot shall be on its own. There would always be 2 or more people. So at the end of the evening, we sorted them all out, we counted them, and then a second person double counted them, while other people watched on. We sorted the CRV envelopes, the mail-in ballots, and the paper ballots. At the end of the evening, each couple that had counted them would ensure that that number got here onto the in number A, where it says 697, and then that was verified by those that counted it. In box C, 81 votes, and that was verified by those that counted it. And in H, those that counted it, it was verified. So I have confidence that the numbers that are on these ballot forms, even though staff is tired, I feel that they're accurate. At least I can speak from my voting center. I did want to acknowledge from the time I started observing to the time I worked at the voting center, things had improved. I could see little steps that the ROV was taken. And so I know they've been listening to the REIT team over the course of time. A couple questions I have to Art. If you say you don't trust the outside forms, then why are we using them? And then how come you don't verify back at the ROV when the locked bags come back with those statements in them? This many ballots, this many on the little pieces of paper. Why aren't they verified back here at the ROV? Why are they separated and never used again? That right there might be able to nip some errors in the bud. Okay, thank you. Now, Sharon, take it away.
Yeah, hi. I'm going to talk about the collection forms for the drop boxes and the intake form back at the ROV. Now, it's been said to us that none of these ballot statements, neither at the voter center or at the drop boxes, are an integral part of the voting system, and I beg to differ on that because I know that the ballot statements from the voting centers are used in the roster audit, and that takes place after the elections. Now, I want to talk then about the drop boxes, and you can clearly see the numbers. They have a seal, they've recorded the seal, the collector's name, his signature, and as he signs, you know, that's under perjury, the observer's name and the signature. Now, it's kind of what Cindy just said. We trust these. These are employees of the ROV, whether they be temp or permanent. But we trust that they have been told and trained that everything they do will be looked at, and it is a verified signature and a authentic, that's one of the things that was questioned, an authentic accounting of what was in that box that day. And the drop boxes are collected every day, and the real busy boxes are collected 3 times a day. Okay, let's talk about the intake. Art, I have to say, my heart just dropped when you said that we could not rely on the numbers of the intake form. Again, we have to trust. This is the number that comes in, the number of ballots, the vote by mail ballots from the post office. And they are counted, and they're counted through the blue crest machine that doesn't make any mistakes. So when I look at the top of this, I see a date, and then I see the mail. I don't know which one you're looking at, but there's a figure there that looks like a small figure. It's 51. I have to trust that nobody made a mistake. This is valid, and if they have noticed a number of mistakes on these, they need to get out there and retrain or change that employee or whatever, because that's what we got our numbers on. For our audit, we use those mail numbers, the amounts. Any questions? Any questions?
I think we're ready to hear the next speaker.
Okay. If you think of some later, I'll be happy to tell you. Answer. I don't know everything, but you know, I'm a mom, so that's close.
Jim Niederrecker. Jim was given time from Dan Brown and Brian Kerr. Are Dan and Brian in the room? Thank you.
We love show and tell. I got 7 of these. Good afternoon. I like show and tell. We got 7 of these. We got 3,500 pieces of paper here. It took hundreds of hours to collect this. I'm going to describe how we did the audit and why we think it's legitimate. So we did a process audit. In a process audit, the auditor must collect objective evidence that demonstrates the process meets requirements. We collected that evidence based on 15302D, where we need ballots cast have to equal votes counted. Cindy and Sharon just did a great job describing these records, all 3,500 of them. All the records that we asked for, we got. There were none missing. The ballot counts from all these records were input into Excel spreadsheets and tallied. To ensure no math calculation errors, the spreadsheets were validated. I learned that from medical device history, 35 years. We also collected ballot counts pertaining to conditional ballots, ballots received by fax, and confidential. I think Art said we were missing some of those. Nope, we're not missing any of those. All of these represent what the ballots that were input into the system. So Art said, yo, these are raw data? Yeah, they're raw data. That's what came in. We have physical records of the ballots that showed up. Then we provided the number of ballots rejected or not counted, such as ballots with mismatched signatures that were not cured. So Art said, well, maybe we made a mistake because we didn't account for the rejects. The rejects are in there. And thank you to Elizabeth. She helped us make sure we had that correct. So we've got rejects from the provisionals, the conditionals, and all other ballots. That accounted for about 16,000 rejects. That count was deducted from the ballots that came in. So now we know the ballots that are good. So Art made the point that we need to count good ballots. We know what the good ballots are because we had what came in and we know what was rejected. The allowable error for this process is 1 error in 125,000 ballots tabulated. Steph Nelson implied there is no requirement. There is a requirement and that's it. None of the last 4 elections even came close to meeting that requirement. Art had a table that showed the percentages. None of those percentages meet the requirements that need to be met. Now, we recognize that Art didn't train this system, he didn't program it, and he didn't pick it. But he's got to live with it because that's what we got. So we need to make it work. The statements, it's been claimed that these statements are outside of the system, they're error prone, and Cindy and Sharon did a real nice job of explaining the fact that they are reliable. There's 3 election codes, and the roster audit all point to the fact that these statements are part of the process. The vote center ballot statements and the vote by collection forms are independently counted by 2 people. I'll bet Chuck and Karen a steak dinner at Dwayne's, if I give you 100 ballots and you count them, and you give that stack to Karen, I'll bet you could both come up with a count that matches and you could write it on a form. This is not difficult. I watched a group of people, I watched 2 people count ballots at the Melman Library, and they had a big stack. It was a couple hundred. They went through twice, they checked them, and then the lead came over and said, well, that's a lot, let's check them again. So those got counted 3 times. So this process is not that hard to count pieces of paper. The USPS forms, everything that comes in has to go through the mail sorter, and the mail sorter counts very accurately. They get a number and they put it on the page. So if that's a human error, then what other human errors are they making throughout the process? We think that process is very robust. So we think the use of these statements makes perfect sense, and we think they're accurate. There was a mention that there could be errors on these statements. We made sure that none of the data that we're using off those statements was part of a math error. So that's not a viable error mode. What's interesting is the staff knows that these statements are no good, but they never interviewed any of the leads. They never interviewed any of the people making the counts. They just know these statements are not accurate, but they did no investigation. And we know the Blue Crest sorter knows how to count. And they know these statements are unreliable, but in the 3 audits that we were able to complete, the ballot counting errors are all cumulatively based to the low side, resulting in thousands more ballots counted than cast. If I'm going to have random errors in counting, wouldn't some be high and some be low? That's not the case. Every time we do this, we get more counted than cast. So they're always counting to the low side? Doesn't make any sense. And you've got 3,000 statements. That means you've got 3,000 counting activities with 2 pairs of people, and they always made a mistake on the low side? Does that make any sense? We don't think so. The 2% industry standard, Steph Nelson mentioned it, the 2% industry standard applies. It was probably 4 weeks ago I stood here and said, no, the Secretary of State said there is no 2% industry standard. I didn't bring the email that I have from the Secretary of State so I could give it to you to show that that doesn't exist. But I'm going to send it to you so you can see that the 2% industry standard doesn't exist. Mr. Tran and our team are going to meet in about 2 weeks or so, and we're going to talk through this accuracy standard, and so we'll be able to put this to bed. Steph said that there is no allowable error rate. That makes absolutely no sense. You have to have an accuracy standard for a state or a local election. You can't say any error is okay. Supervisor Medina, you got elected, what 3,500 or some number? We can't have thousands of errors and then not know if we really are doing if we're getting an accurate result. So we're going to figure that one out in 2 weeks. It was mentioned that the ROV does roster audits. Excellent. They have to do them. The law says so. But the 2024 general election roster audit failed. The primary presidential election 2024 failed. So I'm going to give you a piece of paper today that shows the 2024 general election. Roughly 125 of 150 of the vote centers failed to reconcile. It's not that hard. You get a card, person comes in, signs the card, they sign the roster, and they vote. You should have the same number of ballots, same number of cards, and same number of signatures on the roster. 125 or out of 150 or so failed. So they're doing the roster audit, but it's not working. We mentioned the ASV pilot. There was no report. The 45 confidence threshold, it's too low. We need a measurement capability study to really understand what that machine is doing. That machine is in this case, it accepted roughly half the ballots that went through. Well, is that okay? Did it really do a good job? We don't know, because we don't know how accurate it is, and we don't know how accurate the manual reviewers were that looked at those that got rejected. We need to know exactly how it's working. We need a measurement capability study. The vendor should have one, and we should be looking at it so we know what we're doing. We don't want to automate it and make things worse. So in closing, I think the ROV must document their reconciliation process. You all should see the numbers before you accept it. Art's numbers are different from my numbers, and I used the reports out of EIMS that I was told to use with Elizabeth's help. So I think all the numbers that I got out of EIMS are accurate. His numbers are now different. So we need to see what reports he used so we can see where he got his numbers, so we can try to figure out why we're so far off. His error of 103 doesn't mean. Handouts I'm going to share with you. The one is dated December 8th is out.
Sherry Franklin. Sherry was given time from Desiree Ferraro. Is Desiree here? Thank you.
Okay. I want to start by making one thing very clear, that we're not here to point fingers at people, okay? We're not here to attack people. We are pointing fingers at systems, processes, and possibly computers that are simply not adding up. We've been trying to shed light on these concerns for some time, echoing warnings raised by your own auditor consultant, Neil Kelly. Mr. Kelly's report highlighted critical vulnerabilities, including weak standard operating procedures and a lack of an audit controller review. I'm glad to hear that we now have a formal multi-agency task force. It looks like that was started. That's awesome, thank you. And then apparently a security election playbook. Those are great. I hope that we can move forward on those other high-risk security alerts also listed from Neil Kelly, who's reported on that twice to you guys. But ultimately, when one ballot gets to the registrar of voters, it shouldn't become more than one. The raw data shouldn't grow. Yet we have a situation where one ballot suddenly has a baby, and now there are more ballots counted at the ROV than the paper trail can account for. Hundreds of ROV workers sign forms declaring the truthfulness of their counts, like we just mentioned, but only for those numbers to be magically changed once they enter some computer systems. The proof is in the paper. Thanks to California's mail-in ballot system, we have a physical, robust trail that can resolve these discrepancies. So let me remind you and the public again what our audit showed. I'm going the wrong way. Okay, these are our numbers from 2024 to 2023. You can see the differences there, but we found 33,000 in 2024 and 45,000 in 2025. I'm sorry, 45,000 in 2025. Using our independent audits where we gathered the publicly available records, which is now called raw data, during the election, we have tangible paper receipts from the ROV's own documentation to verify what was physically cast against what was counted, spoiled, or invalidated. We accounted for all those ballots that were not good. We accounted for the not good ballots, the mismatch, the damage. We took the raw data and we removed those bad ballots. So what's wrong with raw data if you count those rejected ballots, which we did? How did the ROV get more voters than the raw data? Again, the proof is in the paper. In fact, here is what the ROV said in their own reporting. This is from their EMS system. You notice the number 651,000? Please take a look at the screen. Their good ballots listed right there at 651,000, and yet they certified 657,000. Again, even their own accounting has more ballots that came in and counted than actually have proof of. This is their ROV ballots returned by return date, also showing their own numbers of being more than came in. Let's see. Skipping along here. Okay. So essentially the logged voters electronically, they logged these voters electronically using their EMS system, which I showed to you in this form here. This is their EMS reporting. Okay, but any computer can be programmed to do whatever you want it to do. But the proof is in the paper. Either this system is flawed by inaccurately inflating counts, or ROV employees have made tens of thousands of errors, over 33,000 in 2024 and 45,000 in 2025. The raw data is still only 625,000 voters. It should never multiply. You can't have it both ways. Either the machine is wrong or the people are wrong, but they're not matching. Supervisor Washington, you can count those paper ballots. They are there right now. You can count them and count them again. And if you counted them, you'll never get to the ROV's number of 651,000. They only took in 627,000 ballots, accounting for the 16. There's never going to be 657,000 ballots that you can find on paper, okay? So I urge you to mandate a full manual count of those paper ballots, or even for future elections or audits, reconciling all those methods under Election Code 15302. Again, the proof is in the paper. All right, I want to tell you about our guest. I have a few seconds to introduce him to you. We brought this gentleman who's the actual registrar, so he's our counterpart for Art up in Shasta County. He told us earlier today that he does get very little guidance from the Secretary of State, actually, with regards to SOPs, that he actually has a lot of control of what he can do within the law. So he set some standards and established procedures that are within the election code that reconciles the ballots with not multiplying them once they get into the ROV. Please welcome Neil Campbell.
Before you leave,
Please.
Can you go back to that slide where you show the total number of ballots that you say were cast?
That one from 2025? Yeah. Is this the one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're saying that the registrar is saying that 657,322 ballots were cast,
That's their certified number, yes.
and you're saying it was only 627.
That's the raw data that we collected? Yes.
And then you subtracted another 16,000 from that.
From their mismatched, yes.
Why doesn't he have that number? I mean, if he came up with 657, how did you come up with 627?
We told you how we collected ours. He uses the EMS system, but we use the paper.
Like all the ballots? You counted all the ballots?
All the envelopes, before they opened them. We can't open them. We never see what's in there. Every envelope that came in, we counted every envelope. And this is the number we got, 627.
And you couldn't have been off? Could you?
They're his numbers in paper.
627? You said that those are your numbers.
I'm sorry, those are the numbers that we got from his records.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay. Clint Curtis.
Clint Curtis, are Nancy Geyer and Stephen Geyer in the room? Both, thank you.
Hi, everybody. Name's Clint Curtis, programmer, NASA, DOT, all the Ds and a lot of the Fortune 500s. Election law attorney. I was the firm in Florida that actually filed the 2016 congressional contest complaint. So a little bit of experience in that, and I am the ROV of Shasta County. Essentially what is going on, apparently, is that you have someone who believes computers and someone who wants to do forms and paper. I can't tell you which is right. We do forms and paper and people in Shasta County. We count better in Shasta County, I guess, because ours come out dead even. Now, if you run it through the little computer thingies, right, it might say something different, but we hold no stock to that. We've actually counted our ballots and counted our voters, so our voters match perfectly. Our balancing was perfect. How did we do it? Was it some miraculous fancy thing? Not really. What we did is we have made it so we have cameras that we put over the ballots, the tabulator, and another counting session, and every ballot that comes in that doesn't have some sort of marking on it that would cause it to be kicked out, you know, because you can't expose the voter's identity. So all the generic ballots, everyone is counted on camera before it ever goes in the machine. That means nothing can be added, everything is nice and tight, and the voter can see it. This is live streamed as well as recorded. The voter can see it as it's happening. They can recount it at their leisure. So someone could sit down and watch the video and actually recount all the ballots themselves if they wanted to. Same way with recalls. If you have a recall election, you can eliminate a lot of them because people that want to see if their vote was correct, they can actually sit down and watch it and actually check their race, and they will know. And that will eliminate all these problems. Shasta County, I don't know if you ever saw the news, but it was kind of a war zone. It was a bad place to go. Everybody was yelling at each other and fighting. That's all gone. It's pretty much gone because everybody can see everything. We also increased our observation. So now the people can observe it, not just online and not just by recording, but we can put them right in the position to watch what's going on, not through a window 30 feet away, but sitting right behind the staff person. So we have nothing to hide, and that made it all go away. Now this video by itself does nothing unless it's checked. Hart InterCivic was the people we used, and they knew we were doing this, and so they were on board and said, you know, unless somebody else plays with our machine, this will be accurate. And they kind of have to be, because now we have a video of what's going on before it ever hits the machine. And it was accurate. Does that mean it'll be accurate every time? No, it's going to be accurate if you check the video. But if you stop checking the video and you start trusting machines, that's when it goes bad. How do I know machines are bad? If anybody has seen anything about me, I was the programmer. I worked with the Bush folks back in 2000, and the Speaker of the Florida House, Jeb Bush's running mate, came forward, and he wanted me to design, because this is for electronic voting machines, the prototype for the machines. In that prototype, he requested that there be some sort of way that a person could manipulate that code so you could select who won in what race. Easy to do, right? As a programmer, you can do anything. It's my game. I can do anything I want to do in there. So I said, okay, here it is. Knocked it out in a couple days, handed it to him, said, this is why you can never use computers, because you do not have the ability to catch them. You can't check them. They move too fast, and they hide everything. And I even showed them the logs, because, I wrote the logs. Well, logs don't really exist. The only thing that exists is what I make exist in that program. So when I had the logs of what had occurred, when I made the flip, I changed the logs. It's not a problem. It's very easy. Same way with ballot images. There's no such thing as a ballot image. There is simply stuff that I build and make happen. And if I want to move it around, I can move it around. I can alter anything. So if I want this vote to go over here, it's actually extremely easy to do so. One of the things I did the ASTER reports, which was all of the video satellite imagery of the planet Earth, and they were good, except they had flaws in them. They had spikes in them, which made them unusable for airplanes, because you're flying along at 500 feet and suddenly this 2-mile spike. Well, it's not really there. It's just an error. So I went through and put it together and actually eliminated the things I didn't want to and rewrote the files. It's the same thing with a ballot image. There's nothing to it. So if you want people to have trust in the elections, if you go to this system that I'm using in Shasta County where they can see everything, they will have trust in elections, because they will see everything. They'll know that their vote actually counts because they can watch it happen, live streamed as it's happening. And that is what will give them confidence. Any questions? None? That's amazing. Okay, thanks.
Michael Pfeiffer, followed by Veronica Langworthy.
I understand. Okay. My name is Michael Pfeiffer. I should go ahead. I practiced law in the state of California for almost 50 years. Right now, I'm not an elections attorney. I'm a banking compliance attorney. I'm very familiar with the kinds of compliance requirements that are imposed upon financial institutions for protection of the citizens. And I wanted to address two of the topics that were addressed in the presentation by the ROV. First one is topic 12, having to do with the election canvass and the audits. And my point there is simply that you can say things in a slide that can be true on their face, but can also be misleading and can also be subject to different views. One of the things that is often done is what's called a straw man argument. I'm very familiar with those, having practiced law and been a litigator in the county, in the state for this long a time. That's what you see on topic 12. What is the allowable error rate for election voting systems? Well, the answer that's given is there is no allowable error rate which exists under state law. And the ROV uses that statement to then launch into, since there's no allowable error rate, they can come up with their own. or it's dictated by the Secretary of State, or it somehow can be contrived. In many ways, I could agree with the statement that there is no allowable error rate, and focus on the word allowable. There is no allowable error rate. When you're counting votes, if you go to your bank and you have, say, a deposit of $1 million and you ask for that money back and they give you $45,000 less than you put in, and they say, well, that's the allowable error rate. You're not going to feel real comfortable with that. There is no allowable error rate. We've posited 1 in 125,000, but I believe it's even less than that. I believe it's 0. And where is that in the state law? Well, we know 15302 of the election code simply states, the official canvass shall include, but not be limited to, the following tasks: reconciliation of the number of ballots counted with the number of votes recorded. Reconciliation, they have to match. The second point, and I don't have much time, but I'll quickly address it, is the straw man of topic 10, where they say, does the Board of Supervisors have the authority to certify the election results? That's not the question. The question is, does the Board of Supervisors have authority to supervise the elections and the operations of the ROV? And the answer is absolutely, without a doubt, yes. You're not the puppets of the ROV. You are not the puppets of the ROV. You have the authority over them under
Veronica Langworthy, followed by John Thomas.
Day. The 5 of you in hearing, I hope. Finally, a public meeting. The first to present his case seems right until another comes along. We are coming along, and we are saying there are still concerns. And we hope that you are hearing those concerns. At the beginning of the meeting, you said you want to feel good and confident in the system, that you want people to come out and vote. That's the big idea. Well, darn it, I hope everybody comes out and votes, because the more eligible U.S. citizens who vote, who have access to vote, that is one more piece of evidence to see if these things are being counted properly. So they better, all U.S. citizens that are eligible to vote ought to be getting out to vote. And so I challenge every registered voter in our county that is eligible to vote to get out and vote for this upcoming election. And the second thing is that I would love to have another meeting to go over these numbers that are still seeming confusing, because all the documentation is from the ROV. The raw data we got shows that ballots cast. This chain of custody, that when you go into a vote center, you sign, there is a chain of custody to protect our vote, to take it to be counted. And if there's a problem with the paperwork, that means chain of custody is broken, and this is not a full, true, and correct election. The other part of it, now I've got to think for a minute, is that the officials do sign, and I think we have phenomenal people in our county. They're doing the best we can with a system that isn't working. And as a special ed teacher, if I had a individualized plan and I had to set a goal for a student and see if they were making the goal, if they weren't making it, that meant something needed to be revised. Is this election administration plan for vote centers a unwieldy system that no matter how hard our registrar works, our elections offices work, it's not going to work out, because this system is not a good task analysis. It's not going to function. I mean, if you were off on your flight, you'd be dialing in 7777 right now, because that's a mayday. There's a problem with the system. And this is what we're trying to say to you, and something needs to be done. And I hope that our county is the heroes that speaks up and says, the Voters' Choice Act that was implemented in 2019 because of what the previous Secretary of State, Alex Padilla, put in place before he left to go do another political thing outside of the state, would be looked at seriously, look at the numbers, look at the data that are registered, the most
John Thomas, followed by Yvonne Mendez.
How many more speakers do we have?
3.
Don't you like being towards the end? Don't you like being towards the end?
It's great.
Yeah.
I ask that you excuse my attire today. I came straight from work. I want to read to you a Facebook post that I made earlier today. I want every legal voter who sees this to understand something. We will never again have a fair election in this country if we don't fix our deeply compromised election system. We must eliminate electronic vote counting machines, or at least make these machines and their software open to the scrutiny of trained and qualified inspectors. We must also stop conducting vote by mail as a matter of course. Vote by mail creates too much opportunity for fraud to be a primary practice. We must ensure every person registered to vote is legally entitled to vote. That means showing ID to register and to cast your vote. We must end motor voter schemes, as these contribute to people who are not legal voters being registered to vote. We must ensure those entrusted with running our election system are doing so with integrity and commitment. I personally participated in an audit of an election in which nearly 56,000 more votes were counted than actual ballots were cast. This is in only one county. This is unacceptable by federal law and must be addressed. I urge you to contact your elected officials at all levels and urge them to live up to their oath of office by supporting election integrity. The very survival of our republic depends on it. Thank you.
Yvonne Mendez, followed by Rita Sandor.
Hello, everyone. My name's Yvonne Mendez. Thank you for your service, and you serve we the people. I'm here, and I'm wearing my red, white, and blue because I was denied my right to vote at a library here in Riverside County. And thanks to Karen Spiegel and other people that I reported, when I went back to vote, everything was red, white, and blue. But I will tell you, it was an eye-opener for me to get involved in these polling places. And I implore each one of you to go and audit these places. I showed up early when I worked one time, and the door wasn't even locked. And I was working at a gym center, and I was the first one there, and the guy opens the door, and I go, "What are you doing?" He goes, "Oh, aren't you here for the voting?" I said, "Yeah, but I don't want to go in that room. Nobody's here yet," like dual custody. That was one thing that happened. I counted one day where during lunch, people came in and wanted to vote, and there was a discrepancy on their address or changing who they wanted to vote for because it wasn't on their ballot. They only had one computer that they could go to and pull their information that had to be done. You know, they had to pull out their information to prove who they were. They had only one IT guy running, like, I don't know, 5 locations, which was impossible for that IT guy to truly come and service. So that day there was about 30 people that came in for lunch that didn't get to vote. So I think we need to get better at that. And also myself, I went in, I actually checked 7,000, I contested 7,000 ballots for people that didn't even live in the United States. I signed an NDA, and I'm proud to say that I did 7,000 of them. People that were voting for other states from landfills that didn't even belong here. So let this be a lesson to each one of us here and them that are, who's ever policing whatever we're doing. I know you all look around, but I truly love this country and want to go one ballot, one vote, voter ID. I grew up in Ohio where I had to show my ID. And I'm a true patriot and I love to be here. And I truly want fair elections in Riverside County. Hopefully we'll set the precedent. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Rita Sandor. Rita will be our last speaker.
I'll try to be direct and to the point.
You always are.
Karen, thank you for calling this meeting. I've I've had the opportunity to listen to the last few that we've had speaking. Sherry Franklin and Chris Curtis and Michael Pfeiffer, thank you so much. You're good Americans. When 2020 came and we were all told that we would be having our elections by mail ballots, I knew that that was the easiest way to break the law. The easiest way. I missed having the good election process that we had. You'd go to your local school, you'd go to your fire station. You knew the people, they knew who was going to show up. I've been working with Election Integrity Project for the last decade. We're at a point where we don't know what's going to happen next. We've got election coming up for governor. We've got elections coming up for the midterms soon. And the people do not believe that their vote counts. And that is the most sad thing of all, because when you believe that your vote will not count on the end of the election, you sit. And you let that by-mail ballot just get underneath everything else until it's finally thrown away. I have people asking me to take their votes in all the time, people that are in wheelchairs, people that are ill of health. I'm an insurance agent with 450 clients for the last 35 years in California. I've never seen this much sadness that people do not believe the votes count. We need to do something. We need to go back to the kind of elections we had. There was no reason for this. COVID's long gone. We all know where to go and vote. That's it.
Well then.
Madam Chair?
You're eager, I know it.
All right, thank you. I want to respond, and I will have to be walking out in a few minutes, as I mentioned at the beginning. I first voted in 1972. I was 19 years old, a student at Purdue University. It was the first time that 18-year-olds got the right to vote. I was 19. I used that privilege to vote. And I remember then that 18-year-olds got the right to vote in that first presidential election in 1972 because young men were dying. Young men were dying in the war in Vietnam. I was 19. And I think the nation realized that if we're going to send men or women to die for our country, then they certainly should have the right to vote. Thank you. So in 1972, I voted for the first time for president. I don't remember ever missing an election since then, since 1972. I shared with my colleagues here that I first ran for office in 1989 when I ran for the Arupa School Board, and was up for election, got to remember now accurately, seven different times for the state assembly, 3 times for the RCC Board of Trustees. So I have been in quite a few, I don't know what that total is, quite a few elections as a candidate and as a voter. When I was first a candidate, I remember going to the Registrar of Voters, which was at that time in downtown Riverside. It was a long time ago, but the Registrar of Voters happened to be in downtown Riverside. We would wait for the paper result of the counts. We would all candidates be there waiting for the paper to be given to us that showed the numbers that were tabulated. But I said when I ran, and I'm going to say it again now, that never in all those years 50-some years since my first voting in 1972, have I doubted the integrity of the election system of this country? I have often been the first person, when we did go to our precincts, I was often the first person in line to vote. And remember having the election folks open where we were gonna put our ballots in and sign that there were no ballots in that container. I've been many, many times at the Register of Voters over the years, election days, as I turn in my statements as a candidate, seeing what goes on there. After elections, going on behalf of other candidates to make sure that all the ballots are counted. So in my 50-some years, both as a candidate, as a citizen, as a voter, I have never seen anything, and most of that time has been here in Riverside County. I have never seen anything that makes me doubt the validity of the vote or the election results. I don't remember the count the last time that I ran and won the election for Board of Supervisors. But I do know that elections have been won or lost by as few as a handful of votes. And again, if I ask the question, and let me ask very quickly, what is by statute, the Register of Voters has to do a recount when it's out? Is there any number where the Register of Voter has to do a recount?
Supervisor, thank you for the question. In California, there are no automatic recounts required, so therefore it's up to the candidate if they want to pay for a recount, even if there's a large threshold or a short threshold.
So even if it's one vote, there's no requirement
There's
for
no
the
requirement
county
for-
to do. But when it is a closed election, many times we see candidates pay, watch, monitor for the recount. And when that recount takes place, and I have been there to see, watch, witness recounts, there's a lot of scrutiny. There's a lot at stake. I agree. There is so much at stake in our system. It is, as Supervisor Washington said, the core of our democracy. There is so much at stake. Candidates are there, eyes on the process. They're there to question every step along the way. And again, I have never doubted, nor do I doubt now, anything that shows any kind of weakness in our system. Yes, it has changed over time, as it should. Society changes. Remember, women didn't have the right to vote. So we change as society changes. We voted one way, now we're voting a different way. I agree, we want the maximum number of US citizens to vote in our elections. I have no doubt in what we've done so far here in Riverside County. I've not seen anything to show anything differently.
Thank you. Mr. Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Art, you didn't touch on it much, but it was a question was asked regarding carrying a ballot by Supervisor Medina, and it reminded me of a good friend of mine from my CSAC days, State Association of Counties. The gentleman who followed me as president of the association, he's a San Luis Obispo County supervisor, and he was up for re-election in 2022. And I'm not sure what applies here in Riverside County in terms of candidate access to those voters who can cure their ballots. But he was able to get, I guess maybe through a public records request, that list of names. And he very strategically analyzed the list, and he realized there were some folks that probably never would have voted for him. so he wasn't going to go tell them to cure their votes. But he knew, kind of had an idea of folks who might be his supporters, and he went and advised that they could go in and cure their ballots. At the end of the election cycle, it's kind of one of the last steps, isn't it? Where we're waiting for voters, we're giving them the max amount of time, according to state law, that they could go in. Maybe they forgot to sign the envelope, whatever the reason. There may be a legitimate reason why you can't count their ballot, but they have an opportunity to cure that ballot so that it can be counted. I think it's one of the cool things about our election process, because people are not perfect. Sometimes they make mistakes, or they're rushing and forget something, and they're given that opportunity. He ended up getting reelected by 13 votes. So he was very happy that he followed up with that process. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who showed up today to express their First Amendment rights and share your opinion. As Supervisor Spiegel pointed out at the beginning of this, the law requires under the Brown Act that when more than two of us gather, that we conduct that meeting the way that is prescribed by the Brown Act, and that is that we can accept public comment. We're here to do county business. That county business today was a report from the registrar. It's not what I think a lot of folks would consider maybe a town hall kind of a meeting, but we had an exchange of ideas. We asked some questions. We didn't necessarily attempt to get into arguments with you. We wanted to hear from you, and we got that. And obviously, there's some disagreement based on what was presented by our registrar of voters and what many of you came here to tell us what you saw in the numbers. And we will continue, I think, moving in a direction to try to explain and resolve those differences. Obviously, if it's 103 votes, we could sleep with that at night. If it's 45,000 votes, that's hard to swallow. That's a big number, and that needs to be resolved. And so I plan on asking in the near term for a meeting with our registrar so I can better understand why there is that discrepancy of 45,000 votes. If you had come in and said, he's wrong, it wasn't 103, it was 110, there wouldn't be any reason for us to spend 2 hours here, right, over that. But it's a big difference. And so we'll continue to evaluate that. And my first election, I didn't actually, when I got in the race, didn't know what I was doing. I thought I was volunteering for something else. It was actually, I was running for the Marietta City Council in 1995. I tried to stop running, but I got elected anyway. But as we were waiting, there was reports that the ballots that are in these little lock boxes sitting on the curb, waiting for a truck to drive by and pick them up, a couple of them got missed. And so we had to wait for that, and it was days and days and days. And we finally got the election results. And I got elected in Marietta. And I've got a lot thicker skin since then, because people came in and they yelled at us, and they said we didn't know what we were doing, and they called us liars and cheats and all kinds of names. And I thought, well, this is no fun. And I finished my 4 years, and I said I would never run again. That was 1999. I stayed out for 4 years, and I did run again, and again, and again, because I enjoyed my service in the military. I felt like it was something meaningful. When I got out of the Navy and got hired by Delta Airlines, it wasn't as fulfilling. People say, well, you're flying a lot of people around, but you know, I think what you don't understand when you're not sitting in that front seat facing forward, and by the way, if you put 7777 in your transponder code, that's the military. For a civilian, it's 7700, but, yeah, I know. Yeah, that's right, exactly. We should go to Vegas together.
We're gonna start rumors.
But this job is very rewarding, and there's no expectation that everyone is, unlike the airplane, everyone wants to arrive safely, including the person flying the airplane. So everybody is kind of along for the ride with them. But there's no expectation here that everyone's going to agree with you. But that's okay. I think it's what makes America great, is that we can agree to disagree. And I love my job as a county supervisor. I love this. And I just wanted to say thank you all for coming in.
Okay. Oh, give him it. Go ahead. Wow.
Hey, gotta have one.
Out of courtesy, since someone came a long ways, I have a couple of quick questions for Mr. Shasta. So I guess I was a little concerned as to what you said you had very little interaction with the Secretary of State.
I have what?
I thought I heard you say you had very little interaction with the Secretary of State.
They don't control much. They don't actually tell you what to do. A lot of it is our discretion. So he favors having computers do computers. I favor signatures and people and count them that way. But we're both right. We both can do either way we want to do. So
The reason I'm asking that is because the numbers that we got from the Secretary of State showed your county being...
yes, you see computers checking computers.
Well...
terrible thing to do.
You guys are doing the same thing to us.
Well,
so when you say that, your numbers are not as good as you have shared with these folks if you look at the Secretary of State.
I think what they're showing is that the documents you have that people actually prepared, where real people are there, as opposed to a computer.
And I'm going to get to that. I want to talk about the Secretary of State. How did they have numbers that were discrepant from what you had said?
Because that's the way they do it. They've gone all computer and they just don't care anymore. They're not programmers, they're not analysts, and so whatever the computer tells them, that's what they accept, because they really don't know enough about it to go any deeper. And in fact, you're not allowed to actually see it. So you cannot see any of the coding. You can't check any of the information. So by using the actual sign-ins and by counting the actual votes and the actual voters, we can tell exactly what's going on. The fact that the computer says something different is kind of indicative of the fact that the computer isn't worth squat.
So can't I say that to all these folks that are here telling us our computers are wrong?
What was that? I'm half deaf. You have to yell at me.
I said, then this is what they're telling us is our computers are wrong or we did something wrong. That's the same thing.
Yes, your computers are wrong. You didn't do something wrong, but you can't check outside of it. So if you don't check outside of it, that is the problem. You're kind of stuck with it selecting on itself. So when the ballots come in, you need to count them by hand, which apparently you do.
How many ballots do you have?
What was that?
How many ballots do you count?
We do 65,000. But I could do 65 million just as easily because it's a matter of putting another staff member on it to make it count. Scaling is not a problem.
And I've talked to many, we can't get enough volunteers to even be at the polls, let alone to pay for that. I don't want to get into it with you. I'm just trying to say, to make that comparison is like, to me, way over. So, and the system that you have that does accounting, and on your expertise, because obviously you have much more than I do. I'm computer almost illiterate.
I'm a geek.
What does something like that system cost?
The cost.
And how many ballots does it count, though?
For each tabulator, it cost Shasta County $300. For the entire Shasta County, it was $1,800.
Okay, but if we have 1.5 million ballots to count.
If you have 10 tabulators, it would cost you $3,000. All you're doing is you're recording them as you're going through the stacks. You've got to stack them either way. Now, I like stacks of 50 because it's easier for people to look at, and then they can go back and they can actually target what they're looking at. They can go and say, batch number 27, there's an error. The batch record you gave me says that Fred won, but Sally won, and here's the numbers, because they can go back and check them. And so that makes all the difference. If you got to go to 250, it'll be a little harder for everybody to narrow it down. So we do in stacks of 50.
Okay. Anyway, all right.
Okay.
We're just such a larger number to count, so I mean, I get it. We can make anything happen if you really had enough people and enough dollars.
It actually makes it quicker.
I'm sorry, what?
It makes it quicker, because even though you have this person thumbing through, someone has to thumb through before it goes in the tabulator, otherwise they jam. So we have the thumb through person, then we hand it off to the person who goes through. This other person is writing the information down, and it's all happening simultaneously. So instead of getting a low turnout, I don't know what their turnout actually is, but like
It
my
was 45% this last time? Excuse me, at least I got the 45.
45,000?
45%.
No, I'm talking throughput of tabulator.
Oh. Hundreds. Anyway, okay, I appreciate
If it's like
that.
the old Dominion, it's like 3,000. Heart's 3,000. We got 2,700 because it's just a continuous flow. Usually, before, when they were doing it with 2 people, they got under 1,000.
And how long does that take you?
To run it, we ran the whole thing in an hour and a half. We counted the others earlier, which I don't want to. If I had the system, I'd count them all on election day.
So what do you do about all the different ones, the areas that you have to wait for those that are being mailed in for the 7 days, the military, this, that?
You do have to wait. We sit and twiddle our thumbs for 29 days, basically, because we've got it ran.
You can't certify an election any quicker than us.
You can't certify it quicker because California doesn't let you. Unless it's the special congressional election, and that gets cured in 9 days, which we don't need to go into that.
No, we won't.
That's completely different, yeah. Messes everything else up.
Thank you so much, and for being for these folks to be somebody that they can talk to, and for being here. So thank you.
You're welcome. If you get a chance, come up and see me, and you can see the whole thing.
Okay, off the record,
Yes.
my husband spent summers every year at Shasta.
Oh, good. Well, come on up and see me.
And he's here, so you can talk to him.
Okay.
Whatever record. So, I was frivolously trying to match numbers. Okay. This is not going to come back to the 5 again. I can tell you unless
I'm leaving.
he's leaving. Okay, these guys said they were leaving at 4, so we've got them quite a bit longer. I mean, at 3:30.
Yes.
Manny had to leave at 3. He drives back to the desert for something, and Chuck was supposed to be leaving by 3:30. So thank you, but I just want to do one thing with you here. The numbers. You guys keep talking about these numbers. I took the sheet that you guys all got the handout that has the breakdown of the 657,219. I absolutely cannot match with your little that one sheet. I ended up taking a picture of it, so you saw me look at my phone a lot. I kept going back to the numbers. It's not even in this packet. So the one that I asked to put back up, and Veronica wasn't going to share, but she did. Some of the columns on this sheet are not listed, and I couldn't put together how you got your numbers. So I will go back with our team and look at it, because you guys are talking about numbers. This is not there's no way to even see how we got to that 45,000. And I'm concerned if I can't see that. So give us some time. Just so you know, the 3 of us are very invested. As you know, I just say we're up for re-election. We want a fair and equal election. So it's not going to be something we take it lightly. Chuck's got it in a couple of years, he'll be, so he wants to make sure. We live this. We don't want an election system that's not being fair, equal, and something that we would all be proud of. So, okay, so we have to go ahead and call this meeting. It is a Brown Act meeting, and we have to have 3, and he wants to leave because he's already a half hour late. I want to thank everybody for being here. We will continue because until these numbers match, I'm sorry, Art. We have to be careful. He's getting ready for an election, but we will work on this. I just got this some of this is the first time I've seen some of this stuff, even though you've been here every board meeting. You don't have to come back every day now. Drive carefully. This meeting's adjourned.